It's the last day of the wildcard stages, and with 32 teams still ready to fight it out to decide who walks into the semi-finals, today we will have the conclusion to this part of our journey. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. As I said, the wildcard stages will conclude today. 32 teams all set to fight it out to decide who gets to claim those few spots remaining inside of the top 16 of the 64 teams that were part of the wildcard stages. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And Icy Baby, right off the bat, I mean, everyone has been made aware of the groups that are going to be playing today, and we have a few big names competing in the first three matches.
Well, we saw a couple of big names already being eliminated, not passing the threshold of the top 16 of the overall standings out of all 64 teams. Now, the remaining 32 teams are going to be competing today, and you talked about big names. It is going to be Hero, Extreme, Godlike, and also Soul.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, these two teams, there is going to be a complete sky and ocean difference here, because it feels like Hero, Extreme, Godlike is at the tippity top with 40 points, who's already currently in the top 16.
Yep.
But they still need to pass at least 47 mark in order to qualify, whereas Seoul, it's somewhere in the really bottom.
Yeah, just barely 11 points secured in the first three matches that they played in the wildcard stages has put them in a very precarious position. But the fight is still on. 3 matches to go. 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok to decide their fate. And of course, the fans right now, I'm pretty sure, are just glued to their devices, glued to the screen, hoping to see their team perform. But ladies and gentlemen, let's set this story first. Let's have a look at the overall rankings, the overall leaderboard, and see how the storyboard looks right now.
Well, currently in the top 64 right now, in the top 8 especially, we have Cincinnati Kids, Diesel Esports, Likita Esports, Reckoning Esports, Altitude, Bot Army Esports, Hill Inferno Squad, and FS Esports. And currently, the lowest in the top 8 is going to be pretty much 44 points. And as of yet, if we were to base off the results from the quarterfinals of the 64, the top 16's cutoff was exactly 46 points. So FS Esports is not exactly safe yet. Same can be said for Rider Esports, who's on the second half here on 9th place with 44 points.
Exactly, and then we have it on the 12th position is Godlike with 40 points, but only 3 matches played. 4 barriers on the 16th, 3 games played, 35 points. So these two teams inside of the top 16 right now with 3 games left in hand gives them a big opportunity to secure a spot in the semi-finals. But this is not it. Majority of the teams with matches left for them are going to be on the next page of the leaderboard. As we can see, THWNON, K9 Esports is going to be there as well. 31 points to THW, and K9 Esports in 29 points, with 29 points on the 24th position.
Exactly. It's still going to be a very long push into the top 16 as well.
Yes.
To be safe, you have to be somewhere around the 44 to 46 as of yet, based on the current standings. And as of yet, Group A and C, only about 4 to 5 teams is in that high 30s benchmark, whereas here in the 25th position, Shadow Blix is the next closest with 28 points, followed by Royal Emperor as well with 27 points, who only played 3 matches in total. Aerobots is going to be a very big gap between them as well, where they are currently placed at 23 points, exactly half of 46.
Exactly, and now this is going to be a big sign of concern though. How can you find that consistency in the matches that you have remaining? Wobble Gaming, a chicken dinner to their name, but only 21 points. Finishes are the things that Wobble Gaming needs to focus on today, but there is an opportunity for them to strike back, them to get that big chicken dinner and qualify and break into the top 16. Worcester Esports, along with Orangutan, 2 big names that are sitting there in the early 20s, and a lot of fans have a lot of hope from these 2 squads.
Exactly. Speaking of another big name here, it's going to be Wingard Esports, currently in the 42 position with only 17 points. And this is going to be very concerning for some of these teams, especially if they're trying to break past the top 16. We saw comebacks coming in through the quarterfinals, and this may be the biggest comeback they need to pull as well from from the bottom of the pack itself. And the same can be said for Team Halo, Team Jaguar Official, Volcano Esports, Soul, Do or Die, and Soul, like you said as well, at the bottom of the bottom with only 11 points. And the only way they make a bounce back is going to be in this remaining 3 matches.
Exactly, but these remaining 3 matches aren't going to be easy for them in any way, shape or form, because you look at the group they're a part of, it is extremely stacked, man. Godlike is there, K9 is there, LOC, they've been doing quite decent for themselves. They have gotten decent number of eliminations. It's just off of the finish that I believe LOC, they have an opportunity to make it through, break inside of the top 16 and qualify for the semis. There's OG. We all know the history that was, or the rivalry that started to form during the grind. OG versus Soul was that early fight that used to happen on Erangel every single game.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on speculations and rumors as well. We know for a fact that there are potential drop clashes and maybe even spoilers that's going to be coming in this upcoming match. We've seen it yesterday as well. Diesel and Bot Army Esports was able to get a good lead in the first two maps. And then in the final map itself, they completely ruined the dreams of every single teams trying to qualify as well. In this case, Hero Extreme Godlike in the prime position to do so. And if they have one of the most amazing games in Erangel itself, Miramar and Sanhok, they are going to be playing spoilers, 100%.
Exactly, and it's not just Godlike that can go after them. There's K9 Esports as well, so Soul better watch out for that game of Sanhok because that drop can switch at any time. But there's a lot more to discuss, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to happen after this promo. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen, the perfect device starting at only 22,999 with the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, smartest AI gaming controller, and of course 90 FPS BGMI experience. That is what you get with this device. So go on to Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G and you can check out this exciting device for yourself.
And exactly, it's currently priced at 22,999 rupees, and you can actually search it up on Flipkart for that amazing specs. But speaking of specs as well, you can also potentially walk away with a brand new phone. In order to find out what to do with it, remember to search it up on Google and also Flipkart first for those information.
Exactly, and we have another opportunity for our lovely viewers to grab a Realme device for themselves, and to find that out, stay tuned to the broadcast because that is going to be revealed a little bit later in the day. But what we are going to reveal right now is our speculations of what might happen inside of the matches that are about to begin. Let's start off with game number 1 itself. And of course, we're going to talk about the biggest name that's there in this group, Soul on Erangel. As we mentioned, during grind it began, and now I think it might just continue. A team drops in School Apartment School, the other one drops in Rozok. I'm talking about that early clash, OG versus Soul.
Well, it might be very close towards them as well. But before that, aside from those two teams, we have the teams that is going to be up on screen, that is going to be joining them in this ordeal here for the final 3 match here. In Group A, we have Hero Extreme Godlike, K9 Esports, Shadow Blitz, LOC Xdai, Orangutan, Arc Knight, WinGod Esports, and Raka SAS.
By the way, Arc Knight is a surprising entry into the qualification bracket. 19 points to start of their day. And a chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, I believe, was secured by them. So that is an impressive run from the Arc Knight. But the problem is that that was the one game they did well in. The other matches, not so much.
Exactly. And joining the top 8 here, we have Sour Esports, Volcano Esports, Soul, Gujarat Tigers, Acrobots Esports, 4TR Official, Dragonclaw Esports, and AIB Esports. And this 16 teams is going to be battling out in this respective group against the world to try and get themselves into the overall standings of top 16. And here are the predictions that we have made that is going to be qualifying, potentially, or may not.
Why didn't you pick Soul IC today? What happened? Yesterday you went for God's Reign. What happened today to you?
Okay, for context for you guys, everyone have predicted since round 4 has been 100% prediction of not qualifying in towards the top 16. So I want to give Soul a little bit of a chance.
You want to give Soul a chance? I think a chance has been taken away from Shadow Blitz. Maisie's predictions, Shadow Blitz and Maisie and you have been following each other hand in hand recently.
See, the difference between me and Maisie is that Maisie actually gets some of his correct.
Right, yeah.
And whenever he gets his correct, all of us are kind of wrong. And it seems like a majority of us had Soul. We had me going for Rock ISS. You had, a little bit of a twist as well.
Oh,
So
gee.
I'm not surprised that all of us get it wrong and Maisie actually qualifies as well, because if you think about this, Shadow Blaze is currently one of the 4th or 5th team out of Group A and C that is the closest to the top 16 of the overall standings, which is somewhere around 29 points.
Exactly, 28 points
28
with
points, yeah.
a chicken dinner as well secured on the match of Miramar. And apart from that, they have displayed signs of consistency. I think survival instincts from the side of Shadow Blitz have looked quite decent. They have 16 placement points in total, with only 12 finish points secured in the 3 games they played in the first half of the wildcard stage, and I believe that is actually a decent enough starting point.
Well, that's very, very concerning now, because we might all be wrong and then Maisie gets it correct today itself. But all things considered, having a chicken dinner, for those guys who do not know in the format system, is that in case there is a tiebreaker, it goes through chicken dinners first and then position points, then finish points.
Yeah, exactly. Priority given to basically getting that chicken dinner in the most recent match that was played out. But again, I want spice, man. Why not giving me that masala right now? We were talking about drop clashes in Erangel.
I don't think, personally, there is going to be a drop clash in Erangel first.
Yeah.
Because if you think from a strategic point of view, why would you drop clash and throw the first game and then risk not being able to qualify in game 2 and game 3? Secure the slot in the top 16 first. At least for Hero Strip got 46 is the cutoff based on quarterfinals. They only need 6 points. So do a pretty decent, okay game, get 10 points. Okay, I'm in the 50 ballpark. Game 2, game 3, well, you can repeat what Diesel did. You can do what Bot Army did. Literally, what happened to Diesel yesterday was literally anything that moves, anything that's shooting, I'm going to rush. And guess what? He spoiled so many teams' dreams.
Exactly. Diesel and Cincinnati Kids, both of them did that because they gained that freedom in the very first game itself. And I like the fact that it takes a lot to bring you out of that coach's mindset. I like what you said. It makes a lot of sense, but that won't give us entertainment, I see.
Exactly. Entertainment. We got to save the best things for the last. There is not 3 matches. There's 6 matches today. 3 matches for this group.
Yeah.
But the ending, personally, I feel like the masala is all going to be in Miramar and in Sanhok.
Yeah, and by the way, the first 3 matches, after they are done and dusted, the next group is also in a very interesting position because the points there are very close. And if the teams in the first group, that is Group A, aren't able to secure those 40+ points or get themselves close to that 45-46 marker, then the door is left completely wide open for the other group to take their spot inside of the semis.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the speculations of cutoff. My predictions was somewhere around 49. Some of them are still predicting somewhere 46, 44. But if this group doesn't have a 40 ballpark mark, except for Hero Trip Golak, who's going to be taking all the points here by the end of this group itself, that cutoff might drop in towards the 30s rather than the 40s.
Exactly. I'll give you guys a little bit of an inside scoop. In the morning, all of us got together and we had a meeting. Everyone was asked what the cutoff was going to be like. Everyone was of the same opinion, 45 to 50 points. So get to that safe marker, get over 50, and then you have freedom to do whatever you please in the upcoming matches. But is anyone going to cross that marker in game number 1 itself, ladies and gentlemen? Time to find that out as we head toward the map of Erangel.
To kick things off in Group A's journey, or whether or not any of these teams is going to be qualifying here, it is starting off in Erangel itself, with the flight path coming from the north side, the northwest side of Stauber, and then ending towards the south side of Novo. A pretty eastern flight path for some of these teams. I wouldn't say it's too out of the way for some of the teams heading towards the west side, but of course, it is going to be a rocky start for teams heading towards the west side for sure.
Yeah, and one of those names, another big name that plays from the western half of the map, we haven't talked about them a lot, is actually Gujarat Tigers. They start off their journey, or at least like to start their journey from the Georgopol container, Georgopol city area, and the flight path being away from that position is going to force them, or might force them, into an early fight towards the northern side, where K9 Esports might be looking for vehicles. But look at this, a little bit of a switch up. We see the players of Gujarat Tigers taking an exit, where it seems like they are going to try and find those vehicles towards Rozhok or towards Water City, those open highways.
Oh, there's going to be a little bit of a far-fetched for them. Fortunately for them, they are not going to be in contention along the highways of Rozok, but Seoul is heading towards that direction. So that's going to be something of a concern, but looks like nobody's going to be heading there. But okay, never mind. I take that back. Guess what? It is going to be the drop clash between Seoul and Orangutan. Here we go, round 2.
I love it. It's not even round 2, man. It's like round 4 or 5 between these two sides because they just kept going against each other every single time during the grind. The problem is that during the grind, there was a third team that would enter the mix 2-3 minutes into the fight, which was Reckoning Esports. Right now, there's no one there. And Reckoning always kind of lend a helping hand to OG, because OG has a very passive approach running into 4v4s, while Seoul usually like to be the aggressors, usually like to be the initiators of every single conflict. But this time, things look different. Both the teams, realizing what is on the line, are holding back, waiting for information. But it seems like Aru, his fingers are itching.
This is terrible. This is round 2000 all over again. We've seen this happen in Miramar. I know which map we're talking about. It was during the grind stages. And every single time, Seoul and OG will go head to head. But eventually, someone gave out.
Yeah.
And that someone seems to be Seoul at that time. But this time, Orangutan, do they know that they are going to be going head to head here? Because it seems like they have a very, very big flank coming from Manya from all the way far away. But it is still early games. But there is not going to be any kind of range here. But it looks like the fight is about to break down as well. Salme and Aru, side by side.
Hey man, this is going to be intense. The shotgun, Aru trying his level best but runs out of ammunition. And as you mentioned, that big flank coming in from Manya has initiated the fight, given the advantage to the players of Seoul. Aru takes a lot of damage. That corner is not enough to help him hide. And let's not forget, Manya is still there in the backlines. But Zame finds the second. The third man goes down. And the risk that was taken by OG has backfired upon them. The first fight of the game within the first 3 minutes. We see OG eliminated and Seoul start off big with 4 points on the board. No players lost in that conflict.
What an opening coming from Salme with the shotgun. And eventually, it was a domino effect. Everything slowly crumbled from the side of Orangutan. No hope whatsoever, but this might be the bounce back for Seoul with 4 finishes in the back. But they're currently 15 points away. Orangutan, tough luck for him. Meanwhile, oh, it was actually... wait, huh? That was Hunters shooting, but the finish feed came out with Salme. It was so weird.
The first bit of damage was dished out by Hunters, but then Salme leapt from that first floor for that final shot connection. But again, I think brilliantly done. Brilliant shot calling coming in from Manya. He has to be the unsung hero of this fight because we saw the action inside of the building. But look at Manya. He was the one who got those 3 elimination points for his team. And he was the one who started the conflict. And as I was saying at the start of the fight, Reckoning would always get involved in this way because Seoul and OG would always commit 4v4, but Reckoning would be on the outer side.
Looking, right?
Yeah, looking. And because of the players of Seoul always having that mindset that, oh, we go for the push, we get that frag, and they would run out in the open, Reckoning would find the knocks against Seoul, OG would capitalize, and then eventually Reckoning would show up, wipe out the floor with OG as well.
Exactly.
That is how things would turn out. But a smart IGL realizes his mistakes, and Manya this time was like, you guys just hold, I'm going to go wide, I'm going to find a weapon, and when these guys feel like they are safe and all 4 of us are still there in that building, they're going to get shot in the back, and that is exactly how it turned out.
Well, Manya, with that insane flank outside, was able to pick off the members of Seoul. It was a huge fight coming from them. But the question here is, if we put it in a hypothetical question here, if the tree inside Seoul was taken out, Manya would have been left all alone by himself with no way of backing up his teammates. So it's a 50-50 chance in that kind of scenarios, but fortunately for them, it actually paid off. So this might be the comeback that Seoul needs, and it starts with this exact match, right? Like Hero Extreme got like, obviously they're not going to be doing some monkey business anytime soon because they are looking for the qualification, which is 6 points away. It's currently 40 points. But for Seoul, they have to have big games every single game and not afford to make any sort of mistakes.
The last time they were in a situation like this, they dropped a 37-point game on a map of Miramar, if you remember, and that was again in the grind.
38. 28 finishes and chicken dinner.
Yeah.
38 points.
38 points.
It's very possible.
It is possible. And again, they were put in that position because of Orangutan in the first place. So
yeah,
this is kind of a revenge fight win from the side of Seoul as well. But Let's talk about the other names that are still in contention. WinGuard Esports. We had big expectations from WinGuard, but they sit there with 17 points to their name. They're starting off this journey of this game of Erangel from Query, Ferry Pier. They've moved out, looking to close towards the center of the circle. And right now, with this western zone, things can get extremely tricky if you do not find good cover for yourself in the early stages of the match.
See, the problem with WinGuard is just very, very awkward because the moment they started their journey from the grind stages, they showed signs of a lot of inconsistency in their games. We haven't seen like the high flashy plays or dominating map from them ever for a very, very long time. Gujarat Titans has shown some signs of that, but they're also alongside WinGuard, which is very, very inconsistent.
The inconsistency being there. But if you want to be consistent in your matches, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, along with 90 FPS gaming, and of course, the smartest AI gaming control. There's a reason this device is BGMI certified.
Well, seems like Gujarat Tigers have Clutch God actually on the disconnection issue. Not exactly sure how this is gonna turn out for them. But all things considered, I hope they are going to be able to recover from this because they somehow made it and then just got disconnected. It's a little bit unfortunate. But it's still early game. It's fine. You know, as long as they don't get picked off, they might still have a chance.
Yeah, the opportunity is still there for them to recover.
7 points though by Gujarat Tigers. That's a very, very long journey for them, to be honest.
It is, but I believe in Clutch God. At one point, hailed as the best IGL inside of the game. And of course, has played for some of the biggest teams, some of the biggest organizations in the business. He's still here, still fighting to prove that he's still got it. But yeah, I understand 7 points for his team does not really look good.
Yep. And of course, Hero Extreme Godlike having a fantastic performance in the first half in the wildcard itself. The first 3 matches, getting themselves 40 points is just such a huge league. It's all courtesy thanks to Admino, Punk, and Jonathan, which is kind of surprising because most of the time we see Sim going for those insane pushes and getting a lot of finishes himself. But in this wildcard stages, Sim was pretty much out of commission and being the first to be taken out majority of the time.
Yeah, he's been given the sacrificial role for the team, being the frontliner, being the initiator into those fights. And I think with how Punk has picked up the pace, it is okay for Godlike to be able to do that, considering you know for a fact that if you look at their history, Admino, he has been more consistent in terms of getting those frags, Punk as well, and Jonathan, of course. Simp, yeah, inconsistency is there. He finds out those clutch moments, but not always, to be honest.
Well, speaking of which as well, seems like Jonathan is pretty much split off from the rest of Hero Extreme Godlike, and the circle seems to be shifting all the way towards the west side of Quarry. A lot of teams are really congested around those mountain terrains, which is, well, very, very difficult to play if you do not have those vehicles, because in between compounds and section, it is going to be no man's land everywhere. So expect a lot of gunfire or being shot from across the map itself. So as of yet, the question remains is, will the circle shift to Quarry or will it shift towards the western side of the shorelines, which is going to be open seasons for all these teams. And on the screen, Seoul still outside the zone, stage 2. This is very concerning as well, because there's not a lot of entry points in this next phase of the zone.
I mean, there's still a few available at least to get you to the safe zone, but not the play zone directly. I mean, crossing Gatka is going to be a big challenge for them. And they're going for a very long rotation, by the way. When we saw them, they were east of school. The circle is towards the west, so they headed in the opposite direction looking for vehicles. But K9 Esports talk about being in the blue. They start off from Zaverny, and it is a long rotation for them as well. Still about, I have to say, like 1,000 meters away from the play zone. Plus, while they get there, they might run into LOC, but look at this. Jonathan, he was left far away from his teammates, but still finds an opening. Or at least it was Sim, Jonathan running in for the confirmation. The man bleeds out to the blue. Sim getting that first finish for the side of Godlike.
Where did Sim got the knock there? That is so far away. I don't even see him in a minimap on the top right.
Yeah, they were waiting like 300, 400 meters away at the edge of the safe zone for Jonathan to come and join them.
Yeah, but still Sim to provide backup from that distance? How?
It's an open field.
God damn. Sim, the mechanical guard. And in this case, he was able to perform himself during BMPS, you know.
Ooh,
But unfortunately, it just wasn't close enough to taking the trophy at that time.
if nothing changes, that might be the longest distance finish of the game, by the way.
True that. It might actually be that as well. It's off the top right minimap itself.
Yeah, it was more than, a little bit more than 300 meters.
God damn, that's insane. But of course, all things considered, they are able to regroup and they just got the zone, and the zone is about to shift in towards the north side. It is going to be mountain terrains. Gujarat Tigers have a very, very decent split, but we are going to be expecting a lot of snakes in the grass. And the tall place where Dragon Claw is has one of the good spots to actually have so much vision to actually punish people around them as well.
Oh, but that rotation coming in from Godlike is going to be extremely risky. They are trying to breach from the... Actually go wide along the southern edge of the safe zone and then maybe breach from the southwestern edge of the play zone itself. But there's Raka SAS moving along with them, and that conflict, if it gets extended more than a minute and a half, it will allow the other teams an opportunity. Third party that fight, third party, both those teams, and just pick off a few individuals from either sides. If Godlike loses bodies, let's not forget, they are at 41, but they are going to need about 5 to 6 points more to get to safety in this game.
Well, speaking of safety, guess what? Gujarat Tiger is going to be expecting some company. LOC X-Die going to be looking to try and flank them from the sides. The mess hall is still in possession of Gujarat Tigers. It is still a little bit too early to be fighting each other, considering that they need to hold out against the rest of the world, who is going to be coming in. But the sooner you wrap up this fight, the better it is, because third parties are going to be coming in very, very soon as stage 4 closes in.
They still have a few ridges towards their east that might deny vision and that might deny opportunity for the teams to third party, but there's one squad closing in from the north that will be a big sign of concern in the form of K9 Esports, but damage traded out, Bandit goes low, as Arman has found a brilliant flank to initiate this fight. The nade connection should not be a difficult one, but oh, he almost finds it just a little bit short, just a few meters short of finding that opening knock. But hey, LOC, they find the opener. The nade puts Clutch God out of commission.
Oh boy, reset comes through from side of Gujarat Tigers, but LOC, they're a little bit afraid to push out. They know for a fact that it is pretty open from the south side. They may be shot from afar. But the question is, do they want to take those risks right now? Smokes has been set up. It seems like Gujarat Tigers is going to be able to regroup and reset this fight. While LOC takes a little bit more space to try and take on this approach. Arman, another nades onto his tree. Does it find the connection? Yes, it does, but not enough to knock him out.
Look at the radar. K9 Esports, they have the backlines. And the shot connection will be there on the player of LOC. Gujarat Tigers, breathing room found by Omega. He finds the second, this time from the side of Gujarat Tigers themselves. LOC and GT, both the squads, a player down each. And this might be the chance for K9 Esports to capitalize. But the finishes, do they claim them as theirs? Or are they going to get stolen? At least one has been secured by a slug, but K9, they're looking for a few more.
Oh boy, this is going to be a stalemate between the three teams here. They have to wrap things up. The circle just shifted into a stage number 4 and is going to be heading towards the open fields itself of quarry, forest, and mountain terrains. And it is going to be very, very difficult. Everybody needs to push through this mess hall. K9 Esports, they have the luxury to just re-rotate out safely. But LOC and also GT pretty much stuck at a deadlock. But look at this, Raka SAS, they get scouted out by Ninja Boy.
That's a lot of distance to commit for a fight, and this has just drawn the wrong kind of attention on the players of K9 Esports. At this point, you might be a little concerned. Have they bitten more than they can chew? Two teams up front, one on the right flank. Only one option remains for K9 Esports. That is cross the ridge and run east, but that is where the side of Acrobots is waiting for them. And plus, as soon as they cross that ridge, even Gujarat Tigers will have a line of fire. There you have it. They commit everything into this barnhouse conflict, and K9 Esports want to clean house with Gujarat Tigers first.
Well, they're looking for those finish points. It seems like they do want to try and go in for the hunt. Getting aggressive now and clear out these angles is exactly what they want to do. It is still inside the zone, but the third party comes through. The nades from Aman once again. Another nade comes through. Ninja Boy gets taken down. Slug also going down to Clutch God. Not looking good for K9 Esports.
It's down to Beast. He finds the opener. Zeref needs to be careful. Beast goes down though. And K9 Esports, here we have it. Too confident in this conflict, but overconfidence of theirs backfires upon them as only one player is left standing, and it is the IGL Omega. It will be very difficult for K9 Esports to recover after this, at least as far as this game is considered. But this looks good for Gujarat Tigers. They get 3 points from this fight. They've not lost a player as well, unlike LOC.
Exactly. Beast has got to be fuming, man. Like, that box gave him such a weird angle. The prone block literally did not allow him to pull his gun a little bit better. And because of that, he needed to back off. He lost the first jump advantage. And that just cost him the fight. And just like that, they lose 3 points for the side of LOC for Gujarat Tigers. But all things considered, living only one player. Oh, never mind. K9 is pretty much done and dusted. AIB getting hunted down outside. Hero Extreme Godlike out of nowhere. Simp going on the hunt. He's got 3 finishes all by himself.
Yeah, Simp is like, what were you guys saying about me, huh? I need to be put on the back burner? No, not again. Let's not forget how good I can be when the moment calls for it. And this time he's definitely getting those early points. So Godlike get themselves to 43. Let's assume 46 is what their target is at the end of this match. If they get to 46, again, this team is going to have all the freedom they need to just charge upon anyone in the upcoming matches. Although, I love the way they are setting it up to take the fight against Soar Esports. They have them pinned down in this building. And all 4 players from the side of Godlike are just waiting to line up, which they have, by the way, at the edge of the circle.
Well, can they continue more? Because the circle is going to shift again. It is going to be open terrains with the zigzag of the road itself part of the picture. Volcano Esports on the north side and that small little compound. Dragon Claw going to be on the southwest corner of that compound. And that is going to be very, very huge. But speaking of compounds on screen, outside the zone, this stalemate between LOC and Gujarat Tigers is just taking forever. And our Raka SAS, they were looking to third party, but decided, you know what, it's just not worth it. That's a smart call. Just back out.
It is a smart call. Raka SAS, they waited for a long time. And that is what I was concerned about as well. Because after K9 Esports were pushed away from this fight, Raka SAS, they showed up, but now they find themselves in the line of fire of 2 different teams. Oh, wait. It was Explosives Nate that costed his own teammate to get put down on his knees. And on the other side, on the finish feed, you see that even Godlike want a few points for themselves. So that one blunder might just cost them this match. But look at this. Finally, the fight continues and it resumes. GT versus LOC, knocks traded out from either side. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. Gujarat Tigers, they have the advantage, but they are being careful in making that bounce. Nade's cooked up. This one will dish out some splash damage to the 2 players hiding on the first floor of the barn house. Clutch God with the second nade, Zeref with the third. Do they find the contact? It's going to be a big question. It's a difficult angle to line up the nade from.
Oh boy. They have to wrap this up. Circle still closing in. Gujarat Tigers needs to go in for a rush right now, but the mats are pretty much very, very low. The flank comes through from LOC. Zeref from the flank. Can he get the pump? No, he does not. He's going to get knocked instead.
And that was not the play Gujarat Tigers were hoping to make, but Clutch God this time looking to be the savior for his team. Damage from the blue will be there. They get those points, they get those finishes, but no saving grace for Gujarat Tigers. They will lose players, and Clutch God is just stuck as Godlike block his entry inside the play zone. He might just bleed out to the blue.
Oh my goodness, Sim himself getting 6 points, and now they're way past the 46 mark threshold from the side Hero Extreme Godlike. And this is where things get a little bit feisty, because Hero Extreme Godlike, all they need to do is just, well, start spoiling the game.
Well, yeah.
They're pretty much in the...
They're doing that already, I believe. They're just going everywhere, picking off a few players, and then moving on to the next team they can see.
Oh no. Well, really, really unfortunate. Volcano inside the zone with the compound. Guess what? They left the compound to push Shadow Blitz, and they get the wipe on them. And that's going to be them taken out. Guess what? Top 5 of this group. Only Hero Extreme Godlike is alive. Everybody else is eliminated.
You read my mind, Icy, over there. Exactly what I wanted to say. But that situation with K9, Shadow Blitz, LOC, and OG taking a hit means the door is open for teams like Dragonclaw, for teams like Arc Knight, and in particular a big name that is there on the 8th position, Wind God Esports. They managed to hide their presence for a long time, just one finish secured in this game till now, but now is the opportunity for them to go big. In the meanwhile, Acrobots versus Arc Knight.
Oh boy, this fight, Arc Knight, they're not standing a chance. The nades coming through. Acrobots just completely shutting them out. No hope whatsoever. And while this is happening, Admino is going to be looking to third party this. The teams, no way. They're spoiling the game for everyone. And now Punk rushes in. He's going to go be the cleanup. And they get taken out. Just like that, Hero Extreme Godlike spoils the dream of two teams.
That's just greed, man. They're being too greedy. Points, fights, everything that you see on the map is ours. That is what the call is from the side of Godlike. And look at that. Complete control of the northern half of the play zone as well. If they can take out Volcano one way or the other, this is going to be their chicken dinner.
This is madness. What are you doing, Hero Extreme Godlike? What are you doing? But again, gods among men. And in this case, Hero Extreme Godlike, thinking like a god, and Earth's Mortal can only fathom at all of their presence. Everybody at the mercy of Hero Extreme Godlike. And you talk about good names trying to stand a chance. Guess what? Seoul makes it the top 7. This might be the start of the comeback. And they themselves also need a big game. And guess what? They have 6 finishes thus far. And as soon as I say this, Manya, he actually gets knocked off. Not looking good. Oh boy. Oh boy.
6 is not going to cut it. They need more, as you mentioned. Manya knocked out. Hunter's extremely low. And they're still outside of the play zone. The blue zone closing in. Not a lot of time remains for Seoul to make a move. Wingard, though, we need to keep an eye on this name as well. They found the opener against the side of 40. Infinity with the push. He's the best player on the lineup. They need to protect him, but Infinity and Sahil, both of them fall. And Wingard, they get wiped out in a blink by 40R. The fight looked good at the start, but in a matter of seconds, the tables just completely turned on them.
40R official trying to make a bounce back from this fight. But speaking of which, Raka SAS also being eliminated as of yet, while Seoul still somehow surviving this. And guess what? Volcano gonna be spraying them down, and Seoul leaving only one player left. And currently, we are down towards the top 5.
Yeah, there's no hope for Seoul in this game. They're out into the open. Their position compromised. Volcano Esports with the high ground. Manya, he was knocked out. He's back up, but he's the last man left standing for his team. His teammates are getting confirmed. Some might have been spotted out, but Manya lobs out those smokes, but the spam shots from the flank. But hey, look who comes to the rescue of Seoul. The pressure of Volcano Esports gets relieved because Godlike start taking shots against them. And now Volcano, all of their utility is committed into pushing back the players of Godlike. This gives Seoul the breathing room that they need, but Manya, while he manages to force his team inside of the top 4, can he get a few extra finishes to help them at least get to the early 20s after this match?
Oh my god, Manya, he's gonna run. Ooh, the zone is about to take him out. He's down to the top 4. Can he make it to the top 3? Is gonna be the question. No, that's not happening. Flash will take him out. Volcano Esports in the top 3. Dragonclaw also surviving. Hero Extreme Godlike looking to start things off with a bang. Dragonclaw already losing one player. 14 finishes now on Hero Extreme Godlike. And Simp with 8 in total. He's used up all his bullets, down towards the last 37 bullets here up on Simp. While Hero Extreme Godlike continues to pummel on everyone in this lobby, Johnny.
Yeah. They are definitely just handing out beatdowns to everyone, and literal beatdowns as well. There's too much pressure whenever Godlike is looking towards you. Even Volcano Esports, a team that had superior positioning to everyone else inside of those late game zones, has felt that pressure for a few moments, but Godlike, they realize if they clean house with Dragonclaw first, it gives them control of that southern edge, but hey, why do things the easy way? Let's go after Volcano Esports first.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Tough luck for the other two teams. Hero Extreme Godlike, winner chicken, they're at 36%. But Volcano might be able to spoil things as well. But all things considered, I don't really think it's gonna hurt Hero Extreme Godlike, even if they lose right here, right now.
Yeah. They have 14 finishes. They are in the top 3. This team is guaranteed going to the semi-finals, man.
Well, that's confirmation for sure. But Volcano Esports and Dragonclaw, both teams in the bottom of the pack, they need this chicken dinner for sure if they want to stand a chance to actually qualify alongside Hero Extreme Godlike from this group itself. And again, this group hasn't been very, very forgiving for the rest of the pack, especially with an opener coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Oh boy. Nades comes through. Dragonclaw still not making their mark. And all Hero Extreme Godlike is just waiting for them to go head-to-head against each other.
But they need more information to work with. And still scouting for the exact location of the players of Volcano Esports. They were always eager to move towards the northern half of the circle, but now Admino has crawled quite close to the players of Dragonclaw. 4 nades, 1 Molotov on him as well. He can use those 2 smokes to cover off the flank, but before that, the nade being cooked. And it is going to get lobbed out towards Harsh. No connection will be found. Just falls off the ridge. Godlike still looking to kick things off, and Punk is going to be the man to do the job, as the first knock is going to be found with a run over against the players of Volcano Esports. And Godlike, it seems like, want to go after both these teams at the same time. Admino's nade finds the first contact. The knock against the players of Dragonclaw. The numbers are going to be in the favor of Godlike. 4v2 against Dragonclaw and 4v3 against Volcano Esports. Second knock, splash damage, but no knock there.
Oh my goodness. This is such a nerve-wracking game for both Volcano and Dragonclaw. The 2 gatekeepers in those compounds in stage 5 zone completely shut down everyone from making it to the final circle. Now, the biggest hurdle among these 2 gatekeepers is going to be each other and also Hero Extreme Godlike. Simp currently with 9 finishes. Scope still unaware of what to do in this situation. Look at them, no utilities, no whatsoever, but Dragonclaw, they finally make the move, and they are going to go for the drive-by.
Oh, this is just a suicide mission from Dragonclaw, as soon as they move forward, 2 players knocked out and finished off. SKOP, he's the last man surviving, but he will get spotted out. Jonathan with the peek, the shots pulled, Jonathan knocked out, but the backup from Admino should be there, but SKOP, 2 players from Godlike knocked out, and this spells trouble. This could be a failed attempt at the chicken dinner, as here comes the run over from Volcano Esports. Psycho is an absolute psycho over there. 2 players left, Punk and Simp, and they're going to be pushed as well. Simp falls, the last player from Godlike, the IGL, fighting a 1v3, a 1v2, in the end a 1v1, but can't clutch it out. Volcano erupts, and the chicken dinner cooked to perfection by Volcano Esports.
There has been a disaster as the Volcano takes the lives of everyone in this lobby. Volcano Esports clutches things out in this chicken dinner, and this might be the bounce back that they need to fight for the top 16, because Volcano, they were at the bottom of the bottom.
Yeah.
And now with this chicken dinner and a decent amount of finishes, they need 2 more games. Well, in this case, 1 more big game in order to qualify to the top 16.
We did not know how many finishes Volcano got in the end over there. They got 2 from the side of, let's just count the finishes at the end. So they got 2 from Godlike, 1 from the side of Dragonclaw Esports. Along with the chicken, that's 13 points there. They had 11 at the start of the day.
3 or 4 from Seoul as well.
Yeah, I think 3 from Seoul as well. So that gets them to 16. So 27 points is what I count as of now. The finishes and the 10 points for the chicken dinner. But, as you mentioned, 1 more big game is needed. They have 2 matches left. Can this team actually pull it off? Is this going to be the miracle run we wanted to see, but not from the right name?
Agreed. But at the same time, it's my first time seeing Johnny fail at maths.
How?
7 finishes plus chicken dinner. How much is that?
Oh, that's 17.
You said 27, but all right.
How was it 7? We counted 3 in the end. And then 3 from the side of Seoul. That's 6. Plus 10 for the chicken. That is 16.
Exactly, 16, right? So, anyways, back to its different
and
topic.
11,
here.
that's 27. I was right with the maths.
Okay, fair. now I'm bad with maths now. Anyways, moving on to the topic here. I think this is a very, very big game coming from Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah.
That with that game, obviously, they didn't get a chicken dinner. It doesn't matter because right now they're definitely qualifying to the semifinals.
Oh, yeah.
Way more than 50 points in the ballpark right now. And currently, before these two groups, the two groups that pretty much concluded their matches pretty much from yesterday, we have only 5 teams that is past the 50-point barrier so far. So technically, alongside with Godlike, there's going to be 6 teams. And only 10 more slots are available.
Exactly. As soon as you get over 50, it's kind of a safe haven for you, and Godlike has gotten themselves the safe haven. But hey, the next 2 teams that we had in the line just completely failed to hit the mark. K9 Esports was there with 29 points, Shadow Blitz with 28. Both those teams forced to take early exits. And K9 Esports, let's talk about that early fight they charged towards, right?
Yep.
Gujarat Tigers and LOC were distracted, and Gujarat Tigers was exposed already. K9 Esports found the opener, found the knock, they found the finish against the players of LOC as well. But then for some reason, while they had the opportunity to strike the blow against GT, they get distracted by Raka SAS on the flank.
Agreed. And at the same time, not just about distraction, right? Let's talk about positionings that they were put in at the start of the game itself. Aside from Hero Extreme Godlike, everybody else that is the closest to pass it was the 40 ballpark got eliminated so early to a point that they have no points. So that means this next two games, each and every one on the top 8 position in this group itself is pretty much in the chopping block.
Exactly. This vacuum created by Godlike in this group is going to make sure that all the other 15 teams are suffocated for points. That is such a big sign of concern, but also it gives the hope to the teams at the bottom that if they drop a 25 bomber, they can still bring themselves into a fighting position before Sanhok.
Well, in this group respectively, Group A itself, it feels like only one team might just qualify from semifinals if this keeps out from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, I agree
only
with that.
one team.
That's just brutal, man.
Exactly. That means more hope for Group C, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that just keeps the door wide open for the side of Group C, and a lot of teams will have an opportunity to move towards the semifinals from there. But these final few moments of the game, I think the idea was correct from the side of Godlike. They would have made it as well if SKOP did not have that big play and if he did not find the knock on these 2 players.
Well, but considering that Hero Extreme Godlike was taken out, this gives an opportunity for both Dragon Claw as well as Volcano Esports to have a chance or some sort of fighting chance to actually come back into the top 16. So all things considered, it's not of the end of the world yet. And even this play here, I feel like Punk almost 1v3.
Also, yeah, he almost 1v3 as well. He got those 2 knocks, but did not have enough movement space to get out of the way and get that last frag. Repositioning basically was not allowed. But MVP of the game is going to be Simp from the side of Godlike. 9 finishes secured by Simp in this game. And we were calling him the man who wasn't able to perform from the side of Godlike when the game started. So, Simp, my buddy, I'm so sorry. We're never going to question your skills ever again.
But all things considered, guess what? He pulled a big bomb in this game here.
Yeah.
9 finishes, Admino with 3, Jonathan 3. That is so much points in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike.
Also, by the way, Volcano Esports, they got 21 points from that match. They had 11 eliminations plus 10 for the chicken. They get themselves to 32, I see. They need like 15, 16 points to move through.
Exactly, and as of yet, we're going to be skipping the group points here straight away, giving you the overall standings of all the points that they have gained so far. Hero Extreme got like way past the 60 ballpark, 63 points in total. Volcano Esports with that chicken dinner gets themselves in towards 32. That means they need about 14 more points to try and go past the 46-point marker.
Can we be brutal about this? Let's say 18 points, because we keep saying safety is at 50, right? So 18 points in 2 matches, 9 points per game, or just drop another 18 or 10 finishes on Miramar with top 5, I think, yeah, that should be enough.
Exactly, and even here as well, so even though they weren't able to make it towards a lot of more finishes, but this opening gave them a little bit of a fighting chance as well, because now they are currently in 21 points with this game. Another good game from Seoul in the next game is going to put them in a better spot, and that better spot is so much in order to qualify in towards the semifinals themselves. So I feel like if Seoul is able to get a chicken dinner from Miramar itself, which they have done it before, 28 finishes in a single game.
And Miramar is where they have the most hope because no drop clashes on Miramar. Their quadrant is left quite isolated. So hope is there as far as Miramar is considered because by the time you reach Sanhok and if you do not get yourself in a fighting position, things might already be looking quite dire. But is that actually going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? We'll find that out after this very short break. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. The wildcard stages continue, but only for a few extra matches. We have 5 matches left in today's day. And of course, with one game of Group A done and dusted, the story for Group A and of course for the 64 teams has gotten more intense. This is Super Johnny Jarb and Necro alongside with me. Necro, I want to know your thoughts after that game one, first of all.
Look, Johnny, first of all, now the players of Godlike are going to know that Soul tried to target him.
Yep.
And this is where things get even more spicier. Now the fact that Hero Extreme Godlike, they've already secured their slot, there's a big chance we might just see a drop clash off the rip.
I mean, possibility is there, but I think they might just wait for Sanhok because Godlike on Miramar, usually they like to hold back. They haven't gone big on this map any single time.
Soul is struggling, and still they did not really want to hold back. So in my opinion, Godlike should not hold back either. Dropping towards La Cobreria, target them, and that would be an absolute cinema.
Well, let's see. So far, if you want to enjoy your action in BGMI in the most comfortable way, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 83 Ultra 50 chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and of course the smartest AI gaming control out there in this device. And of course, look at how good looking it is as well, man.
Exactly. If you move on towards Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. You might just stand a chance to win the device itself and some more interesting rewards. But once again, back towards the conversation, right? For OG, it was quite a bad start. Taking a clash against the players of Soul, it was such a bad fight as well, and Soul just flawlessly wiped him out. Now for OG, this game of Miramar as well should be a lot of points.
Exactly, but hey, there's a few changes being made in a few of these lineups. We have a substitution happening for 40R as Beast is going to be forced inside of the game, and Nishad is going to be sitting out on the bench. Now 40R, I think the position where they are at is not that great. They just had a single point at the start of the day, and that previous game, yes, they did win one fight, but those elimination points aren't really enough to bring them into a fighting position. So this substitution on the last day of the wildcard stages might as well just well be for the playtime. Enjoy your time in the Realme BGIS 2025.
Exactly. They just want to give in that experience to the player. That's why they brought that swap in. But once again, back towards the main stuff, right? K9 Esports just got 1 point from that game. Now they're in 30 points marker, but still that's not enough. We know they need 20 more points to be on the safer side of the spectrum. And since Hero Extreme Godlike is now creating that vacuum, even K9 Esports, they might just start to suffocate.
Exactly. A lot of teams, in fact, because if Godlike continues to play the way they did on Erangel, and if they secure finishes, just finishes alone, because that's the variable that is spread out between the teams with how aggressive they are, how they secure those fights. And if all of those points are just going away in the direction of one team, everyone else is going to be left lacking. And I sort of mentioned this, that if this continues, then we might just have one team from this group moving to the semis. Everyone is going to be sitting back home and watching the semifinals.
There's so many possibilities in this group. I can keep on talking for days, man. We've also got a team like WILDCARD Esports, and their firepower has been known for since the past. Yeah, a little bit of rough start in the first 3 games, but the first game as well today itself, WILDCARD Esports not able to convert that fight. But we know what what they're capable of, man. A man like LeBron has always been there in the forefront of the action. And when WinGod Esports can step in and just surprise all of us.
Exactly. LeBron, Infinity, both of them were quite good when it came to firepower, but nothing worked out in that first game of Erangel. Hopefully, Miramar is going to be a different story because this is the penultimate game they play in the wildcard stages. After this, I don't even want to think about what is going to happen on Sanhok. But as I said, Miramar is going to be the upcoming map. Hope you guys are prepared for the action because here we go.
Are we going to see a clash in La Cabrera? That's the real question everyone's asking. But as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Puerto Paraíso towards Oasis, this plane flat path is heavily tilted on the right side of the map. For Hero Extreme Godlike to move in towards Cruz del Valle, it's not going to be a tough stretch since it's right next to the plane fly path. But if the teams want to move in towards El Pozo, that's going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, even for the side of Seoul, I think it should be pretty easy to get towards La Cabrera and Crater Fields. But the circle shall decide their fate and the fate for everyone else. That's been the story for Miramar always. But along with that, another name that was struggling a lot in that last game. They did win a few fights, but not a lot of placement points. Gujarat Tigers, we see them take exit towards the southern highways of the map. I wonder where they're going to go.
Only a play like Bot Army Esports can save Gujarat Tigers now.
Very
27 points in one game. That's the only thing that can save the players of Gujarat Tigers. And they managed to acquire 41 points in 3 games. That's a nuclear performance on that day itself from Bot Army Esports. But that's for another day. Right now, looking at the plane flat path itself, Hero Extreme Godlike once again taking an exit towards Cruz del Valle. And no, they're actually moving in towards La Cabrera, Johnny. This is going to be a fun thing.
This is definitely going to be fun, but I don't know if Godlike is going to get their chance. Because look, there are 3 different teams that are taking that glide towards the western side. Oh my goodness, the circle is towards the northwest as well. There is Solar Esports, there is Dragonclaw Esports. Soul with that spread need to be careful. Godlike, I think their parachutes are going to help them touch their feet on the ground first. Are they going to find those vehicles and will they go for the fight towards the west? Or are they going to move back east towards Cruz del Valle and water treatment and start the game with exactly how they planned it out?
Since Soul is struggling so much in the overall standings, we thought Godlike might just be the one to punish them. But no, instead in the first game, Soul wanted to cut off their rotation. That's such a notorious move that Soul pulled off. But since Godlike already moved in towards the edge of the circle, Godlike was okay with that. Shadow Blitz on the screen.
Yeah, my apologies to cut you off of there, but Godlike was way quick in the rotation, and as you said,
exactly.
It forced Soul, their plan backfired.
Exactly.
Because they were forced into a fight against Volcano Esports out in the open, which I don't think they even expected.
They did not. And even Knuckle was lost in the midst of that process. So for Soul, things really backfired heavily. That late game rotation not working out, but I'm going to hold on to that thought for now. We've got a 4TR fight in front of our screens. 4TR is one of those teams that's been struggling from the start. And now this game is also going to be a new ray of hope. But as I mentioned, more than 25 points needed in this game itself for you to stand a chance to pull off a comeback. Just 8 points in the overall board is not going to cut it. Shadow Blitz Ligger has got his hands on the S12K, and that's going to be the connection the man was searching for. Once again, falls outside, and now is waiting for someone to step outside of the boundaries as well. No one's going to overstep, though, from the foes. Even they know what the boundaries are going to look like. They do not really want to overcommit to the fight. But still, Shadow Blitz, they've got things under control.
Yeah, they have the backup with them, and Liger now not alone in this situation anymore. But Pain is live, is going to be brought back into this fight. The fight for Picado. It has always been intense, and especially inside of this arena, there's so much open space. If you can get the opposing team inside of that death box max center, then you can have an easier time going for the finishes. But that utility over there, that nade found no connection, just a little bit of splash damage.
I don't even know why he tossed that nade in the first place.
Yeah.
He tossed it right on top of him in the front. I guess panic now is starting to set in for the players of 4TR since, well, man was knocked out. And that's why this panic is not really helping the players at all. Shadow Blitz, all the 4 players on the screen. And for 4TR, they've got the high ground advantage, at least for now, but still it's not going to count since Shadow Blitz is not even pushing up. It does not even matter. 4TR, they're constantly just moving around that same vicinity. And at this point, if this stalemate is going to elongate for too long, we all know what's going to happen.
There's a fight happening in Picardo, and it's quite surprising that K9 Esports aren't getting involved over here. I would have hoped that they would try to move down south as quickly as possible, get those points, clean up, or at least practice their cleanup from Hacienda, San Martin, all the way till Picardo. You know, a few rivals of theirs like to go there.
Yeah, they do. And Johnny, what is Godlike doing? They've dropped so close to La Cabrera, but they haven't even made a move against Seoul.
So here's the thing. If you run into a fight, Seoul is a good team. They have mechanically great, amazing, phenomenal players, right? And if you aren't respectful in that fight, you end up losing players and you give them the points that they need to qualify. So Godlike does not want to do that, but an update, I think a knock found by 4TR, all because of a nade.
Oh no, the second man as well falls apart. Great way to kick things off for 4TR. Once again, clinching their fists back inside of the fight. 4TR, they somehow have managed to get things into control for them. Gubru is going to be the man inside the closet room, but he's trapped. He cannot go anywhere. And you blink it and you miss this sort of a situation. We thought Shadow Blitz have got the advantage since they found the first knock, and 4TR was in such a panic. But 4TR, they conquered their fear and moved on and eliminated Shadow Blitz.
Shadow Blitz started the day on a great note, but the first game, it was a very awkward conflict. They took an early exit, and the same thing happens in the second match itself. I think from being a team in a position from where we could have seen them move to the semifinals, now they might just be bidding us adieu after that game of Sanhok, unless a 25 bomber is what we get, maybe.
A lot to ask for, honestly. Shadow Blitz, this game was a ray of hope. It was supposed to be their qualification game. But since they've been eliminated so early, all the points denied. Shadow Blitz is going to be kicking themselves after this. OG, at least this time around, no clash, so OG's looking good and dandy towards Chumasera. Even for OG, the pressure's on. One single misstep, if you lose out on even one single man, that's going to give you such a major setback in the game. OG has to be as cautious as possible. And looking at things inside of the circle, look at Seoul too. Being proactive, trying to get their hands on the high ground as soon as possible.
Yeah, but it's definitely concerning seeing them surrounded basically from every single direction. The only position left open is towards the west. Godlike moving up north in La Cabrera.
They're late.
Very slowly and steadily moving in. So look at it from the perspective of Godlike as well, right? They have to fight their rivals in their home ground. It's not easy to do that, but K9 Esports in the backlines. Is K9 going to end up eliminating Godlike now?
If that happens, that would be another twist.
It would be, because K9 would get a few extra points.
And yeah, that can also help them secure the qualification.
Yep.
And we talked about that points vacuum. It can be stopped. K9 Esports, it seems like right now they just want to play things a little bit more clinical. Be tactical, methodical, which is understandable since the previous game, 3 players pushed up by themselves and Omega was all the way in the back lines. He was not able to provide any sort of cover fire. And the remaining 3 players were eliminated in that compound. But something that's going to help you with your gameplay is going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. World debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. If you move on towards the flip card and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device.
Well, let's see though which one of these teams is going to give us that ultra performance. But as we expected, K9 Esports,
Spotted.
They've gotten quite close to the players of Godlike. And it seems like Simp has heard those vehicles. You've seen those pixels move as well. But the shift of the circle, man, look at how awkward it is.
Yeah.
It just takes us back towards Hacienda del Patron. Crater Fields is going to be pushed out, and that means Seoul is going to be playing that western edge.
Curveball moves from the zone. Catching a lot of teams off guard, including Hero Extreme Godlike. You can see Acrobats as well wanting to make that rotation down south. Since K9 Esports, they've got the northern edge. They're also going to be holding off a lot of teams. WinGod Esports in the middle of the action too. And generally speaking, for WinGod Esports, they stand a big chance Since all these teams are busy duking it out against each other, WILDCARD Esports can take the advantage of that and secure points as well.
I mean, definitely, but one more team I want to see and know what they are up to is Volcano Esports, because that chicken dinner on Erangel has given them a fighting chance, given them an opportunity to make it to the semifinals. Seoul, with control of those Crater Field Mountains, they do spot out the players of Seoul Esports down below, but as you mentioned, Necro, WILDCARD is the team that they run towards. Sahil OP, he's cooking up that nade and looking for the opener. He might find it as well.
The man's been in a great form. You cannot just pounce on Sahil like that. You need to wait for the right instance, and Sahil strikes the first man down. Gets the advantage to his teammates. WILDCARD Esports, they spring back to life with that first knock. While Tower Esports, what can you do? Pretty much just try and back away, play for safety. That's probably going to be the best possible move that you can pull off. Beautiful shots from Sahil. Not exactly a knock, but still enough to instill that fear in the opponent's hearts. Tower Esports, all they can do is just play pushed back, respect the opponent's boundaries, and that's what they've been doing now. But Sahil OP, giving that first elimination point to the team, it can also be a major pressure subsider.
It can be, and of course, I mean, from that crate, he found 5 grenades. He needed that utility to put more pressure on the remaining players of Tower Esports, but let's see how things turn out. They have to be careful about that third-party line of fire that Seoul have for themselves as well. Plus, the other lads from the side of WILDCARD Esports get pushed by 40R. Infinity, he dodges those vehicles, but can he dodge the bullets? The answer is no, as he gets knocked out and finished off.
He switched back to an AR from the shotgun, and that's why now he's eliminated. But WILDCARD Esports, still the fight's not done yet. 40R, they're constantly peppering shots against him. Applying that constant pressure, Pain is live is now going to make that pounce on the man behind the tree, and LeBron does not stand a chance. Overwhelmed by the opponent's presence, 40R, they still somehow convert the fight, but still WILDCARD Esports is not down and out yet. They've got one more man standing.
It's just one man left standing. That's the problem. That's the danger word over there. But 40R need to go for a quick reset. Dragonclaw Esports, they heard the commotion and they've showed up looking for those finishes. But 40R successfully bring their players back on their feet. And now there's opportunity for them to charge towards another name right next to them. By the way, backs against the wall, facing elimination. All of a sudden, 40R have woken up. They have 7 or 8 eliminations now.
A way to start things off, they know. They don't really have a lot of things to try and take care of. And since now 40R, all they need to do is play things cautiously and keep on that elimination flow. Seoul stealing that one elimination point away from the opponents. That's going to be the first point ever in this game for Seoul. Dragonclaw in the front lines. 2 players right next to each other for Dragonclaw Esports. These remaining 2 players, Tezo and Hirsch, they're going to be the saving grace. And look at what's happening over here. Volcano Esports, they're right next to the players of AKZ, Acrobots Esports. For Volcano, the previous game was eruptive, but now this game as well, it's got to be a great one. You got to keep up the consistency. That's the only way you can make it in.
Yeah, man, turn Miramar into Pompeii and just burn everything to ashes. That's the only way this team can make it through to the semifinals. But, oh, this is not looking good for K9 Esports. They find themselves against a team that does not care about anything. And that too, as of now, it is a 2 versus 2 situation in the open lines. But Punk, he finds the opening on the top of the hill. The flanking player from K9 Esports dropped to the floor. Punk has lost some HP, but he should be able to recover. But Omega in the backlines can actually be the saving grace for K9 Esports, although it becomes the nade from Ninja Boy that helps them get the opening knock.
That's going to be the equalizer they were searching for. Sim closes on up. He's going to go for that revival. But Omega is closing on up from the back lines as well. This flank can be detrimental, but Omega is catching too many shots upon himself. He was driving too slow on that slope, and that's why his lifeline gets cut off. Omega eliminated from the game. That's going to leave K9 Esports with 2 players standing. And these 2 remaining players, they've got a lot of burden on his shoulders. Beast is getting pounced on by Admino, and that shot connection will be perfect. Ninja Boy's gonna be the only glimmer of hope left alive, but not anymore. Hero Extreme Godlike, that's gonna be a clean sweep.
And 31 points. K9 Esports, they are stuck on 31 points. Heading into that last map of Sanhok, man. Man, oh man, they did so well for themselves in the first 3 matches they played in the wildcard stages, but now I think this looks like the closer of their journey inside of realme BGIS 2025. Maybe it is time for the curtain call, but we don't know. We are going to wait for Sanhok. I want to see if K9 Esports can bring themselves back.
In my opinion, K9 Esports should just stay back and let the other teams duke it out against each other in the game of Sanhok, because we know there's going to be a lot of targeting that will happen.
Yeah.
And they should just take advantage of that targeting and scrape away a few scrappy elimination points if they can.
I think from the drop clashes, we were expecting K9 might just continue to start with their runes drop now on Sanhok instead of dropping towards Camp Alpha. So that's one team out of the way. Oh, look at this.
Dragonclaw Esports and Seoul. The moment I wanted to say something about Dragonclaw, they've been eliminated from this game itself. Seoul, beautiful stuff though. These points are really going to help them quite a bit. 3 elimination points secured, and you can see that discipline now kicking in from Seoul too. Since Seoul knows they've got a decent stance to play with, a decent positioning as well, Seoul does not really need to go for that extra bit of risk. But in my opinion, spreading yourself out and playing for a bit more intel can also be valuable.
It definitely can be, but let's see how much intel are they able to gather and what they make of it. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a piece of intel we have for you guys is that realme P3 Ultra 5G device been out for a while, has amazing features, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, smartest AI gaming control, and 90 FPS gaming. Go to Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G.
And you will stand a chance to win some interesting rewards. Seoul with 3 elimination points, looking okay. But just these 3 points are not going to do anything. No impact in the overall board. They minimum need more than 15 points. Even 15 points can actually be satisfying. But since the upcoming game is going to be the map of Sanhok, and it's also going to be the last game, and we are expecting some clashes, Seoul should just try and get a big game right over here, right now. Just complete the quota.
Yeah.
Hold on to that thought, though. Here, Extreme Godlike. Now it's time to shift your focus towards the players of Acrobats Esports. Man in the back's taken down real low. Even the man up close and personal is chipped up pretty low. Punk, he does not have any clue that there's a man right underneath the hill. But here Extreme Godlike instead respecting the opponents and backing away because they want to find a better spot inside of the circle first.
And it should not be too difficult for them to find it as well, but Arc Knight, they're there to block the way. Admino, he hears the shots and feels the bullets on his body, and their instincts are just like, yeah, we are taking this fight. Jonathan pushes forward, Admino in the back lines, he is low. His teammates have been knocked out, but they've somehow miraculously found a few trades. The first aid comes through, HP back up again, sees the man cook up the nade, does not care. Absolute disrespect from Admino and the lads from Godlike. They just push them in their faces and ask them, boy, what's up? But Acrobats, they show up looking for a third party. That's one more knock for Admino. Make that 2. This man has already taken down 4 players, and there is no slowing down, one after the other. 8 eliminations on the board. There's one more team looking to join the mix, and finally the shutdown comes through, and it is gonna be Seoul that find that pick for themselves.
Of course, Seoul is the one to go for the third party in the end and eliminate Hero Extreme Godlike. Seoul themselves know the moment they eliminate their biggest rival, now they can play things a little bit more laid back and relax. And Seoul now is just going to try to prioritize the placement and go for a big game. But speaking of Acrobats Esports, I'm not even sure what that push was. They went one after one. They should have regrouped first and then maybe go for the third party.
Hey man, to be fair, they just saw one man over there. They saw one player amidst the mix of those crates and those vehicles, but those crates and those vehicles should have been a sign what that player was capable of.
Acrobots Esports,
Look at
that's literally
this.
class 101. That's a rookie mistake they pulled off.
That shot a few moments ago of all of those vehicles in that dip, that's signs of just like utter destruction, man.
Yeah. 72 points in the overall board for Hero Extreme Godlike so far. That's going to be the table topper right there.
Yeah.
First spot already in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike. But keep this thing in mind, we've still got 2 more groups to go. Or 1 more group to go after this game, so that's going to be an interesting group as well. So the top 16 after these 3 games is now going to be concluded. You still will need to wait for the remaining 3 games.
Yeah, but at 72, I think we can clearly
Oh, yeah.
say semi-finals.
Yeah, without a doubt. Hero Extreme Godlike has moved on. I'm still speaking about the cutoff, right?
Yeah, cutoff still not decided, I think. And especially with that point vacuum coming for Godlike, the conversation we were having at the start, all the points for the team at the top means everyone else suffocates. That is what we are witnessing right now. But again, this keeps the fight for semifinals open for team like Seoul, who have 4 players alive, and OG as well.
Yeah.
We haven't seen OG in this game till now, Necro.
And Johnny, since we're seeing such a major vacuum in Group A itself, I genuinely think we're not going to see that vacuum in Group C. The cutoff will rise higher.
So my perspective for Group C is the fact that since they will have a very clear target for where the team on the 16th position is, Group C will be the most try-hard group in
Exactly.
the wildcard stages.
Exactly, and that's why I speculate, or I think, the cutoff's going to go higher from Group C. So you guys will need to wait for Group C to conclude their matches, and then you will have a proper cutoff in the overall board. Hold on to that thought, though. For TR, they have been taking a lot of shots against Volcano, and this time that vehicle explodes, and with that, Volcano Esports will too.
It's amazing how in the second last game, 4TR are just looking phenomenal. 10 finishes on the board already, and they've not lost a single player yet, by the way. They have a decent position to work with as far as the zone is considered, because there's this cover from the mountain, the hill right next to them. They're playing these dips to perfection, but they're going to need a chicken dinner after this in order to get to a fighting position.
This can actually be a Bot Army Esports play.
Can
Straight
be,
up.
actually.
If they get a chicken dinner, more than 25 points, that's a comeback right there. And then in the last game, just get enough points, maybe 10, 11 points, and that can secure the slot as well. Seoul once again up against Saur Esports. Kira has taken a lot of shots from the back. He was too exposed and a little too late to run back inside of that smoke as well. And eventually Manya will put that final nail in the coffin. Saur Esports outside of the game with just 2 eliminations.
Manya, the IGL, realizing that if anything needs to be made to work in this game and for the qualification of the team, it is time that he takes accountability, he takes responsibility, puts them on their back and just takes the entire team through to the semis. He was the one getting those eliminations in the previous game. He's gotten 4 in this match so far. Let's see how far can Seoul push themselves in this game of Miramar, because this will be the setup for the last map of Sanhok.
And let's not forget, Seoul has been phenomenal on the map of Miramar every single time.
Yeah.
Even that record-breaking play they pulled off before, it was on the same map.
And even in that match, Manya was the MVP for the team, getting the most
he was
eliminations.
popping off. So the IGL, if it's doing good, the entire team is feeling themselves. AIB is just getting ripped apart casually. They don't even stand a chance inside of the fight. We're just seeing the players getting caught in the rotation. It's like they're not even having a chance to fire back against the players of OG. The last man as well, he gets ripped apart by 4TR from the top. It just blows to be AIB.
Yeah, they were too late in terms of moving out of those compounds. OG found the flank, and 4TR actually was a big reason why that rotation, why that push was delayed. They were forced to stay indoors for a long time, and by the time OG showed up, you know that crossfire setup, it's not going to allow anyone through. You will just run into a meat grinder, but 4TR, distance between them and OG getting a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, but this has been a good game so far for OG and Seoul. Both the teams on the latter half of the spectrum struggling too much. And now for OG as well, this has been a saving grace so far. OG in the previous game got taken down with 0 points, but now in this game, surviving till the final few moments. 6 more teams alive next to him, or maybe 5 more teams since OG is one of them. But OG with all the 4 players, they've got the maximum chance of winning the game. And Punisher, we know what this man is capable of. He's pulled off some insane plays on this same map as well in the past. And Punisher is slowly and steadily just creeping and crawling against the players of 4TR. The moment he finds the line of sight, he will be punishing a lot of players.
And he's gotten just right around the corner of this rock. He sees one, he sees two. One in the back lines, one up close. And he's waiting for the perfect time to pull the trigger.
Spotted.
Squeezing in. He's not been spotted. So 4TR might not have the line of fire for this man, but they might... Raka SAS actually might hand him the exit. The shotgun goes boom. He finds the opener, Punisher. But now the attention is drawn towards him. The damage from the blue is going to chip his HP bar away. But as I said, Raka SAS over there was the biggest threat, because that was a direct line of fire for Punisher.
It just blows. Punisher completely forgot about that team.
I don't think he knew they were there as well. Raka SAS just been playing too passive.
I guess. 4TR, 12 frags on the board. They have eliminated 4 teams so far. Impressive.
And also, by the way, the circle moved. It's on top of the players of Seoul. If there was a game for Seoul to win, if there was a match they were destined to win, this is it. And it has happened at the right time as well, by the way, when the team desperately needed points for qualification. They get themselves towards that 30, and if OG end up eliminating 4TR, it just makes closing out the end game, closing the match with a chicken dinner, a whole lot easier for Seoul.
4TR is the team in form. And if they go for the fight against 4TR, OG will crumble. There's also GT in the back lines.
Yeah.
That will provide that unwanted help. But GT's got a 2-2 split. They're looking pretty clinical. The rotation comes out into play, and clutchgod is catching a lot of shots upon himself. The man's quite hurt, and his vehicle as well is on the verge of being exploded. clutchgod moves out, is going to use that vehicle as cover, but it's too late. Even Seoul, they step inside a line of fire, and even they're doing a lot of serious damage against GT. 4TR from the top, even they're getting ripped apart. OG as well, they're doing a lot of damage in the vicinity. For GT, it does not seem like they're going to stand a chance inside of the fight anymore, but they're still giving it all they've got.
That high ground advantage for Seoul working wonders. I believe double-digit eliminations on the board for Seoul as Gujarat Tigers, their finishes go into their bag as well. And the third party onto the players of OG comes in from Raka SAS as WILDCARD is going to hit the floor. Seoul, they've managed to save their numbers all this time. And with the help of the chicken dinner, they will be able to close in on that qualification marker. They desperately need this chicken. 10 eliminations on the board have been secured. Everything else after this will just be bonus.
Seoul on the verge of pulling off a nuclear game. But there's also OG right next to him. Raka with the high ground can also be a major spanner in the works. But Seoul, they control the majority of the zone. And that's where the real advantage lies in the hands of Seoul. Hunters in the back, Manya and Knuckle right next to each other. They've got a great split going on for themselves. But Salme has to be the main playmaker. He's the man separated from the pack. If Salme does not even get a single finish, Seoul's game plans will be ruined.
Nah, I don't think anyway they lose out on this chicken because the ridge, the terrain is theirs, the circle control is theirs. No one will be allowed to breach through. This is a tower defense system now for the side of Seoul, and they have been very proficient in executing these situations in the past as well. 2 knocks secured against the players of Raka SAS. The other 2 players now will be just afraid to even show face in this direction. And Seoul, the only thing I'm concerned about will be utility. How many nades do they have left? Because eventually they will have to deal with the players of OG as well.
Seoul is looking really tactically sound right now. OG did try to make the pounce. They did move up. A lot of shots were taken against Manya, but luckily enough, the man's still alive because of the cover fire from Salme.
Oh, it looks nice.
Yeah, it does look nice, but it's not going to be doing a lot of damage. WILDCARD, even he falls back. He's chipped up pretty low. Raka SAS with 2 players standing. Seoul is single-handedly manhandling 2 teams at the same time. But still, they're not able to find any sort of confirmation yet. As I mentioned, they're looking tactically so sound. Raka SAS, another man falls apart. Catalyst not there in the game anymore. The death blow instantly handed out, but even Hunters falls down. It's not a good news for Seoul now. The team's taken down with 3-man squad. Raka SAS, they've been eliminated from the game with Coffin out off the picture. So now the only team they need to focus on is OG.
And with how OG has been playing, I don't think they have any utility left upon them. Some, the element of surprise, it is his time to strike as the nade goes through. AK might just get knocked out, but no, he's out of damage range. Aru lobs out a counter nade, but it will do absolutely nothing. And the numbers swing back into the favor of Soul. It's just one man left, Wizjod. No clutches happening today, boy. And sit down, says Soul, as they secure a big winner chicken dinner for themselves. And this is the start of the comeback. The dream still lives on.
The comeback is already done, in my opinion. That was a humongous performance. Seoul needed those points, and they instantly got those points in this game itself. Now in the upcoming game, they need what, like 5 more points or 6 more points?
No, I
and
think
they're
at
going to
least
cross
10.
that 50 barrier.
At least 10. They will be somewhere around... No, I think so. I think you're correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It will be across the 50 barrier.
They got 8 more points in the end. They were 30 before that final fight happened. So, yeah, 48. I think they might have gotten themselves to safety already.
Exactly. Seoul has done it. They have pulled off a major comeback. And now they're not going to be shying away from fights either. So they will be welcoming all the smoke that they can.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting in Camp Alpha. Or is Seoul going to try and drop clash someone else? Because, you know,
well,
repay the favor to OG for the game of Erangel?
Look, dropping on Godlike does not really make a lot of sense anymore.
Yeah.
But if they drop an OG, as you mentioned, repay the favor, also secure that drop slot, that can actually be a big brain move. Then Erangel, Rozhawk, and even School Apartments will be there.
Exactly. Big brain plays. I mean, that clears up that entire section. I mean, there's Reckoning Esports that they have to deal with later on, but that's a story for another time.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Reckoning Esports, at the end of the day, as we all know, as you mentioned, that's a story for another time. Right now, let's try to get rid of the foes that are with you in the same lobby.
Exactly. Why not make the semifinals a little bit easier while you still can, right?
Let's not forget, K9 Esports is still in contention. 2 games back-to-back, absolute flop.
So, can I be honest? I don't think K9 Esports is going to move through.
Really?
Yeah.
I think they will. I think last game, K9 Esports will finally get their senses back and try and make those right decisions. That's been lacking so far.
Maybe. I mean, fingers crossed. Hopefully they push through. But with what has been happening today for K9 Esports, I don't think the team is on the same page. It's completely uncoordinated plays that are going on.
Yeah, it feels like they're once again back towards the league stages, man.
Yeah.
It feels like they're once again downgrading themselves. And I do understand why this is happening. I guess Omega really wants the remaining 3 players to do whatever the hell they want. But since that's not really looking that coordinative, they once again need to go back towards Omega strats and figure out what exactly they want to execute in the game. The previous game, still they try to stick to each other. But then Godlike just made that pound, so not a lot could be done in that scenario either.
What Omega strats? The one time in this tournament they did well was when they would sacrifice Omega at the start of the match and the other 3 players just went ham.
Maybe he's sitting in the back and guiding the team how to play, watching their POVs.
Make that sacrifice again in Sanhok,
Be the
I guess.
observer.
Yeah.
No, in my opinion, jokes apart, Omega once again needs to join the bandwagon of the remaining 3 players, or the remaining 3 players. They need to listen to what Omega has to say. They all need to be on the same page. That's the only time K9 Esports can do anything. And in my opinion, K9 Esports, this game could have been good. It's just unfortunate that they locked horns against Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, that is true. And again, Godlike right now is not going to play along with the fundamentals. The amount of freedom they have, when you expect this team to hold back, they push. We saw them push with all of their players knocked out. Admin just charged towards the opposing side.
They're going to try to play these games like classic lobbies. Simple.
Yeah.
They're not going to care about strategies at all. They're not going to care about anything in the world. They won't even care who stands a chance to qualify, who does not. Hero Extreme Godlike will straight up just go for the fight. Simple.
That is true, but these final moments of the game, I think the chicken dinner for Seoul was guaranteed from the start, by the way, because the circle was right at their home ground. They played those hills of Crater Fields to perfection. They waited for the perfect opportunities to strike. In the early stages of the match, Necro, you remember, they were never overexerting themselves, only going for the finish points when they knew it was absolutely safe for them to charge forward. And I think keeping those bodies alive in the first few moments of the game, keeping all 4 players intact, and getting that Western edge control is why they have the chicken dinner. And of course, the IGL becomes the MVP.
Honestly, the decision-making was flawless. Straight up. I mean, if you want to summarize that performance, the decision-making, the positioning was incredible.
Yeah.
And that's why Seoul was the one to come out on top with that chicken dinner. Admino too, 7 finishes, by the way, on the board from Hero Extreme Godlike. You've got Beast there with 4 eliminations, AKOP as well from OG getting 4, and then Morty from 4TR. That was an incredible game from 4TR too. but they woke up a little too late.
Yeah, I think opportunity is there for 40R now. They have to do something like Seoul did in this game if they want to qualify, but let's have a look. Overall
47
rankings,
points,
yeah.
there we go.
That's what I said. I mean, 37 with the finishes, and I miscalculated the placement
So
points.
they started off with 11 points. How many points did they get so far?
That is going to be 36, 37? No, 36.
Those are a lot of points,
Yeah.
right, Johnny? I mean, some interesting stats from you and even from the players themselves, man. The only reason why I asked you the questions is because I know you're really good at maths, so that's why I just left it to you.
Yeah, but I found it unrealistic that, okay, because Erangel was not that great, man. This game of Miramar, I think a brilliant turnaround, and I think now we can safely say Miramar is Team Seoul's map.
Oh yeah, without a doubt it is. Even they broke the record on Miramar, and now as well they pull off a comeback on Miramar. So it's got to be their bread and butter.
But it is going to be interesting to see what happens on Sanhok now, because with how we started off our day, we expected a little bit of spice to be left for the tropical lands, but now I don't think there's going to be any more spice left for us.
The answer is simple. They're once again going to drop towards Temple. K9 Esports won't drop towards Temple because they know there's too much on the plate at this point, and they want to eat it all. And if they're not able to do so, K9 Esports is eliminated too. And I don't want to see K9 Esports follow that bandwagon. In my opinion, K9 Esports is also one of the best teams in the lobby.
That is true. I mean, best teams, amazing players, and we want to see them in action for a longer duration in this tournament. But again, what if Seoul decides, let's go Ruins for a change?
I don't think that's going to be happening. There's no way Seoul goes towards Ruins. I think Seoul will just drop in towards Temple and Camp Alpha. There won't be changing things. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन। Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार?
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And Icy, we are going to move in towards the raid forest of Sanhok, and we all know chaos awaits.
Well, speaking of chaos as well, it seems like the trend continues as well from the quarterfinals until here, the wildcard stages. Day 2 is where teams from the grind somehow make a bounce back. I talked about them not having data in wildcard stages, but this shuffle coming through, guess what? So pulled off a very, very interesting comeback because they started their first half with only 11 points and now they're at 47 points. Insane.
That's 36 points in total, as you mentioned, right? So that's a lot of points in just 3 games. But still, in my opinion, they need, what, 4 more points to be on the safer side of things. Just secure more than 50 points and you are all good. But still 47 points. We don't exactly know what the cutoff is, but the estimated cutoff is going to be somewhere around 47 as well. So Seoul is barely on the edge.
Agreed. But if you guys want to be a very, very good BGMI player, guess what? You can check out this phone, which is the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the all-round slayer for the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. It's currently priced at 22,999 rupees, and you can search it up on Flipkart, which is the Realme P3 Ultra 5G for more specs and maybe even walk away with some amazing rewards.
Back towards the serious stuff once again, I see, right? Now for K9 Esports, still the qualification is left. First 2 games, I don't even know what exactly is going on with K9 Esports, but their first 3 games that they played in the wildcards, they were incredible. But now that transition, the momentum is completely lost.
See, before these 2 games, K9 Esports as well as Orangutan was the closest to that ballpark, to the 40 mark, alongside with Hero Extreme Godlike.
So OG had 22 points and K9 had 29 points.
Exactly, right? They were the closest of closest. But after these 2 games, it seems like that gap is slowly getting wider and wider. And this final game is going to be one of the toughest ones to play because we know for a fact that Erangel and Miramar is very tactical. But Sanhok, it's all about firepower. So I'm very worried for both K9 and Orangutan. But based on past history, K9 has dominated most of their Sanhok maps.
So there's a chance we might just see a Temple clash coming in. But K9 Esports, in my opinion, should not go towards Temple anymore. They should just try and play things a little bit more safely. Just be back, maybe drop in towards that boot camp area in those compounds they like to drop in. But I would love to see a clash between Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Soul, since now there's a big possibility that can happen.
Well, that could happen as well. We've been speculating it since the start of the game as well. There has been hints coming in from Punk's Instagram story in particular, but we haven't seen it major yet because Soul was able to wipe out Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Miramar, but that was because, number 1, third party, it wasn't a head-to-head fight, it wasn't fair. That's number 1. Number 2 would be, I think, based on K9's performances in Sanhok, Slug is the guy that you want to have in Sanhok in particular, because the matches that K9 has won in Sanhok was pretty much 2 men against the bull, and they've not done it once, they've done it multiple times. It was Slug and Beast being one of the first performance, and another one was Slug and Omega.
So the real problem for K9 Esports is that they just feel like they're not on the same page anymore. It feels like every single player just wants to do their own thing. Unfortunately for them in the previous game, they just met against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, and for Hero Extreme Godlike, it was just straight up clean sweep. K9 Esports was not able to fight back that well. And Omega, we all saw, he was driving so slow on that slope that 2 of the players from Hero Extreme Godlike instantly focused that vehicle, and Omega got knocked out. Right then and there, K9 Esports just fell apart.
See, I think this is a game of competition, right? Like, I think this was the same for Welt OMG on what happened yesterday's performance. Their first game, they had a very big blunder. Justice somehow made it to the top 2, get them 9 points in 1 game, but they never really recovered mentally from their first fight. And now K9, their first biggest mistake was that Erangel fight itself, where they actually decided third party. And instead of rotating away and letting these 2 compound teams fight each other, they decided third party and got wiped. And ever since then, they never really bounced back. And I think this might have affected them mentally and morally in terms of the mental aspect of the game itself.
I'm just going to hope that it's not going to be true, though. I just hope that K9 Esports recovers properly, and in the last game itself, they come in with a complete clear mindset, a clear picture of knowing that they don't even need a lot of points, man. They need what? 20 points in the overall board to once again secure their slot directly towards the semifinals. 20 points, yes, that's a lot of points, but since it's K9 Esports, it's possible. They are players with great caliber. We've seen them, we've seen their firepower as well. I know for K9 Esports, 20 points should be a piece of cake, but let's not forget, still teams like WILDCARD Esports, Volcano Esports, even they're in contention.
Yep, Volcano Esports did very well in Erangel itself. Erangel itself, they were able to get the chicken dinner and give them a little bit of a slight chance. They was at the bottom of the bottom. But now this final game, it is going to be a chance where who is going to be the third team to join Seoul as well as Hero Extreme Godlike to qualify for the top 16 of the overall standing. So Seoul, like you said, on the safer side, 2 to 3 points, they're good. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're pretty much qualified. They're the top of the top, 70 points. That's no-brainer.
Exactly.
But I think because of this influx that Hero Extreme Godlike has taken away from all these points, this upcoming match is so important for teams like Raka SAS, Orangutan, Volcano, K9. These 4 teams are heavy hitters that desperately needs those points. And unfortunately, there's not enough points for all 4 of them to actually get towards the 45.
Exactly the point,
marks.
right? Even 4TR in that previous game, almost on the verge of pulling a comeback too. If 4TR gets a chicken dinner in the last game as well, maybe they can pull off a comeback. If K9 Esports gets 20 points, that's a comeback right there. So many teams, they stand a chance to pull off the comeback. Even for OG, they still need a few more points to secure that qualification. So there's just too many teams on the verge of that qualification criteria, but I'm pretty sure there's not going to be enough points for everyone to go on and grab it.
Exactly. That's pretty much for Group A itself, right? But, of course, if all things considered, if Seoul and Hero Extreme Godlike is the only teams that qualify from this group, that means in the next group, there is more slots up for grabs. And the cutoff might be actually somewhere in the 40 ballpark rather than 45 and above.
You think so?
It might drop.
Think, yeah, it might drop, but I also think that the upcoming group is going to increase that threshold.
Maybe.
Because there's so many sweaty teams. We're not going to be seeing that vacuum anymore in that last group at all. There's going to be a lot of teams, once again, in that close contention for qualification. So I generally think the cutoff might just rise higher. But there's so many questions still in my mind, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of questions in your mind as well. A lot of teams that are on the verge of qualification. Can they make the qualification happen? Let's move on towards the game of Sanhok and find out. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Hathin towards Kampong. This plane flat path just splitting the map into 2 equal halves. And since we've got Hathin right there in the mix, I'm pretty sure Seoul is going to be dropping in towards Camp Alpha. Are we going to see a clash? That's going to be a major question. But even Hero Extreme Godlike, they've dropped in towards Hathin. We might just see the clash come through. I'm waiting for this. But Godlike is actually going to drop towards Hathin.
Oh boy, this is going to be a little bit interesting here. But seems like K9, they're completely dodging Camp Alpha. There was a lot of rumors that Seoul as well as K9 might be going for those drop clashes. But 2 of the major teams actually on Alpha itself. So this is going to be, like you said, the big fight between the gods as well as Seoul. Oh boy, this is going to be a interesting plot twist. But K9, they actually dropped towards bootcamp area. Huh. This is interesting.
That's where they like to drop, right? Usually they like to drop around the compounds.
But look at this. There's 3 teams inside bootcamp. I think that's AIB, and I believe the other one is Raqqa? No, Raqqa is down south. So is that GT in bootcamp as well?
Yes, that is.
Oh my god. 3 teams inside bootcamp. I don't think there's going to be enough space there.
Yeah, it sounds pretty deadly in my opinion as well. Acrobats Esports off the rib, just taking a dig against the players in the front lines. Volcano Esports, not a good start at all. Before Acrobats Esports, the exact start they wanted to have. The confirmation too follows up. And now for Volcano Esports, starting things off with a big disadvantage. It's not something they ever saw coming, but look at what's happening on the screen. Acrobats Esports, even they lose out on a man. Now the trade's starting to happen back and forth. Reflex in the back is there to provide that cover fire. Before how long, that's the question. Reflex now backing away. He wants to push up close and personal, go for the fight, wants to save the day for his team because he knows his team stands a chance to still qualify and make the cut. And Reflex, he needs to win this duel no matter what, but he got blocked by the man who was knocked. He wanted to move inside of the house, but he was such a major misplay. And Volcano Esports, they might just lose out on the game, and yes, they will. All the hopes and dreams have been shattered right here in this game of Sanhok.
What a start coming in, but guess what? Bootcamp's fight is continuing as well. Gujarat Tigers in the heat against AIB, and they lose one themselves. Only Gods and Clutch God remain from the side of Gujarat Tigers, and AIB is still in a heated fight between themselves. Meanwhile, K9 has been sitting still on the main building itself, looking across and hearing all these gunshots. And they are hoping to get a couple of third parties themselves, but Gujarat Tigers, this might be it for the Tigers themselves. Clutch God taking some heat fire here as the members coming from AIB slowly swarm them. And guess what? Slug takes a shot and Joker gets the knock, but the confirmation's in the hands of Gujarat Tigers.
It's not looking too smooth. GT with just 2 players standing, and we all know the hopes of qualification are now starting to fade away. GT might just be done for. The man from AIB is also catching a lot of hurt. Slug is doing a lot of damage as well. But even K9 Esports, they close up. They're desperate for the points. K9 Esports, they're here to third party claim all these elimination points that are lying on the screen. AIB, constantly just dancing around those death crates as the nade from Ninja Boy will find the connection and also the elimination against the man on the top floor. But still a team lies in that same vicinity in the name of Gujarat Tigers, and even they will be eliminated. K9 Esports, they mop the floor.
What a bounce back from K9. They desperately needed all those points, and that is going to be only 3 in the hands of K9 Esports. But what a chaos. What a fight coming in from Gujarat Tigers and AIB. But unfortunately to say, that will be the end of the journey for both the Tigers and AIB Esports in general. And this will be the last time we see them on screen here for the realme BGIS 2025. However, like you said, K9 Esports, top 3 position. With that small fight coming in, they were able to wrap things up and reset and fight for the title, or in this case, the 3rd slot from this group to qualify to the semifinals.
But here's the important point. GT has been eliminated from the realme BGIS 2025. Oh boy. Dragon Claw Esports' Tap God as well, getting eliminated from this game, particularly for Dragon Claw Esports. The option, the chance is still there. 31 points in the overall board. They do have the possibility of qualifying. But with just 31 points, it's not going to make the cut. They need a big performance too.
Well, speaking of a big performance here, I'm surprised Hero Extreme Godlike and Soul didn't go in for the clash in this fight itself. Hero Extreme Godlike going to be running out towards the east side, while Soul is going to be taking the southern entrance in this next phase of Circle. So a little bit interesting fights coming in. I was expecting the top 2 of the leaderboard going head-to-head. But on the screen now, Orangutan, another team close to that 40 ballpark, right now has no heat whatsoever. This might be the sign that OG might be able to come back because of this.
Since we've seen 3 teams already take an exit, it just means less competition in the later stages. And yeah, for the teams that are struggling, they can survive for a bit longer. 4TR on the screen. 4TR the previous game was insane. A lot of elimination points in the bag. But let's not forget, the Herculean task is not even closed yet. They still need to claw their way up.
Well, speaking of clawing their way up, 4TR currently in a very, very awkward position. They're currently 23 points in the overall standings. They're going to be in a little bit of trouble, but guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, the spray down comes through. Acrobots, they lose 3 in 1 second. What did we just see?
They've been absolutely dismantled. 1 spray, catching 3 players. Acrobots Esports absolutely messed up big time. And even the last man's going to be confirmed soon by Simp. Hero Extreme Godlike, it does not seem like these players are going to be stopping anytime soon.
That's going to be 3 finishes in the bag of Hero Extreme Godlike. And if you guys want to play like that, you guys got to check out the all-round slayer, realme P3 Ultra 5G. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. Currently priced at 22,999 rupees. Just search it up on Flipkart. Just type in realme P3 Ultra 5G. But the game continues. As Hero Extreme Godlike may be rotating from the north side, they're still outside the zone. And it seems like there's no company from the north, except for the last player of Acrobots, and that is going to be March, pretty much running for his dear lives. But on the screen now, we have 4TR going up against LOC.
And LOC, they're catching too much hurt. 2 players taken down low, from which one of them is now knocked out. 3-man of LOC, looking forward to stop the players of 4TR. Even a 3rd party from the back comes into fruition, and that will be Shadow Blitz. Phoenix wants the man to shut down the player. Morty pushes up, strikes down Wizard. LOC up with just 1 man standing. He's going for the revival on Alpha, but he just does not have enough time. And now this is where he needs to confront Pain His Life. And Pain His Life in the end eliminates LOC out of the game.
Another grind team falling here in the wildcard stages. LOCX die will be done for here in the realme BGIS 2025. That will be their end as of yet. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still fighting for their dear lives to qualify into the semifinals. Now the circle is going to be shifting in towards in between Charlie Island and Main Island. And it seems like WILDCARD is going to be right in the middle alongside with Arc Knight and Dragonclaw. Still in contention to try and qualify, but it is going to be a tall order for 3 of these teams right now.
Look at Saul making that rotation down south. K9 Esports with all the 4 players standing. That might just be a clash right there. Hunters, he's moving way too close to the players of K9 Esports, and Slug is not even moving an inch. No clue for Hunters to find out. There's K9 Esports line in the compound. This is going to be an interesting fight.
Uh-oh.
Soul, they might have just ran into a death trap. Soul desperately needs the points as well. They haven't secured those 5 points that we spoke of. So Soul, they cannot afford to lose out on Hunters just yet.
Oh boy, seems like K9 also desperately needs this as well. They're playing so passive, a very, very widespread to try and get some sort of position points. But knowing that there is one player here, K9 Esports may look to try and jeopardize this. They're sending Omega to try and wrap around. But Ninja Boy is still nowhere to be found, and this is going to be very concerning for both these big teams. Soul just needs 1 or 2 points, is all good, but K9, on the other hand, needs at least 10 points.
Yeah. Not a big fan of what's going on. K9 Esports knows about Hunters, but Hunters has got no clue on what's happening around him. You can see Salme too moving from the back now.
Uh-oh.
Soul fans, you better start praying.
Oh no, Slug. He's got to pull a miracle right here. He's been able to clutch in Sanhok for the longest time, but I think he caught a remnant of Soul players. But do they know he's right inside here? Do they hear him? And here comes the spray down. Ninja Boy gets the opening knock, and Manya first to fall.
Oh, it's not looking too good. Soul, they might just be ripped apart right here. Soul now knows it was a field trap that was laid out by the players of K9 Esports. Manya needs to be saved, and that's why Salme closes up. He's going for the revival as well. But this nade from Slug can actually be a spanner in the works. Ninja Boy and Beast pushing in at the same time. Hunters up close and personal. He shows the back to the competition, and he will be eliminated too. Such a rookie mistake from Hunter. Should not have shown the back. He should have went for the fight. He did not really have a lot of fighting chances in the first place. But he still tried his best to back away, and he got eliminated in the end. But even Slug falls apart. The fight's now swinging back and forth. K9 Esports, though, still with the man advantage. Things can be brought back in the hands. But as soon as I say so, Salme's nade's going to strike down another player as Beast falls apart. K9 Esports with 2 men standing.
This might be it. This might be it. K9 Esports, they might just lose everything. Beast is down. Omega is next to fall, and only Ninja Boy remains. And that is it. K9 Esports, they get eliminated right here, right now by Soul.
And K9 Esports, they're also not going to make the cut. So even they have been eliminated from this realme BGIS 2025. Eliminations handed out left, right, and center. Before it was GT, now it's K9. So many hearts broken tonight.
So many hearts indeed has been shut down. But Hero Extreme Godlike and Soul fans must be rejoicing right now because 2 teams from this group pretty much guarantees their spot into the semifinals. While the rest of the world in this group is still fighting for their dear lives. And the next one is going to be Orangutan. But look at the circle.
Look who's closing up to Aiku Soul. There's Hero Extreme Godlike right next to him.
Oh boy, the top 2 going head to head against each other. It is going to be tough, but we were expecting some kind of performance here. Punk gave us a little bit of a hint in his story. We haven't seen that major fight yet, but it seems like both of them are going to be meeting each other in the semifinals. What a bounce back, but in case you missed out on the action, this replay opening coming from Ninja Boy. They were able to get the knock on Hunters and Manya initially, but they just could not get those confirmations. And the moment Manya was picked up, Soul just completely flipped the fight against K9 Esports.
K9 Esports just put all the eggs in one basket. And they thought that they will be the one to come out on top. But Soul just a little bit more tactical sound. And that's why they came out on top. Clinical approach from the boys. K9 Esports had the initial advantage too, and they still messed up big time. Soul on the opposite side of Hero Extreme Godlike's crosshairs. Nice shots. That's going to be connection right on top of the dome. Admino, that spray, was able to dish out some serious damage, but no knocks.
Well, they are going to be threatening each other. Seems like the fight is happening, but it is going to be too far away for any sort of results to actually be achieved from this fight itself. But of course, Hero Extreme Godlike and Soul, both of them have 3 players respectively. So this is a pretty fair fight if they decide to crash on towards each other. But the question here is, do they know that it is each other? Whereas the rest of the world still controlling their spots in the center. Soul and Godlike just going to be taking a little bit of a chill pill to kind of figure out what to do next. Because the circle is not in their favor as of yet.
It indeed isn't. Godlike on the northern side. For Hero Extreme Godlike, this game does not even mean anything. They've already qualified. They're just playing for fun. Probably trying to figure out some new game strats.
Yeah, unfortunately to say that even the MVP finishes from this game will not be taken into account for the awards itself. Only the quarterfinals and the semifinals will be taken into account.
If it was, though, Simp would have actually made a big comeback in that leaderboard. Hold on to that thought. OG, still there fighting for qualification. Keep that thing in mind as well. 1 finish point secured so far. That one single frag is going to be a major pressure subsider. 34 points on the board. For OG, the game's still on. They need a chicken dinner, nothing less than that. But they also need 20 points, I see. Is that possible?
It is very, very possible. But before that, they need to survive the next phase zone. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've lost 1 player. There's going to be 2 players left from the top right corner. 4TR was able to get a very sneaky jump on towards them. But look at this, Beast Jaw on the minimap. They are going to be sprayed down by WILDCARD. That's going to be 2 down. And the third one comes through as well. In one fell swoop, they wipe the floor with 4TR. And just like that, they get themselves 4 finishes. Godex actually getting all 4 himself.
That was desperately needed. WILDCARD Esports with just 25 points. Can they qualify? They need a humongous game. WILDCARD Esports cannot keep on playing this safe. They need to be out there in the playing field. Scoop as many eliminations as you can. They at least need a 30 bomber. That's it. Nothing less.
There's only 22 points left up for grabs in terms of finish points, excluding positional points. So in order for them to have a big game, they need to get every single finish. But speaking of every single finish, what is this long-range battle between Soul and Godlike? Because Admino is just making sure that Manya doesn't have a good game as well. They're doubling down.
They indeed are. Those taps were precise, and still they continue.
Oh my goodness.
Soul.
1 HP on Manya. Oh my goodness, he actually survived again. That's the second time he's been picked up by Soul.
He indeed has been picked up. Soul's looking good and dandy once again. Hunters was the casualty, but since Soul has already done more than enough, it's completely fine. 52 points in the overall structure. They're looking great. Knuckle patched up for Soul once again. All they need to do is just move on towards the upcoming grounds. This high ground is actually firing back. So Soul is going to move down once again. OG making the pounce against the players of Dragon Claw Esports. Both the teams real close in the overall standings, but Tezo gets confirmed. A bad fight for the players of Dragon Claw Esports. They cannot even back away from such a spot because there's WILDCARD in the back, and Infinity will strike the player down.
That's another team in the 35 ballpark as well. We have at least 6 teams with 35 points in the overall standings. And the ones that is going to be decided on who goes through is going to be based off the tiebreaker, which is winner, chicken dinner first. And unfortunately to say, there's too many to take into account here. This is only one group. There's one more group that needs to be played, and the circle comes true. Guess what? It's going to be favoring on towards Arknight and WILDCARD. 2 teams right at the bottom, and they need a humongous game. And speaking of humongous game, guess what? WILDCARD, they take a shot in towards Godlike, and that's going to be Jonathan out of the picture. Hero Extreme Godlike done for. But we will see them in the semifinals, though.
WILDCARD realizing the exact same thing I mentioned. They need to step out in the playing field and claim all the elimination points. And that's what WILDCARD Esports is trying. It's got to be a nuclear performance. Nothing less. The biggest game in their careers. Godex with 5 elimination points. The man's taken away to his death. Someone needs to go for the revival, and it's been stuck to. Godex will be back upon his feet. It's all good. But OG's still in the race. Sour Esports in the front. OG's not able to find any sort of starter.
They need this chicken dinner. Every single one in this lobby, except for Soul, needs the chicken dinner with high finishes. And there's only very few points left. Only 16 finish points up for grabs if one team gets every single thing right now. And it seems like Atenki might be able to get a couple spray downs on Sour. And here he comes. He's going to try and make an attempt. And that's going to be Sensei Boy dropping to his last stick. And he gets the knock. But he needs the confirmation. Can he get it? But the return fire comes through. Atenki going to be taking a full stop for now. Orangutan cannot afford to make those mistakes.
They cannot. And I think he's only got 119 spare bullets, so he needs to make it count as well. He cannot just spray all across the board. Needs to be vigilant, needs to be careful. needs to be preservative. OG, 2 finish points so far accumulated. Those 2 finish points are not going to mean anything. OG needs a big game in their hands. They need at least 20 points. WILDCARD shooting towards that shack. The door was open. Orangutan still on the edge in the smack center. It's Arknight. This game is laid out perfectly for the players of Arknight. There's Soul in the right lines too. And Soul can actually snatch away the players of Arknight as well. Anything can happen. Manya is separated from the pack against the players of WILDCARD Esports. LeBron closes on up against Manya. Does LeBron have any clue that Manya is right next to him? Soul is taking shots against the player. LeBron now finally knows there's some sort of threat around him, but eventually he also gets knocked out. Manya, beautiful strike it was. WILDCARD Esports with this, maybe even their hopes and dreams can be shattered.
Oh my goodness, Soul. Just like that, they're able to bounce back. They spoiled the dreams for WILDCARD. Unfortunately to say, the circle is going to be divided between the intersection where Manya is and also where Arknight is. The only compound inside here. Well, there is one more compound in Northeast, but what a nade from AKOP. What a nade from Orangutan.
Infinity is also catching a bit of that hurt from the sidelines. WILDCARD wants to punish the players of OG to step up. But since they can't, since they're getting third party, they need to back away. OG, they've got a lot of free hand. And now they're taking shots against Godix. The man going to be knocked out.
They need these finishes. They need those confirmations. But guess what? Sour Esports going to be coming in as well. Orangutan, they're surrounded. They need to fight them off. And Sour Esports, the push comes through. He gets taken down. Artenki is able to hold down the fort. But Sour Esports, they're also crumbling. They need those points. And the nade comes through for Artenki. Does it connect? And he find one more. Sour Esports leaving only Senseboy left. And they get eliminated. Orangutan finds those finishes.
They needed those as well. That's going to be 6 eliminations so far. OG, now it's time for them to focus against the players of WILDCARD Esports. Even Raka SAS gets eliminated from this game. But that will be by the players of WILDCARD. Arknight still in the sidelines. For OG, the troubles are not out yet. Aru gets knocked out. The confirmation follows up from Swan. OG in a big world of trouble. Arknight in the sidelines and Swan spots out AKOP too, as that's going to be another knock following up. OG, they're losing out on the man number. They need these points. They need this chicken dinner. With just 6 frags on the board, another man falls apart. It's all down to just Artenki. This man needs to inflict a lot of pain and hurt inside of the lobby in order to stay alive. There's still Arknight in the sidelines. Artenki is not safe.
Oh my goodness, he's the last person standing. And the only way he somewhat qualifies is to at least get top 3, top 2. And as of yet, there's only so much he can do. So, gonna spoil the dreams for them, and WILDCARD getting confirmed right there. That is it for Orangutan. Final 3 teams, WILDCARD, Soul, and Arknight. WILDCARD and Arknight needs this chicken dinner to qualify. And can they do it? Soul getting hunted down by WILDCARD. Infinity sees this. Nako goes for the knock. He takes him out instead.
That's going to be the first knock right there. And also the opening one. Soul, it feels like the stars are now aligned. This will be another chicken dinner for them if they keep on playing the same way. 2 players are more than enough to snatch this game away. Godix is catching too much hurt, and he does not stand a chance, as even he gets wrapped up in a sheet and eliminated from the game. But it will be the players in the open that take away the game, even from Soul, and secure a chicken dinner. But for Soul, what a game that was. Arknight, yeah, in the final few moments, they had the best spots, and they took the game away. But for OG, WILDCARD Esports, they were so close, man.
They were really, really so close, but I think OG just might have enough to be on the 45 ballpark.
You think?
It might be very, very close. Same can be said for WILDCARD, but the only way WILDCARD qualifies is they have the chicken dinner. So I would say they are also in the danger spot here coming from WILDCARD of not qualifying. However, for Arknight, I think that's a big plus here. Depending on how many finishes they have, and on top of this chicken dinner, they just might be on that 44 threshold as well.
I don't think Arknight has enough points, but for OG, I'm not exactly sure, man. They had 6 finishes when they got eliminated. And if you speak of the placement points too, that's not a lot of placement points that OG was able to acquire. They might be on 44 or 45 points threshold.
Well, it's going to be very close. We shall see. and only time can tell. But that pretty much concludes all Group A matches respectively, and we have one more group to decide the remaining fates of every single team looking to qualify in the semi-finals here. But it seems like the cutoff base of this group may not just be that high, to be honest.
It might not be, but since now Group C is going to be the one to step inside of the action, and there's a big chance we might not see those vacuum coming in, there's a big chance the threshold can rise because of Group C. And you guys still need to wait for three more games to conclude to see what the cutoff's going to look like.
Well, all things considered, on the plus side, Hero Extreme Godlike and Seoul pretty much makes their way into the semifinals. Congratulations. What a comeback from Seoul, because we thought for a second that this might be the last time we see Seoul here in the realme BGIS 2025, but with that performance, they are back again. Because why? The moment you qualify the semifinals here, you will not be eliminated as well. There's only 8 spots into the grand finals, but even if they get eliminated from semifinals 1, they still have a second chance from semifinals 2.
Exactly, so they won't be eliminated from the semifinals 1. Instead, they just move on towards the semifinals 2 for a shot to be in the top 8 once again and qualify towards the grand finals. But now back towards the main stuff. Seoul started off with just 11 points and they have qualified. They had more than enough points in the end. But K9 Esports started off with 29 points and they were eliminated.
Well, feels bad for K9 Esports because they are in the same boat with Welt OMG from yesterday itself, because it seems like both these teams.
But here's the thing, right? Well, to OMG, they're quite the newer bunch on the block, so we can forgive them. But K9 Esports, being such an experienced team, led by a man like Omega, who's got years and years of experience, it's unacceptable.
Well, unacceptable. Seems like Necro is going to be hounding on the T1 teams, but it makes a lot of sense, considering the fact that sometimes it might be luck, sometimes it might be skill, and that's the beauty about the realme BGIS. You have round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 1 or 2 games, circle luck, but every single game to make it this far, it's no longer a luck issue. It is going to be skill involved.
So are we really going to say that Seoul had a good luck today? No, man. It was absolute skill. Seoul was so consistent from game 1 till the game 2 and even in the game 3. And that's why now they have secured that qualification marker. I mean, the audience should understand. A team that started off with 29 points did not qualify. But a team that started off with just 11 points actually made a comeback. And right then and there, it should be a clear verification that yes, it required a lot of skills for Seoul to actually secure that game. And let's be honest, Seoul did seem quite tactically sound today.
Yeah, they do. They definitely do look like that as well. But of course, while all things are still concluded for this group here, there is still one more group to grow. And speaking of groups, the moment the final group concludes and that top 16s are pretty much set so far, we will have a new group draw to decide the fates of every single team that is qualified into the semi-finals, which is going to be going live tomorrow at 6 p.m. onwards. So be sure to mark that calendar, 28 March. It's tomorrow, 6 p.m.
So I'd recommend you guys to tune in and find out which of your favorite teams went in what group. And accordingly to that, of course, semifinals will be super fun as well, because even for you guys, there will be a lot of suspense, a lot of excitement, just a lot of thrill in general day after tomorrow once the semifinals commences. But once again, back towards the real stuff, back towards the flashbacks on what exactly happened. For TR, man, they woke up a little too late. That game of Miramar had so many elimination points on Sanhok. Once again, that inconsistency hit them. I'm sad for GT as well. Another known name, they did not even have a fighting chance.
Well, again, today, this entire wildcard stages is all about sadness and sorrows. Or will there be happy faces? In this case, Seoul and Hero Extreme Godlike definitely on the happy side. But sadness-wise, unfortunately to say, it is the nature of competition. There will be winners and there will be losers. And all these losers, all they can do is pretty much watch the rest of realme BGIS from the sidelines. You won't be playing in it. That's all I can say. Sorry.
And I think WILDCARD as well has been eliminated, man. I don't think WILDCARD has enough points to move on even towards that 45 point
They needed
threshold.
the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they needed a chicken dinner desperately. But for OG, it's still a big question mark. Have they qualified? Have they not? At the end of the day, as I mentioned, you need to wait for the remaining 3 games to find out what the cutoff's going to look like.
Yeah, I agree. And this is where a lot of confusion comes into play. Until the overall standings kind of bring into the picture, guess what? To give you guys a little bit of incentive here, we want to give you guys, we would like to announce the winners of the phone itself. This is the event that has been going on thus far. And if you guys want a chance to win the realme P3 Ultra 5G, be sure to dive into the in-game BGIS exchange event that is happening inside the game itself. So be sure to check it out.
Event number 1 concluded yesterday. Event number 2 is still going on inside of the game. So I would recommend you guys to move on inside of the game. And if you complete the event, fill out a Google form, and you might just stand a chance to win the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. So what are you waiting for? Hop inside of the game right now. But once again, back towards the real conversation that we're having, right? Autobots Esports, generally speaking, man, I had a lot of expectations too. Acrobots Esports in that moment as well, just the way they played. It really felt like Acrobots Esports just did not really have a proper chain of thought. They just did not know what to do.
You know what's really weird was that all 3 bots, which is Acrobots, Aerobots, and Autobots, were playing in the same lobby. None of them made it towards the top 8 in their respective group before this final 3 matches.
Yeah.
And now, Acrobots is pretty much out here.
Yeah.
But surprising enough, Autobots and Aerobots is in the same lobby later on.
So for Aerobots Esports, at least they've got a decent base, right? They've got an okay amount of points in the first 3 games that they played. But now for Aerobots and Autobots, Acrobots is leaving. Their brother won't be here anymore, man. It's such a sad moment.
And you know what's another team that is going to be mixing things up for the match itself? Erangel Esports. Another AR team.
Yeah, but they don't really have bots in their name, right?
Fair enough. It might be a spider bot. But all things considered, let's take a look at the spray down coming from GodX4 as the rotation came through, completely wiping the floor with a single team with 2 sprays actually from GodX4.
I mean, for OG in the final few moments, we all knew there's a big chance they can snatch away the chicken dinner too. But the moment a few players started to fall apart, especially for Arc Knight, man, the man who was on the flank angle, he was able to dish out so much damage against the players of OG. Swan, he was able to shut down 2 players. And right then and there, OG's odds of winning the game just went down instantly.
Well, it is going to be very, very unfortunate, right? Considering that Naku was the ones that played spoilers for Wingard in this particular fight. And if Naku was taken out, maybe they would have gotten a chance. But let's talk about the MVP for that match. GodX4 was pretty much the MVP for this match with that amazing hold down towards the bridge. He was able to single-handedly spray down 4 players inside 1 vehicle. So nicely done for them. Joining him in the ranks in the top 4, we have Naku, Ninja Boy, Mohit, and also Admino.
Beautiful stuff from Godlike once again, man. They're in the top 5 players list. But as we mentioned, the individual stats won't be counted. So unfortunately for the players of Godlike, unfortunately for Simp, he popped off so well today. All his stats won't be counted for the MVP list in the future. But Knuckle doing so good. Ninja Boy from K9 Esports, it's got to blow. K9 Esports, they put all the eggs in one basket. Soul moved in towards that compound. And this was probably their worst nightmare coming to life.
Now, the moment of truth. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Do they have enough points to qualify into the top position? Guess what? The top 5 in the overall standings as of yet is on that 60-point ballpark. Hero Extreme Godlike taking the tippity top, and Soul currently on top 5 with 60 points.
Interesting stuff, right? Hero Extreme Godlike, we knew they were going to be at the top. Cincinnati Kids on the 2nd spot. And Soul right there with 60 points too. Imagine a team started off with 11 points in the first 3 games and then in the latter 3 games. Now they're in the top 5 of the overall standings with 60 points. How impressive is that?
Oh my goodness. In the bottom 8
oh my
as
God,
well.
OG.
OG is on 43 points. They're so close to their potential predicted cutoff as of yet. Currently, Hail Inferno Squad is on 9th position with 46 points. 44 for FS Esports, 44 for Ryder. And the lowest points right now is holding by Mafia Official with his 39 points. God's Given also 39 points.
Oh,
so
no.
that means teams need to at least break past 39 points to qualify into this. And right now, the second half for Barris is the closest to that cutoff as of yet with 35 points.
OG fans, you better start praying right now, because they need all their prayers, they need all your luck. With 43 points, the chance of qualification, it seems real less. WinGod Esports too, I generally thought they probably have qualified, they probably have more than 40 points, but no, that was not the case. I feel sad for WinGod Esports. It's a team with a lot of potential.
Agreed. And now another team that is up for contention to try and reach into the 39 ballpark here is going to be THWX Non-X Esports with only 31 points. So that's the second team on the screen right now with a potential shot to qualify into the semifinals, taking down those teams in towards the lower half. And the third team is going to be Royal Emperor with 27 points. That is a huge gap coming in this upcoming group to actually try and take them all out.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Mysterious
Aerobots
Esports,
as well.
Aerobots Esports, yeah, they will be there in the upcoming group. And as I mentioned, Aerobots Esports, they've got a decent base setup for themselves. If they play the same way today as well, with the same consistency, there's a chance Aerobots Esports can contribute to increasing that threshold and maybe just make things even tougher for OG fans. Latter half is once again over here. You've still got teams like Wobble Gaming to step inside of the playing field. Things are definitely going to be interesting when we see Group C action.
Well, Group C, we have about 4 to 5 teams in that 20 ballpark mark, and only 2 teams in the 30 points marker region, and 3 more games to go. Anything can happen, and a majority of them is in the 10-point mark region. And so far, like you said, Seoul had the biggest comeback with 11 points all the way to 60 points. That just means that either of these teams have a major big game, we might be able to shift the entire leaderboard in general for those teams. Like I said, Orangutan is not safe yet. Their fates solely depend on this Group C itself. But let's take a look at the predictions of all the casters. Did they actually make it so far from the side of Group A? Hero Extreme, Godlike, Spiro, pretty much done. Pretty much in it. Engineer, Soul, you went for Soul, great. Johnny went for OG. Danger spot. For me, well, my prediction of teams not qualifying has been 100%. I'm sorry, Raka SAS fans, but you guys did not qualify. The curse is pretty much strong. And funny enough, Johnny was asking me, why didn't you predict Seoul? Yeah,
well,
that's why. Now you know why Seoul qualified.
Yeah, and I went with Seoul, and including Engineer, we went with Seoul, and that's why maybe they have qualified. But no, jokes apart, Seoul genuinely played a great game. They played the best BGMI of their lives, and that's why they are now going to move on towards the semifinals. Johnny went with OG. They're still on the cusp. They just need to hope and pray that the other teams that play, they won't be able to increase that benchmark at all.
Agreed. And of course, Maisie went for Shadow Blitz, which was eliminated rather early in the Sanhok map itself. So unfortunately, they also would not qualify. So rejoice, guys. Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Seoul pretty much qualifies. We'll see them in the semifinals. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, such as Orangutan, their fates solely depend in this upcoming match. And that is going to be inside Group C, where teams like 4 Barriers, THWX Non-X, Royal Emperor looking to fight for the spot to qualify in towards the semifinals. Same can be said for Aerobots as well.
Let's not forget Team Eggy too. That's another one of those teams in contention, and even they can stand a chance to qualify. As you mentioned, even Autobots Esports come into play. Aerobots Esports, they've got a decent amount of points, but hopefully they're not going to choke the same way K9 Esports did. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a jiffy.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, and you guys are currently watching the wildcard stages and the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be I Super Johnny as we take you through the commentaries of this final 3 matches, and this 3 matches is going to be a completely new group, and that is going to be Group C, going to be deciding the fates of Group A, B, and D, on who is going to be qualifying in the top 16 overall standings.
Exactly, and particularly all of those teams that are just standing there in the mid-40s, man. Things have gotten very intense, especially OG. I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know, man. But as of yet, aren't you glad I didn't vote for OG or Seoul?
Yeah, but that doesn't change anything, right? 44, 43 points, that's not a lot. I'm
Okay.
still concerned.
Fair enough, but for all things considered here, for these guys watching at home, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out in the market. It is an all-round slayer, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. Be sure to check it out on Flipkart. Search Realme P3 Ultra 5G for the amazing specs itself. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out. But all things considered, who do you think is going to qualify? Because personally, Orangutan feels very, very close.
Yeah.
Okay, to give you gives a little bit of context here, 4 barriers was in a position where they may be able to qualify. THWX non-X is another team that is in the 30 ballpark, and Royal Emperor is somewhere in the 20 ballpark.
Hey man, that's what we think, right? But after what happened in the previous group, Seoul getting what, like 49 points in 3 matches, anyone can push through. If a team with 11 points can end inside of the top 8, I think these lads should be inspired by it.
So you're saying
Yeah.
Vasista Esports might be able to bounce back because of this, because Vasista Esports is a team from the grind,
Yeah.
and they are at the bottom of the bottom.
Sure, buddy, why not? I mean, I'm going to be a believer in Vasista Esports now. And in order to do that, though, they need to be consistent. Sanhok, first game, they need to make sure that they're walking away with at least 10 points, making things a little bit easier on Miramar and Erangel following up.
Fair enough. But for you guys watching out, guess what? The esports crate is finally out, which is the BGIS crate. Is currently in the game itself, and all the sales from BGIS crate will be contributed into the overall prize pool for realme BGIS 2025. So if you guys are here to support your favorite teams that is going to be competing, it is going to be those ones that walk away with the chunk of prize pool that you are going to be supporting here. So be sure to check it out because it has amazing skins. The AKs looks really, really good. I don't know why Necro is a Uzi kind of guy, but I don't know. The AK looks really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it looks quite good. We see that in the banner as well. I mean, amazing color combinations. Quite bright as well, and I like my weapons bright. But it is going to be interesting to see how bright these teams are going to shine that will play the last 3 games of the wildcard stages. Let's have a look at the first 8 names. We have 4 Barriers, TSWNON, Royal Emperor, Aerobots, Wobble Gaming, Vasista Esports, a team that everyone is looking forward to, Eggy 4AM, another big name that is stuck in the middle pack, and last but not the least, Team Shockwave.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one as well because Royal Emperor's first ever performance to make it this far in the stage, this is going to be a proving ground for them considering that they have been an organization for very, very long, but they haven't been able to break past the semis at least. But as of yet, joining them in the second half is going to be Autobots Esports, Universe 7, Jaguar Official, Team Halo, Do or Die, Ace Official, Erangel Esports, and Fearless 4. And this is going to be very, very awkward as well for Do or Die, a grind team that is currently in the bottom of the bottom. So I'm curious to see which of this team is going to be able to qualify in towards the semifinals. It seems like a majority of the Hindi casters is gone for Vasista Esports. Spiro went for Royal Emperor. I went for Eggy. Sorry, Eggy fans. Johnny, you went for THW, and of course, Necro went for Aerobots.
Vasista Esports, I think, again, as I said, it's not just the 3 people on the Hindi panel, but all of our viewers right now that are tuned in for Group C want to see if Pukar and the boys can make that final push. It has been a very shaky journey for Vasista Esports. In the grind stages, we saw them completely crumble, and then we did not expect a lot from them moving forward into the main event. But somehow they have survived so far into the wildcard stages, and again, sitting there with 20 points to their name, the possibility is there for them to move forward.
There's so much stories to be told here as well. We've also seen interviews that is not from realme BGIS outside as well. There's so much talk on how much and how important it is to qualify towards this tournament itself. And again, today is a very, very sad day. Yesterday it was set level 1. Today is going to be set level 10 because 75% of all the 64 teams are pretty much going to be eliminated after the end of this 3 next upcoming match.
Of course, and that is definitely going to be heartbreaking for a lot of these names, especially the big names that are still stuck in a very precarious position. Perdition, that's what they are facing, or at least that's where they are right now.
Exactly, but to those teams that is not going to be qualifying, you'd guess which 2 teams are going to be very, very happy.
Which ones?
So, Erangel godlike! Yeah!
I mean, of course, and with the way the performances from those 2 teams came out, I think their fans are going to be celebrating as well, especially the godlike fans, since their team is leading the charge in the semifinals. But yeah, there's been this thing called the semifinals curse. Always, whoever tops the semifinals usually ends up bombing in the finals. But we are still not in the semifinals. We're in the wildcard stages, so there's a long way to go.
Fair enough. But now, all things considered, the match is to decide the fates of the rest of the group here. The first match for Group C is about on its way. And we are going to be going into the 4x4 map of Sanhok. And this is going to be where the fate begins. Who will be going up and who will be eliminated? It all begins here in this upcoming match.
Alright, I mean, as you said, Icy, before we jumped into the match, it is the beginning of the end. And now it is going to be time for this last group to take the stage and see which names move forward and which ones get left behind. We have the flight path starting from that northwestern edge of the Camp Alpha Island. It's going to stick towards the western side of the map, ending towards Bantai.
Just for your information here, off topic.
Yeah.
That's a very good manhwa, by the way.
A very good what?
Manhwa.
I
The
don't know.
beginning
what-
after the end.
Yeah.
It's a very good one, on par to solo leveling. Anyways, jokes aside, let's talk about the flight path. Seems like it is very southwestern. And a lot of these teams are going to be heading towards northeast side, a pretty balanced one. But this is the majority of these teams in this lobby have not really played each other that much. So we are going to be expecting a lot of drop collision, maybe even unexpected strategies. But eventually it all comes down to just being a survivor themselves. You can see a very, very even spread of teams. But even teams like Autobots is kind of split off in between THWX, non-X. And that's going to be quite concerning, to be honest.
It is a concerning position to be in, but Servi, with all of that experience, realizes that's a massive risk that they are undertaking. He picks up a vehicle and instantly moves to regroup with the rest of his squad. I was a little bit concerned about Aerobots as well, by the way. They went for a 4-man split around boot camp, but 3 of them have already made it through. And I think this split now with the circle split between the 3 islands actually works out for Aerobots. They get some control of that ruins area as well with the compounds along the shorelines, and they have complete control of boot camp in the early stages of the game.
Agreed. Autobots is going to be very happy as well. If this circle shifts onto the Alpha Island, this is going to be great positioning coming from them. Same can be said for THWX, non-X. But the question here is who's going to take the temple area on top of the mountain is going to be a question. But again, this is the first stage of circle. Things can get very, very unpredictable. We've seen Alpha circles at least 3 to 4 times now since round 2 until now. Even the grind stages as well. So I would say the chances of this happening, it's very, very possible. But the question mark remains. Is it going to be Alpha or is it going to be a complete scam? Because when we talk about scams, it's happened before. Like, really, really happened before. Like, 80% was on towards main island. 20% was on military base. Guess what? It shifted towards the bridge.
Oh, but that soft clash between Do or Die and Royal Emperor turns into,
oh no,
well, the beginning of the conflict between 2 sides. Levi spotted out the shots from the players of Do or Die, finding some connection as well.
There's no way Levi survives this. Like, once you're stuck inside the quarry, it's nearly impossible to come back out unless your teammate saves you. And in this case, they're calling Hunters to try and provide some sort of assistance, but seems like he doesn't care. You're on your own, Levi, my man. Hopefully the Titans don't take you out, but Levi, oh no, he's gone. Balu will be able to find the bean right there, and that's going to be the headshot. And guess what? Another third party comes through. Clutch tries to salvage the fight, go in for the save. But the moment Royal Emperor decides to go down and pick up Levi, Do or Die is going to be able to surround them completely inside their choke point.
Yeah, I mean, Do or Die, they have Levi surrounded, Royal Emperor. In the meanwhile, we're trying to surround Do or Die. So both the teams trying to outmaneuver each other, but I think Royal Emperor realized there's no saving that fallen man. But look at this shockwave against Autobots. Skrill's knocked out. Servi is left to fight his way out alone, and he succeeds with the 2 knocks. Autobots, upper hand gained in the action. 1 more knock on the board for Servi, maybe as he pushes through. The door opened in his face. He's stuck in a corner, and he's going to be picked off. Autobots, the table swing again. This time it's going to be Kiddo who runs indoors inside of this house. The players from Shockwave extremely low on HP. Just 1 shot connection enough to finish them off. 3 players already out of the way. And it should be an easy squad wipe for the Autobots. But they still end up losing 2 players.
Amazing, amazing mechanical skills coming from Guido as well, making every single bullet count from the primary and secondary weapon. And just like that, they come up on top. But even though they've gotten themselves 4 finishes, they are 2 men down. And THWX Non-X was able to hear it out in the entire commotion. And guess what? They might be able to punish this. It is only 2 players left. And Roman might be a little bit unsure of how many numbers there is.
By the way, another fight breaking out is Aerobots versus Arc Knights. Arc Knights, 1 player lost, 1 more knocked out. And first strike of the game did happen from the side of Aerobots, but as they try to push through, aim got, trade knock coming in for Arc Knights. Gonu and Ryu still holding on to their dreams.
Well, Rankar is able to get a little bit of a gatekeep coming in, but Amy pretty much down for the count. Gonu needs to go in for the safe coming in, and seems like he's going to be A-okay. But is that going to be the opening for Aerobots to go in for the push? And Gonu, he just walked through the window. Doesn't even care. And just like that, he's forced to get the first aid up first before picking his teammates. And the reset comes through. He is going to be fine, but Aerobots Esports, they managed to get carry across to rotate from the north. And Erangel might not be able to spot things out. This is not looking good because as he closes by, one well-placed nade is going to shut them out.
Yeah, all of them regrouped, at least 2 of them in the same house, and Rio in the back lines, but Carry, door opened up, nade being cooked, and he cancels at the last second. Well, halfway there, almost re-cooks it again, and I think it's going to be a tandem nade from him, and foul. Gonu, he gets knocked out. Brilliant start of this fight again as Aerobots re-engage. And they know Amy Jard is going to be there as well. He was knocked out in the same position once before, but Aerobots table stake turn for the worst. 2 players down on their knees. Resets on the board for both these 2 sides. Carry, I believe he was the one who started the revive first, so he will be moving in first.
This is tough. This is a tough battle. Halo is spotting this fight from afar. They're third-partying for Aerobots, and now the push comes through Amy. He needs to clutch things out. He's stuck in a corner with the S12K. Carry looking for the flushes here, but Sister Esports also joins at the 4th party looking into this compound. Both Aerobots and Erangel is no longer safe, but the nade comes through for Amy Jha to clear out those finishes.
Erangel, they need to thank Vasista Esports because that pressure from the outside was what forced Aerobots inside of that house, allowing Erangel to secure those wipes, but now Halo also looking to get involved in this conflict. Yuva OP, not a lot he can do. The Molotov lobbed in, but he still has a few pixels to work with, although he still runs into the fire of the second molly. And with the nade following up, there's the wipe. Aerobots eliminated from the game quite early. Halo get 1 point. I believe 3 picked up by Rankars over there.
Well, unfortunately to say, Rankar somehow holds down the fort and they're going to be A-okay. But they are in a lot of problem right now. Halo is going to be the next one to look to try and cross that intersection. But as of yet, on the screen as well, guess what? 4 barriers. They may be the table toppers in the previous game. They're not having a great game this game as well, Johnny. 35 points in the overall leaderboard. They're down 1 man. And Wobble Gaming might be the ones to put the nail to the coffin here. 4 barriers in this game itself.
Yeah, Zeus is definitely getting finished off. There it is. That's the first finish on the board for Wobble Gaming. And Wobble Gaming as well, another name that's kind of in a fighting position. 22 points, or 21 points actually at the start of the journey. 2 finishes in this game, getting them to 23. But as you were talking about it, 4 barriers, that early losses can be quite detrimental to the end result. Plus, you need those bodies, you need the vision, the information if you want to get out of that ruins position. And the shift of the zone makes nothing easier for anyone. Blue zone starting to move in about 2 minutes before the players will have to reconsider where they want to go and how they want to play the rest of the match.
Well, if you guys want to play some amazing games in BGMI, the all-round slayer realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. The segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. You can search it up in Flipkart. Just search realme P3 Ultra 5G for all those specs. And now, moving on, this was the game here. 4 barriers, like you said, Kaiser and Iconic. Kaiser being the savior and MVP for 4 barriers needs to try and even out the score here. We've seen this performance from Weld OMG yesterday with Justy being the last man standing. But seeing how this circle is not going to be in Alpha Island, it is still undecided between Main Island, Charlie Island, and Alpha Island. The only other time we've seen this circle was from the grind stages. And I can tell you, Johnny, it is by far the most unpredictable circle.
It definitely is, and the only safe approach that I have seen most of the teams take, and which has worked out for a lot of these names, is playing those shorelines between the 3 islands. But that is also why we saw a lot of early conflict for those compounds. Visista Esports playing northeast of Ruins. They have a lot of map control to work with in an open position though. TSW, they show up, looking to see if they can take these compounds away from Autobots. I believe needs to clear out those angles, but position spotted out, opening knock in the hands of THW. Sirvi knocked and finished off. Autobots' numbers were already dwindling, and even Kiddo gets shut down. Early exit for the Autobots as well.
This guy is a psycho. I swear, Roman is an absolute psychopath. He's been stalking them since the beginning of the circle. He just sat there all the way through and said, guys, these 2 guys are still in there. Let's rush them. And guess what? They got 2 easy finishes just like that. What a psychopath.
Yeah. Oh, he's sweet but a psycho. Reminds me of a song.
I don't know that song.
Wow, that's the first time you've said that to me, I see.
I know, right?
Yeah. Quite a rare occurrence, but so is seeing all of these names struggle in a game like this. Especially top contenders taking a beating. TSW NON in a position to actually get a lot of points from this match.
What is Royal Emperor doing here? Because it seems like they were rotating in towards Alpha Island, took a huge rotation outside to the shorelines, went outside the zone to come in from the east side instead. What a huge rotation coming in just because they heard the gunshot from THW and they decided, you know what, this is not the right entry point. Took a very, very big 180 around the world rotation that is going to put them from the east side of Painan by the time they get there.
Yeah, they need those first aids to be able to sustain their HP all the way. Especially this is happening during the mid-game stages, so it is a risky call coming in from Royal Emperor, but let's see what the end result of this match is going to look like for them. In the meanwhile, TSW NON, 3 finishes already secured, 2 knocks in front of their eyes, and they might just commit for this fight into the warehouse.
THW Non is now currently in prime position to steal the top leaderboard from 4 barriers, but 46 points and above is where you want to be at. And guess what? The warehouse clash comes true. They will find Fearless 4. That's going to be 2 knock. But at the same time, what happened? Where did this guy come from? He loses his life. Fearless 4 still somewhat surviving. Ghost, pretty much a ghost in that situation. Hiding right in the corner as well. The Molotovs comes through. He's going to try and burn him out. But the Ghost, a second pop out of nowhere. Takes down Rush Boy. THW, less than 5 seconds, lose 2 player, might be losing the third. Lavish goes down, and before he goes down, Ghost was able to find a third one again.
Yeah, the fight brought down to a 1v1. We've all heard of Casper, but this Ghost ain't it. Levi, he needs to be the big savior for his team, but he needs to be careful as well. Shots fired on both these 2 lads from the distance, from the flank, will keep them at bay. And realizing how desperate they are for qualification, Levi might just want to back off, and he does. And Ghost is able to save the Fearless 4.
My goodness.
I mean, they're making miraculous moves, man. Even Ghost is going big, but look at where they're starting from. 6 points.
I know, right? But Ghost is just insane. Like, how the heck did that happen? Because you don't see him, and 1 minute you see him, 1 minute you don't. And when you see him, he's going to take you out. This guy, my goodness, he's definitely not a Casper right here.
Yeah, and you know, if there's something strange in the neighborhood, who are you going to call?
The Fearless 4.
No, I mean, whoever ends up eliminating Ghost, I guess. Because that man becomes the Ghostbuster at that point.
Fair enough. You're old, Johnny. You're really old. Anyways, moving on to the conversation here. Seems like Ruins are going to be expecting a little bit of company. Wobble Gaming right under the tippity top. 4 barriers. Iconic. Last man standing for the team. Finally gets scouted out but misses the shot. And guess what? He's going to be going up against everyone. And Wobble Gaming, they will lose one. The rest of the war is coming in. And Iconic is going to bob and weave through the Ruins himself. But looks like he will not run. He will choose to fight. But Ragnar will be able to take him out.
I mean, that's a good call right there. If you know you're outnumbered, just go aggressive. You are getting eliminated anyway. Might as well just see if you can get a few extra points out of that. But 4 barriers, even before this 1v4 charge against Iconic, I think their game was pretty much ruined. But here we have it. Universe 7 making the push for Do or Die. Do or Die, they hear all of this commotion happen. All of those footsteps coming in from the shack in front. Utility lobbed out just to keep them at bay and buy Do or Die a little bit of breathing room.
Oh, speaking of breathing room right now, Universe 7, a team that nobody expected them to do too much, was able to do pretty okay during the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, they are here in the wildcard stages with only 14 points. The comeback continues. Meanwhile, on screen, Royal Emperor finally bears their fang, but they're only down to the last 2 players, and it's going to be Ace Official looking to go on the hunt. Clutch X in a very precarious spot here, all by himself. He's got the SLK, Hunter is around there as well, and they've got a very decent flank, only if Ace Official pushes the wrong direction. But guess what? He's got spotted out. Clutch X is going to go down from Royal Emperor.
And it's just Hunter, the last man left alive with an S12K. And the M4 can't really do much. It's 3 players from Ace Official waiting on the other side. Halo climbing the hill from the back. Eventually, this man is going to get finished off, but I think he is just praying that the other teams end up taking each other out before they spot him out. Do or Die on the other side, they get eliminated thanks to a third party coming in from the Erankars, which is quite interesting. But Eggy 4 AM, that's your prediction, I see. And it seems like they have been spotted out by Ace Official.
Well, what I've spotted out right now is going to be Royal Emperor Hunter. Dropping a lot of his health. He's going to get Molotov his way through, but he sees a perfect angle. He sees one knock. That might be the opening for Hunter. Does he go for the connection? He might consider it. But does he want to risk his position exposed? For 20 seconds left, he's got no choice. He's going to try and get confirmations, but as soon as he stands up, Halo takes him out. Royal Emperor only get 1 confirmation. Feels bad for him, and Halo will steal his finish.
I mean, he did expect that. That is why he was hesitant in pulling that trigger. Ace Official also getting eliminated from this game. We are already down to the top 823 players still alive. By the way, TSWNON, they've made it into the top 8. So now they start getting those placement points.
That's 1 point. 1 point only. But it's better than nothing, right?
Exactly.
But all things considered, this is a big game for Vasista Esports. We talked about them making a potential comeback, and they're going to be A-okay. But on the screen, guess what? Halo, they're going to be running towards Wobble Gaming. Vampy and Ragnar immediately cut down. And that's going to be Team Halo only losing 1. They get the reset, and guess what? They do have the space to do it as well.
Sporta, he's the last man in the back lines. The nade lobbed out, but can't really do much. Halo, even though they have been left bleeding, Sporta needs to be on point. But the nades keep falling short. He has dished out a lot of splash damage, but Chief on the verge of getting knocked out.
Oh.
Sporta gets a finish. The nade confirms God. Oh, he gets knocked out as well.
He got everyone. This is Sporta, guys. This is Sporta. And just like that, Halo, instead of having 4 healthy men, down towards 1 guy who's pretty much proning all by himself. Chief needs to go in for the reset. Both Eggy and Sporta gonna be tagging him on this guys. And Chief, he only has bandages. Sporta still deciding if he wants to go in for those push.
No utility as well on Chief. But it's an isolated 1v1 between these 2 players, so odds pretty much evened out. Sporta, did he see that crossing? Maybe just a few pixels of the head move out, but Chief, he's paranoid about Eggy 4 AM chiming in from the back line, spots out Sporta. Shots fired, HP is going to be chipped away, but Chief himself isn't doing any good.
It is indeed, but we are down towards 6 more teams remain, and Vasista looking to try and close things out. They've got 4 finishers. Fierce finally showing some signs of life here. 0 finishers, but he will find Ryu. And can he get those confirmation? Almost gets the knock though. I'm surprised he was able to see through those leaves, but nicely done for him. Meanwhile, Jaguar official is going to be joining them to actually shoot on towards Erangel. And just like that, only time will tell. And guess what? They get the confirmation. And Tapatap was able to find a pixel of his feet coming from Ryu.
You can see the struggle between Vasista Esports, Jaguar to see who can get those elimination points, because that is where the differences are going to rise. And it will be the big game changer for who gets to move forward and who gets left behind. A squad wipe handed to Arankars. And it is Vasista Esports now with 6 eliminations, breaking into the top 5. But here we have it, the big 4v4 as Jaguar, they take on Vasista Esports. Nades lined up, although no opening knock for Vasista Esports. And they might just be falling into the line of fire of the players in the back lines. But an update, Chief again gets the wipe, gets the last man out of the way. Wobble Gaming eliminated on the 5th position in this match.
Well, it was a battle of the solos, and Halo was able to come up on top. And now another battle of the solos about to happen as well. Iggy and also Chief needs to push inside the zone. But the problem is, inside the zone is about to happen a big war. A big war is about to happen. And that is going to be Jaguar official and Vasista looking to hunt them down. But with 35 seconds left, the circle is going to be pushing in. Iggy going to be sneaking up behind on Jaguar, while Halo looking to try and push into his Vasista. This might be spoilers for either of this major team. And look at this, Iggy. Oh boy, the in-game leader still on the edge, but the zone is going to tick him off. Oh no, it's going to be very painful. It looks like he is going to play the medic instead.
I mean, timing is going to be key, and he only has 2 first aids left. He sees those 2 players up front. He's waiting for the perfect timing, lines them up, sprays them down. 1 knock is secured. The blue zone might get the second, and Eggy 4 AM. They might have made it easy for Vasista to get this chicken dinner in the bag, and Vasista are going to be grateful for that. Although finish points have been taken away from Vasista Esports, but yet the chicken dinner 10 points for placements. This is a bounce back coming in.
Well, this is going to be very, very difficult here to actually kind of calculate how this actually happens as well, because from my perspective, Vasista was able to, Iggy was able to get 2 knocks.
Yeah.
But he died first before the confirmation was gotten. So did he actually get those 2 finish points?
I mean, even if they bleed out, I believe the points go to him.
So technically, if he bleed out, yes. But because he died first...
If the other guys bleed out. Because Vasista had no line of fire to go for the confirms.
Ooh, this is going to be tough as well.
Yeah.
It is going to be tough to actually see that, because back then, the system doesn't really take that into consideration, because once you, even if you get the knock, and if you die first, that finish goes to nobody.
Yeah, they just go to the zone then.
Exactly. So it's a little bit awkward here. So we have to see the scores later on, whether or not Iggy had 2 finishes in total. So if it's 4 finishes, means the finishes actually go to him. But if not, it's unlucky.
Also, what happened to Chief? Where did he go?
Oh, so Iggy was hiding behind Jaguar. Chief went for a vehicle ride to rotate towards the west side and third-party Vasista. And then, obviously, if you make so much noise, it's a solo. So, obviously, he's going to go down. So, I think Iggy was on 3rd place.
Oh, man. I mean, this is going to be intense because Vasista, they started the day with, what, 20 points? And if they get double-digit eliminations, I think they had 6 before we saw them in the final fight. So, maybe not double digits, but they will be close to 17, 18 points from this game. They are in a fighting position again.
It's a sign. It's a sign. We've seen this from the quarterfinals. Phoenix was able to make a bounce back in the first half. Second half was Hyderabad Hydras. But now, first half was Seoul. Second half, do we
Don't
see
say
the
it.
trend?
Don't say it, Icy. The moment you say it, it's all going to be ruined. Don't say it.
Should I
Thank
say
you
it?
so much. No, don't say it. Please don't say it, man.
It rhymes with barista.
I thought you were going to say Batista.
Okay, but yeah, sure. It rhymes with Batista too. I'm just gonna put it there.
Well, I mean, we are going to expect a few power bombs to go off in the next few matches then.
Okay. Yeah, sure. You sure you don't want me to say it?
Yeah, don't say it.
Okay, fine.
Say it for someone else. Pick your team. Take Eggy 4 AM. They also finished in the top 3.
Okay, you know, maybe Iggy was able to bounce back. You know,
Wobble Gaming. They were in the top 4. Why not say Wobble Gaming?
okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Johnny, you can solo cast now. I'm just gonna sit here.
Don't take any names. That's all I'm asking you to do. Don't be specific.
But so from now on, I should call them Batista Esports, huh?
I guess so.
Okay, okay. Anyways, moving on towards our jokes here. Let's take a look at the highlights of how things actually happen in towards the game itself. Because THWX Non-X Esports was one of the teams that are in the top 2 position in the overall standings before this match happened. They were able to get a couple of eliminations, but unfortunately, they came down towards a solo hoorah and got taken out rather early in the top 8.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, we were making a lot of jokes about Visista Esports, Wobble Gaming, but for barriers, I mean, that fall off and THW as well falling off just a little bit might just hurt them in the upcoming 2 matches. They need to bring that consistent performance on both Miramar and Erangel if they want to keep the dream of the semis alive.
Yeah, it is going to be all comes down towards the final few games to actually decide who takes that pool lead, right? But it seems like based on this overall standings, or on this game itself, it feels like the points has been evenly spread out between all those teams, and this is going to be very, very concerning because the cutoff is expected to be somewhere in the 46 ballpark.
Yeah.
But with this game coming in from Visista Esports, Pukar being the MVP of the match with 5 finishes, this might be a big game for Visista Esports to actually potentially make a comeback.
Exactly, and again, man, I mean, it's the IGLs that are bringing their teams back. Yesterday, it was Hector from Likita Esports. Today, in the first half, it was Manya from Seoul and from Visista. It is Pukar who's putting the other 3 players on his back and pulling them towards the semi-finals. Let's see if this man succeeds. We have Sporta, Ryu, Chief, and Tapadap who make the list of top 5 players, but time for the points.
Agreed. Now, Visista Esports going to be the table toppers right now with 38 points with that winner chicken dinner. Followed by them is going to be THWX Non-X Esports with 37 points, Forebears with 36, Wobble Gaming with 31 points. And as of yet, they are the closest to the 46 ballpark threshold. But based on the overall standings just now, before this game started here, the top 16 of the overall standings, the cutoff was 39 points. So as of yet, 1 point away from eliminating one team who's currently in the top 16.
Exactly, 39 and 44 is where OG is at.
Oh boy. This is going to be very, very close for all these teams. But at the same time, the second half here, we have Halo, Autobots Esports, Shockwave, Universe 7, Aranka Esports, Do or Die. Pretty much in the 20 and below ballpark. And they need 2 very, very big games to potentially make it into the 40 ballpark.
So all of us expected the cutoff to be between 45 and 50. At this point, it feels like someone might qualify with 43 as well, or 44.
Yeah, it might be very, very possible. But again, 2 more games will decide their fates.
Yeah.
Because as of yet, THW Non-X is very, very close to that ballpark. Wasista with a bounce back like this is also very close towards the 40 ballpark right now. 38 points, 1 point from kicking out one guy in towards the bottom 16. But 2 games, anything can happen. 5 points, 6 points, 7 points, you're pretty much in the 40 ballpark.
Exactly, you have to cross into those 40s right now to make it through, get over 39 and get to safety with that 50 on the board. But let's see how things are going to turn out. 2 more matches left, 1 Miramar, and the last map will be the map of Erangel. And this journey is definitely filled with a lot more twists and turns in the upcoming matches. But before the next game, here's a very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो क्या है ये रोंडो क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में आओ कभी रोंडो में रोंडो 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 आगे रन
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप गेट न्यू व्हीकल्स एक्सप्लोसिव वेपन्स एपिक हॉट ड्रॉप लोकेशंस एंड मोर डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो अबे गेमर हूं मैं एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ भाई डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ
सर वाटरमेलन जूस
अबे छोड़ो
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. Just 2 more matches left of the wildcard stages. And of course, the fight just getting intense inside of Group C. This is Super Johnny done by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, once again, your thoughts on Vasista Esports. That impressive run, man.
Yeah, and they needed those points too, right? Vasista Esports now on the verge of pulling off a comeback. And generally speaking, I expected a great game, even from the side of Airbots Esports. But that team got taken down so early, man. Airbots Esports could have done better. But now that they're losing out in games in such a way, I hope it's not going to be the same thing what happened to K9 Esports happening to the players of Airbots Esports.
That is true. K9 Esports so close, starting the day with the 30s and then not even able to cross into the 40s, just failing to qualify. And as you mentioned, Aerobot Esports, I think the idea was right of what they were trying to do, that fight against Erangel, but they did not expect Visista and Halo to third party and, well, fourth party them basically at the same time.
And let's not forget, even 4 Barriers should be part of the conversation, right? 4 Barrier Sports was so close to that qualification marker too, but they completely left out in that game. But maybe you won't leave out in your games if you get your hands on the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. You might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more interesting rewards. But once again, back towards the conversation, right? As I mentioned, 4 Barriers, they still don't really need a lot of points. They just need somewhere around 15 points, and they can instantly catapult themselves in that 50 points marker.
That is very true, and it is going to be interesting to see if 4 Barriers can bring home a chicken dinner heading into this game of Miramar. Because again, now the pressure is at its peak. 2 matches left. A game of Miramar, a game of Erangel. Miramar, it's never easy for anyone. And Erangel, because everyone thinks it's easy, it becomes even tougher for everyone.
You're wrong. It's easy for Seoul.
Miramar, yeah.
You got to point that out, man. Every single time Seoul plays Miramar, you will always see some incredible stats on the board. Hopefully, we will be able to see those good stats from ENG this time, and even THW non-Eggs, because these are some of the teams that can also stand a chance to move on inside of that 60 ballpark that Icy likes to call.
Yeah, I mean, 60 is a little too much with how the cutoff is turning out. I think 50. 50, get to 50, and that is
We need to have
good
someone
enough.
from this group in the top 5, though.
I don't think that's going to happen. These teams are way too far behind, man. If anyone can pull it off, I think it has to be either Visista or Royal Emperor.
I guess.
But even Royal Emperor are letting us down recently. I mean, these matches aren't going too well for them. But Miramar, I think they got 1 chicken dinner in Miramar with the first 3 games that they played. So maybe there's hope.
Genuinely speaking, now for the teams that are really close to that cutoff, they're starting to choke, man. And the teams on the latter half of the board, they're showcasing a lot of signs of life. Maybe that's one of the main reasons why they're choking, because the teams on the latter half of the board, they're pulling off some unorthodox moves that are not being expected by the teams that played so good in the first 3 days.
Exactly, and because of that, there might be a situation where no teams from this group qualify. That can actually happen, by the way.
I hope that does not happen. I would love to see teams like THW non-X qualify, even Airbots Esports. Let's not forget Airbots, Autobots, Acrobots Esports. These guys have been trying for such a long time to qualify towards the LAN finals, but they miss every single time. But maybe this time in BGIS 25, they can qualify.
Every time they miss, another bot is added to the mix. So if they fail, maybe the next time there's going to be another bot. But this time, we head towards Miramar.
Once again, in the deserty lands, the big burst going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards the opposite side, which will be La Trilera. And Johnny, this plane flat path is extremely tilted to the southern side. If the teams want to move in towards the northern side, Hacienda del Patron, El Pozo, El Azhar, that seems like a tough reach.
Yeah, even San Martin is going to be a big challenge, and Truck Stop as well. So we are going to see those fights brew up, especially towards the Eastern Highway. That's where most of the vehicle spawns are. Ladriel and Chumacera as well, Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar, all of these positions. Most of the vehicle spawns in the southern half of the island happen in these positions. So clusters are going to form. They might lead to those early conflicts, but let's see who survives and who gets taken out.
And Johnny, we've not been speaking about do or die at all. They just have been completely absent from the competition. Do or die, the playing four, it seems pretty strong, but still for some reason, Palu, Reaper, these guys are not able to wake up. In my opinion, do or die, this is going to be the time where you can at least try and do something or die.
And it's a little surprising as well, considering their performance in the grind was very impressive. So in the wildcard stages, failing like this, not something anyone expected from them. But hey, look at that. The cluster forming towards Los Leones already at the start of the game. And Vasista Esports, it seems like they want to go for a safer approach. So they will start their action on Miramar from Partona.
And Johnny, let's not forget, we've also got Shockwave Esports in the mix. And even Shockwave can be an interesting suspect. They can be quite a surprising curveball that can just add on a chicken dinner and surprise all of us. Especially when we think teams like Vasista Esports, Wobble Gaming, even Four Barriers can make a comeback. That's when Shockwave Esports steps in. That can be a good storyline.
Maybe, but I mean, even the previous match from the side of Shockwave, it seems like the pressure is getting to them. They're playing very reactive, just waiting for the opposing teams to completely take control of the fight and then looking to punish mistakes. But, you know, at this level, you have to show that proactiveness, make those pushes, get a little aggressive. That is the only way to qualify, especially for all of these teams that are struggling in the mid-30s, and Shockwave is not even at 20 yet.
True that. Let's not forget the fight's still on. We've got our confirmed top 16 before this group, but after this group, things can't switch as well. The entire face of the overall standings can actually change. So right now, the team's barely on that 16th spot. They're going to be praying to whatever gods they've got and hope that they will be staying towards that 16th spot or maybe even closer to that. Not get eliminated from that top 16. One of them is also OG, by the way, just barely on the cusp.
Yeah. 44 points, right?
Yep.
That is definitely a very difficult position to be in. I'm pretty sure they are watching these games with all of their undivided attention.
Johnny, look. If you try and be a little bit realistic, 3 teams from this group can actually qualify.
4, actually. I mean, Wobble Gaming is 31 as well.
Yeah, true. Even Wobble Gaming can be in the mix. But you've got 4 barriers, THW, Vasista Esports, and Wobble Gaming.
Yeah.
And if they even get scoop up 10 points in the upcoming 2 games, that's still a qualification right there.
The only way that happens is if all 4 of these teams start getting those finishes and none of them fight each other the whole time. And all of them consistently making it to the top 4 of the next 2 matches, this Miramar and the last Erangel. So, hypothetically, it is actually possible for all 4 of them to cross that 40-point barrier and actually get a lot of points. They can kick 4 teams out of that top 16 already.
Yeah, Wobble Gaming needs more than 10 points, though. They need 15 points. And this game, it's got to be a big one. Just get those 15 points right here, right now. Get that pressure subsider as well. Instantly, you're going to be in that top 16. But if these 3 teams move in, that means OG has to be left out. There's no way you're able to create that spot without OG getting kicked out of the top 16.
Yeah, that is very true. But let's talk about the zone itself, and one team playing at the top in particular, that is THWNON. They're playing from El Pozo. And the Western Circle actually gives them a lot of early breathing room to work with. It should make things a little bit easier. There's no one from El Pozo to Monte Nuevo, so that rotation is going to be theirs as well. But Autobots, they spot out Royal Emperor. Zorva actually looking to initiate this fight all alone.
Autobots Esports, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see that pounce from the boys. Orva is looking to find the line of sight, maybe catch a straggler wrong, but I'm pretty sure to do so, Royal Emperor, they need to mess up big time, and I don't think that will be happening anytime soon. Royal Emperor, they've got all the 4 players standing on their merry way towards a better spot inside of the circle. No stragglers left along. That's a good thing.
Playing so safe, Royal Emperor, right now. It's going to be difficult to predict how things turn out for them because, again, you do not cross over into the top 16 with just placements alone. You need those finish points, and it's always better to secure qualification as quickly as possible. Get that mental freedom to put pressure on any team that you think might be of contention to you moving into the future, maybe into the semifinals, but Royal Emperor, I believe, Eggy 4AM has been spotted out in the distance.
Yeah. And Eggy, they themselves, they're quite desperate. Need any sort of points that they can at this point. All the 4 players up and alive, trying to make it inside of the circle, currently at the edge. All the good spots in the Smack Center, they're already taken away by the teams. You've got Wobble Gaming in the Smack Center as well. Next to Halo, even Erangel Esports is right there. U72 in the mix. 4 barriers they close on up. For 4 barriers, still the rotation's going to be pretty long, but they're taking their sweet little time.
Let's see. If you take too much time, things can slip out from your hands. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing you do not want to let slip is the realme P3 Ultra 5G. The world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, smartest AI gaming control, and 90 FPS BGMI gaming. BGMI certified for a reason, starting from 22,999.
Would recommend you guys to move on and check it out.
On Flipkart as well.
Yep. And you will stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. 4 barriers, not too far back from their goal. Just need a few more points, and they can instantly just topple themselves over in the top 16 as well. If that does happen, the heartbeats, they will be fastened up. Especially for the people that are OG's fans. Even the cutoff will rise higher. That's going to be another thing we need to have in consideration. Wobble Gaming patching themselves up. Such a slow game in Miramar so far, man.
Yeah.
And it's such a weird transition too, right? Group A was so aggressive. We saw so many fights off the rip. And now in this group, things are way too slow, way too passive. Everyone's taking some calculated risk.
But you and I already had this conversation. We knew this was going to happen. And the reason for this passivity is the fact that these 16 teams in this final lobby, they know exactly what the cutoff is. They don't have to speculate. They don't have to see or wait and watch for anyone else or any other matches. They know exactly how many points they need to move inside of the top 16. The only teams they are competing against now is each other.
But this also shows that there's also some lack of confidence. Since these are like the newer bunch, they don't exactly know if the fight's going to pay off, but the zone's panning out in a really weird terrain. We can pretty much say that 40% of the circle is not even playable. The remaining is still playable. But since there's not a lot of land space available, teams will now need to go for the fights no matter what. That's the only way you can find yourself in a decent spot.
That is true, but I want to see if anyone takes that western edge close to the big, massive wall towards the west of this map. THWNON, I think, are moving in that direction already, but Basista now finally do decide to cross the bridge from that Minas del Sur, Valle del Mar position and look to move up north. But since they're going to be the last team breaching from that southern edge... Oh, they're not the last team. There's one other team right behind them.
Yeah, a few more teams, a few more foes. And that will be the players of Royal Emperor. Waldrick is the man on the tail. And I'm pretty sure none of them are going to take any sort of shots. Both of the teams are quite desperate for points. Basista Esports just sitting on the cusp. Not too far back in the overall standings. Basista Esports just needs 10 points to secure their slot in the semifinals. Shots taken from that QBZ. Voltrick wants some smoke. But since Basista Esports, they're quite fluid, they just back away from the fight. And they're going to try to prioritize the zone first. A good placement. Royal Emperor, though, still left with their hands itching. They want to get some blood on it. They want to get some elimination points secured.
In the meanwhile, Erangel Esports, they end up wiping out Universe 7 completely. So 4 points on the board for Erangel, but a little blunder was made over there as one of the players was knocked out by a teammate, but Resistor, the chase coming through from Royal Emperor, but in the front lines, they end up facing off Wobble Gaming, another team in a position from where they can qualify. This is not going to be an easy fight for either one of them. A lot to lose for both these two sides.
Wobble Gaming. Such passive gameplay. All the 4 players right next to each other in that same compound. Let's have a look at the replay, though. This is how the action really kicked off. A few individual frags here and there. Erangel Esports too chime inside of the action. Later on, Erangel Esports, things got a little too heated for them, but they still somehow closed things off in a great manner.
Still taking shots, Wobble Gaming, but struggling to find connections and a distraction coming through as Autobots that have taken the hill towards the west. Not an easy position to be in. If the circle moves away, they will be pinned down, but look at this, do or die going up against Eggy 4AM. Weds in the backlines knocked out, but Blue Zone is going to force the players of Eggy 4AM to climb this hill and force a fight.
Scopes in. Eggy 4AM. They've got the number of the opponents, but they just don't exactly know how to challenge the fight. The DOD, they've got the advantage in the first place, but now that the players are getting chipped away constantly, it's not looking too smooth either. DOD inside of the fight, starting to fall weak. Another knock follows up. That's actually a re-knock. DOD, Palu is consistently out of commission over and over again, and Pro is now going to make that pounce on the players. He pushes up close and personal. He's got his hands on the DBS as well as he pulls it out. But still, the players are right behind the door, and I'm not even sure what they were doing there.
They didn't even react to it, and do or die getting punished by the players of Eggy 4AM. The third party comes through from Aerobots, and all of a sudden, the elimination almost on the line for do or die. Last player still surviving.
It feels like they forgot how to play.
Yeah.
I understand the man wanted to stick the revive. He thought that maybe his teammate can be back up, but still, it's a big gamble that you took, and the position that you were hiding in, it was not even that secure.
You know what? This might be true, might be not. I think they thought he didn't see them. And
Exactly.
They were hoping he was not going to turn around.
But since they were literally on the doorway itself, there was no way the man was not going to spot them.
I mean, it even took him a few seconds to realize that, hey, these two,
He
what are
saw
they
Pixel
doing?
moving on the screen. It was
Yeah.
like, wait, what's moving right there? The moment he turned back, he saw those 2 players right behind him going for the revival, and he instantly struck them both down.
That would have been so awkward. Imagine if he just kept on running indoors and the revive comes through and they knock him out. It would have been a very awkward conversation to explain to your IGL what just happened. Hilarious, but awkward.
Unacceptable, honestly, from DOD. This should not be the case. Absolutely not.
Oh, but what's
They
happening
still had
here?
a fighting chance. The man was isolated. 4 barriers outside of the circle. Do they have enough meds? I mean, this man does have 2 first aids and a few bandages to back himself up. And you can see Iconic. He's got 20 bandages and decent amount of boosters too. So 4 barriers, they're ready for this journey.
So is Jaguar over here, but high ground advantage taken by the players of TSWNON. The spray comes through. No connections found though. Taking this western wall is always a risky move. You have the high ground, but you're going to need those 6 X-scopes equipped on your ARs and a lot of ammunition to actually sustain the fights for a long time. They also have Rush Boy on the lower grounds, but still, initiation was what they were looking for, TSWNON, but they find contact, but no knocks after that.
I'm pretty sure THW is not even overthinking this. They just want to funnel in elimination points.
Yeah,
That's it.
but they aren't able to connect those shots, man. 3 or 4 clips committed on the same car and no contact.
Unfortunate sprays sometimes do hit. 4 barriers, backs against the wall. Not a big fan of the position myself, but 4 barriers, they need to be quick. And if they keep on moving towards that same area, THW will definitely punish them. So 4 barriers, this position is not an option. But if you still manage to find a few players from THW, then maybe it can open up the gateway. But it's too much to ask for. THW is playing this pretty disciplined.
Yeah. And that northern edge control actually is a brilliant position. They have cover to work with as well. But as you said, for 4 barriers, it might be now or never. Either they take the fight against THW, or they will have nowhere left to go, because we saw that northern edge. There's Jaguar Official waiting for them on the eastern side. There is Erangel Esports as well. And if they try to push down in the valley between, it's going to turn into the valley of death for them.
Lovish's position is going to be game-turning for THW. The man needs to stay alive no matter what.
Yeah.
The moment Lovish gets knocked out, it's done for. The intel gets limited big time, and even the map control just fades away from their hands. Autobots Esports, 1 frag on the board so far. Eggy eliminated from the game. No wonder what.
I mean, the hope of qualification, I think with that is going to fade away. 30 points in this game. They're going to need like 15, 16 points in the next Erangel to qualify, but it's easier said than done. In the meanwhile, Autobots pushing for the players of Royal Emperor. This might be the opening that a lot of teams towards the southern edge are looking for, but Autobots, the thing is that I remember playing this circle before, and they actually did quite well. It was a while back in a completely different tournament, but this western edge circle, they are aware of the terrain, and it's going to be an awkward position for everyone. No one plays towards the western edge of Miramar.
Johnny, Eggy got eliminated. No wonder why. Icy's curse, no one can live against it. The man with Eggy, and right now they're just counting their days, or counting their moments, I guess, inside of the realme BGIS 25.
Who did he push out from the previous group? No, Icy.
Raka.
Oh, no, man. They were doing so well. I mean, Coffin gave us the first
I know,
1v4 of the semifinals, of the quarterfinals.
I don't know why does our Icy do this. But yeah, now I guess even Eggy's going to be on that same train.
Hey, man.
And in the last game, Eggy needs more than 25 points, Johnny. I don't think it's possible.
It's ice, baby.
And this is
You
a bad
don't get
ice.
that reference at all, right?
No.
Yeah, that's for everyone who was born in the 90s.
But all I know is that this ice is poisonous.
Oh, everyone's slipping on the ice.
Hold on to that thought, though. Autobots Esports, they've got a bit of that off angle to play with and constantly just peppering shots in the field. And that open field is now starting to be a big kryptonite for the players of EMP, which is Royal Emperor. A beautifully tossed nade's going to find a nice 2-piece. Even Hunter's going to be knocked out. Autobots Esports, this is the moment where they're going to make the pounce, and also a few more elimination points can be scraped away. Royal Emperor, not a lot of time. They can try and survive towards this blue, but still Hunters, before getting taken down himself, he sabotages the game of Autobots.
I love that, man. You might take me and my boys out, but before going, I'm going to take one of you with me. And unfortunately, that was Krill's, but that nade, man, so amazing. I thought it was going to get all 3 of them, but the last man just barely ran out. Only a tick of damage coming from that splash, but Autobots now, difficult for them to survive, especially with Shockwave sitting on that flank. And Wobble Gaming as well present in the mix, but in the meanwhile, Jaguar Official. I was talking about this valley, this roadway, it is such a difficult position to play from. Anyone who goes in is never coming out.
It's a death trap, straight up. You think you can find some sort of ridge to play with, but you're just stepping inside of a trap. And you cannot stand alive because there's just too many line of sights that can be formed. Erangel Esports, at least up till now, they're alive towards this same ridge that they've got playing. And if you guys want to be as good as these players, maybe try and get your hands on the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G. You might just be one of our lucky winners. But hold on to that thought. Erangel Esports, problems are continuing. Shockwave Esports, they find a man from Aerobots. And Aim God, he's going to be super sad. Aerobots Esports, they had the foundation laid out, but if they keep on losing man number like this will be real tough.
And it's going to get tougher by every single second that goes by. Aerobots carry a mad dash to try and see if he can make it inside of the zone. He draws the attention of everyone. Shots coming in, barely any HP. Both the rear tires go out, but he's still alive. One more shot to his noggin, and Wobble Gaming get that finish in the bag.
Feels bad for Aerobots Esports, and I guess with that, we can also say Aerobots Esports is also not going to make the cut. But keep this thing in mind, still the top 2 teams are alive from this particular group. THW Non-X, and you've also got Vasista Esports in the mix, and even Wobble Gaming with all the players.
So THW Non-X has just pushed one team outside of the top 16. Vasista has pushed one more maybe. They need those big matches now. They have gotten the finishes. The placement points will come through because we break in the top 8 of this match. And Vasista, they've kept all 4 of their players alive again. Necro, are we going to see Vasista go big on the very last day?
OG will be pushed down as well, Johnny.
Ouch.
OG's going to be on the verge, literally on the cusp of being eliminated from the overall standings. They got to pray for the gods. That's all they can do. They got to pray to everyone that they can right now to save their day and also save their standing in the overall board. But hold on to that thought, Vasista Esports, Pakar. That spray's going to be good, but not finding a lot of connections, just inflicting a bit of that damage on the vehicle.
And he's low on ammunition now. Just 80 rounds left on that Scarel. Tapatap as well, running out of bullets. Vasista, time will come for these 2 lads to find the crates. Look for the ammunition. Plus, Vasistas 2-2 split. Look at those 2 players towards the eastern side. They're trying to hold Halo back outside of the zone. And the 2 players from inside the circle are providing that cover fire. But Fierce knocked out Rage God. He needs to pull off a big play in this 1v3 conflict against the players of Halo.
Vasista Esports, where are the remaining 3 players? That's my question. Rage God, the man was all by himself, and Vasista Esports, the remaining 2 players are all the way back inside of the circle. I know they had a 2-2 split going on, but the players were too wide apart, and that's why no cover fire could have been provided.
They had no line of fire and no ammunition as well. They could have committed while Halo was making the push, but once Halo made it all the way towards this building, there was no line of fire available for them. Plus, quite unfortunate that Pierce got knocked out in a very awkward position over there. Although, 2 players are still left. And if they can find some ammo to just spray down anyone they see, hope for Vasista is still alive.
Johnny, Vasista Esports with that play just wanted to secure their backlines, but it feels like Wobble Gaming right now, they're not too secure either. Just 2 players standing on their feet. Even Jibs gets knocked out. Vampy still shrouded inside of that smoke. Vasista Esports constantly tossing the utilities against Wobble. With the 2-man squad, Vasista Esports looking to once again hand out a few more death cuts. But since Wobble Gaming, they have recovered. And now they're back with a 3-man squad. They've got the man advantage against Vasista Esports, and they can actually make the bounce, and that's what they're going for. The amount of utilities that are being tossed from Wobble Gaming to try and suppress the players of Vasista Esports is insane. And Vasista Esports once again gets forced back in the compound. Tapatap, the man does not even have a helmet. He cannot stand a lot of bullets if they're fired against him. But Tapatap, he finds a beautiful opener, and that's also going to be the equalizer. But the moment I say so, now Vasista Esports drops down to just Pakar. 1 man standing with a lot of hopes and dreams that Vasista Esports might just qualify, but that nade, it's gonna shatter all those dreams.
But they still get those 2 placement points for this match, I believe, and that should get them in a very decent position in the early 40s. 1 more map of Erangel to go, but Wobble Gaming, 4 finishes, 3 players alive, into the top 6 they go. If Wobble Gaming gets the chicken dinner, then 1 more team will be dragged outside of the top 16, and qualification even for Vasista is going to be very difficult. But Necro, for this game, I think all of our attention should be on THW NON, man. They have 3 players alive, 45 points on the board already, and they have the smack center of the circle in their control.
They've done it. THW's done it. 45 points, more than enough. That's more than OG.
Yeah.
OG had 44. So Vasista Esports is going to be on that 16th spot now. Or maybe on 15th.
15th or 16th, yeah.
Maximum. But OG on 44, they're still on the verge of being kicked out. The only difference is that OG can just sit back and watch the games while Vasista Esports can keep on increasing that threshold. And even a few more teams on the ladder. Imagine if 4 barriers as well bounce back in the upcoming game. The cutoff just goes higher.
Man, you never know. Wobble Gaming has 3 players left. Even
True.
they can bounce back in this game. If Wobble gets a chicken, then ouch, already.
37 points, man. And they're not too far back from chicken too. They've also got a decent spot to play with. The only compound available. And they can honestly stick to this compound for as long as possible. As long as the zone allows them to.
Which is, I believe, for the next 40 or 50 seconds. The only problem for Wobble Gaming is going to be TSWNON, and if they can find an opening over here, I think this is going to be a game for Wobble Gaming to conquer, but
Beautiful.
TSWNON not looking to slow down. One knock secured and converts to a finish instantly.
Shockwave, a tough pill to swallow for the players. Even they could have stood a chance to qualify, generally speaking, but now since they've only got 26 points on the board with just one man standing in, if they pull off a chicken dinner, this just seems impossible.
Necro, you keep begging teams for 25 bombers, right? What if that happens from Shockwave in the last match?
Then they will qualify. But it's still too much to ask for, man. It's Shockwave Esports, a team that does not really have a lot of experience. And I think in the last game, there's just going to be a lot of those demons they will be fighting at the same time while they were playing the game.
That is definitely true. I mean, if they crumble under pressure, it's all over. And I think they're starting to fall as well. Extrovert knew where the players of TSW were. Still walks into the direct line of fire. Armor almost gone. And if he has a nade lobbed in his face, it is going to be over. That one falls a bit short, though.
Team Shockwave, extrovert. Right now, he's playing like an introvert, that's for sure.
He has to.
Trying to maintain that social distancing. But not for long, since THW non-X, they come in and they hug the player as they have been eliminated. Shockwave, rough outing. But TSW, 8 finishes on the board. Those 8 frags are going to count a lot in the overall board. Wobble Gaming still alive and cooking inside of the game with 6 finishes so far. And Jins, this man is constantly being a menace. He's like that annoying threat that the opponents cannot even get rid of.
Constantly making sure that the players of Fearless 4 are going to be feeling afraid of him and his teammates. Porta, though, finds the opener. Crazy knocked out and finished off. 3 players left from the side of Fearless 4. And as well, one more man who is on fire is Levi from the side of THWNON. As you mentioned, 8 eliminations for THWNON, 6 out of which are on Levi alone.
He spotted the skull. He spotted the helmet, but he still did not go for the shots. What is he doing? What is his game plan?
I think they don't want any attention. They are barely outside the edge.
Yeah, but that's the moment where you're supposed to create the chaos, and amidst that chaos, you push in.
Yeah, especially if you are ace official too far away from the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And the qualification marker.
That knock is necessary. Ace, you need to go for the shots. And Fearless 4, honestly speaking, they don't even stand a chance, man. Even if they pull off a 25 bomber, still they're going to be left out. But 25 bomber back-to-back, then Fearless 4 can make it.
Hey, man, but I do believe in miracles, and I believe Fearless 4 and Ace official too as well. Although, Wobble Gaming, I saw ammunition quite low for 2 individuals from the side of Wobble Gaming. I wonder how they plan to tackle that situation, because in a few moments, 2 of their players might just run out of bullets to fire.
Now we can finally say their situation's quite wobbly.
Oh, it has been for a long time. Ever since they took that compound away from Vasista Esports, they've been pinned there.
Fearless 4 is inching towards that compound. Even the blue is starting to close. THW non-X. Levi's in the left, still just prone. The man's crawling back. He knows the blue's going to be a little bit problematic. THW, they've got so much of that coverage. They control so much land in this final circle. It's insane. Even if the circle is going to shift away from THW, it's not going to hurt them at all.
They just have to be patient, but it is the zone collapse and everyone else is going to be forced to run towards the center. But since TSW got there early, as you mentioned, it is going to be an easy closer for them, or at least it should be. And they're finding those openings. Levi, he drops one from the side of Wobble Gaming. Fearless 4. BT is going to fall. Last man left standing as Ace official are going to start looking for those knocks. But Levi, 2 knocks on the board. Can he be the reason for the end of Wobble Gaming in this game? The nade does a lot of damage to Sporta. And he is going to start spraying the smoke. Levi as he moves forward, but last confirmation is still not there. And he switches attention towards Ace official.
Wobble just needs to be the top 2, that's it.
Yeah.
And the comeback is done. The comeback will be there. Ace is eliminated. Wobble is still alive. Fearless 4 as well in the mix. but a man gets confirmed, and Wobble Gaming, slowly and steadily, even their chances of qualification, they're starting to fade away. Still, Sporta is alive. The burning torch of consistency. Wobble Gaming, they've already done it. They have made it to the top 2, and that's more than enough points for Wobble Gaming to be back in the race and do decent in the overall standings. But THW Non-X, that was a statement right there. A new team coming in with such a statement, that's also going to be a name to be feared.
Exactly, man. They made it through to the semi-finals. Incredibly done as well. We saw them drop the ball barely on that game of Sanhok, but Miramar, that's an impressive comeback. A big game as well.
Yeah, as Icy likes to say, they have finally crossed that ballpark, and now they're going to be on the safer side of the spectrum. But generally speaking, man, still a lot of teams just on the cusp of being eliminated. OG is one of them. And I'm too worried because now that Wobble Gaming is also making that cut, in the upcoming game, there's still 2 more teams that are really close.
But what about Vasista Esports? They get to the 40s. They're barely there on the 40s, but Wobble Gaming outlasted them this time.
Even if Vasista Esports does not really do anything, they just need to make sure that none of the other teams actually move up. Simple.
Yeah, just try and go after Royal Emperor. Try and go after 4 barriers if you can.
4 barriers, importantly. Royal Emperor is still way too far back. 4 barriers is going to be their main target because they're really close to crossing that 40 points marker. And the moment they take down the players of 4 barriers, that's when all that pressure is going to be subsided for the players of Vasista Esports. But honestly speaking, man, Vasista Esports should just focus on taking those points in their hands. Simple.
Yeah, play as you are doing right now, because the first 2 games, Vasista has been kind of consistent in terms of getting those finishes and breaking in the top 8. So they are doing well for themselves. And if they do even half decent in the last match, I think they move through.
They just need, like, what, 5 points?
Yeah, 5,
and
6
Vasista
points.
Esports has just secured their slot towards the semifinals week 1. So Vasista Esports should not even try and go for any sort of dirty tactics.
Exactly. No drop clashes needed.
Yeah.
We saw them with 41, but we didn't see how many placement points they had for this game.
I think Vasista Esports did not really have a lot of placement points since they got
1 or
taken
2.
down with when there were a decent amount of teams live.
Yeah, 1 or 2 placement points. I think they went out on either 8th or the 7th position.
Yeah, so it's really not going to make that much difference. Vasista Esports, still we can say safely that they need 5 points, and they do not really need to pull off any dirty tactics if they just want to get 5 points in their hands.
But where's the fun in that, Necro?
So you want to see a drop clash in 4 barriers?
Sure, why not? I mean, it's
But
the
what if
last game,
Vasista
man.
gets eliminated with 0 points?
Risk it for the biscuit.
Nah, Johnny, come on, man. It's the question for their careers at the end of the day. They're fighting for a chance to be in the semifinals. It's an opportunity that you can get maybe once in a lifetime, and why would they want to just drop it?
I mean, it's not about dropping the opportunity. You can drop the opposing team and then just do whatever the heck you want in the last match.
Yeah, but then what if they drop the ballpark, though?
Do you not believe in Vasista Esports enough? Do you not believe in Pukar, Fierce, Tapatap enough to think that they cannot win a drop clash fight?
I don't want to sound rude, but I don't believe them. Simple, man. Vasista Esports, they've always been just crawling their way towards the benchmark every single time and somehow making it to the later stages.
Especially after how they lost the first 2 players in this game as well, when Halo pushed that compound and that 2-2 split. That was a risky play, but because of that, I think they do get those placement points.
Yeah, TSW Non-X, though, this was just a straight-up masterclass. That's all you can say.
It was a Levi show from the side of TSW NON. That man got like 8 eliminations all alone.
Especially THW, they started things off from that northern side, right? They had a nice split going on. One man was on top of that hill. He had so much land coverage. He also had that virtual heat map going on in his head. He knew exactly where each and every single team was situated. But then from that northern side, they moved in towards the left side and conquered the majority of the lands. They pretty much just mopped the floor.
Yeah, Lavish was the man who was sent up the hill.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he was also the first man to go out. But there it is, the man from the side of TSW NON who single-handedly made it all happen. 9 eliminations on the board, 985 damage. If you pull the trigger and if his aim was towards you, you were not surviving in this game. Looking at the list of top 5 players, hey, Fearless 4. It seems like on the last day, in the last few matches, they wake up.
Should have played the same way in the first 3 games when they had, man.
True.
Now Fearless 4 just does not have enough chances to move on towards the semifinals week 1. This was too late. You've also got Sporta from Wobble Gaming. Wobble Gaming 2 stands a chance. Johnny, there's so many teams that could actually move up. It's crazy. Wobble Gaming is one of them. Even Vasista Esports is one of them. 4 Barriers 2 can actually scoop up. You've also got Eggy, a team that does possess a lot of firepower as well. If Eggy finds all the stars aligned, even they can snatch away Chicken Dinner and move up in the top 16. But if that does happen, OG gets kicked out.
Yeah, okay, I take my words back. Vasista just needs to play their standard play style. And I think if they actually succeed and Wobble Gaming gets like 2 points, Vasista get like 4 or 5 points, I think OG is out.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Vasista just
Yeah, no
needs
raw
5
clashes
points.
needed.
Simple. They don't need to do anything, man. They do not even need to pull off any dirty tactics. Just 5 points needed. Vasista Esports will be on 46. It's all good in the hood.
And I think team in the mid-30s, for them it might actually be important to drop Clash Vasista to try and push them out, to go after Wobble Gaming to try and push them out. Because if these two teams fail to survive inside of the top 16, then they take their spots away.
But still, there's a possibility that we might just see an outstanding performance even from the teams on the latter half, and they might just create a vacuum, and they might just secure more than 25 points.
I mean, that can happen, and that's the thing. So right now, Wobble Gaming and Vasista are the gatekeepers of the top 16. You gotta get them out of the way. TSW NON, don't even think about messing with them, because 60 points, that team is free over here, and if you go after them, they're not gonna be afraid to back off.
I mentioned this, right? We at least need one team to cross in that top 5, and TSW and NON, they've done it.
Yeah, I think we can get 2 more maybe.
Okay, now you're getting a little too ahead of yourself.
3
Let's
points,
just
man.
speak
3
about
to 4
qualification for now. Let's just speak about qualification for now. Too many teams have been choking at this point, and I guess K9 Esports is a prime example from the previous group. In my opinion, I do not really want any of these teams to follow that same trail. Instead, just try and be consistent. Just try and go for those elimination points, man. Sometimes the more you complicate things, the more tougher it gets.
Exactly, get that out of the way as quickly as possible. If you talk about qualification, ladies and gentlemen, it is the fight for qualification for the semifinals that will come to an end after this last game, the last map of Erangel. And of course, we want to remind you guys once again, the group draws for the semifinals will happen tomorrow at 6 p.m. on the same channel. So make sure you guys set your alarms, mark the time in your calendars, and show up to know where your favorite teams are going to be.
It's going to be interesting, right? The group draws are always super fun, and especially if you see some of the big names in one single group, that just amps up the excitement even more for the fans.
Everyone always wants that to happen, right? Everyone is always wanting to see those big names together, but I mean, yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
We can just request Mr. Karan Pathak to actually get those big names in one group.
Ooh, I mean, he stands with Maisie, I believe, usually in the group draws, and whatever Maisie says never happens.
Yeah, and since group draws have an actual pattern, maybe there's a chance we might not see those big names actually move on towards one group. But if that does happen, though, it'll be super intense, super fun. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. 2 games are done for this group. 1 game still remains. It will be right here on the screen after the short break. Welcome back after that short break to realme BGIS 2025. 1 game still remains for Group C inside of the wild card, and now it's IC with me on the panel. IC, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that game, and after that game, THW Non-X, they have secured the slot, but your team, Eggy, is still down in the slumbers, struggling.
I think compared to this group, out of all the 4 groups here in the second half in general, this is the group where the points are going to be very evenly distributed out. So I feel like based on the previous group, only 2 teams kind of qualify, right? Which is Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Seoul. But in this group in particular, I feel like if everybody is getting some points in between everybody else, we might see at least 2 to 3 more teams actually breaking past towards the area. And in one in particular, it's going to be Vasista Esports.
Yeah, Vasista Esports, we've also got Wobble Gaming right there. And let's not forget about 4 barriers, because 4 teams from this group can actually move on, from which one have already moved on, which is THW. 3 more still stand a chance to secure their slot in the top 16. And I think we can pretty much count Vasista Esports in 2, since they got 41 points. Now they just need 5 more points to easily scoop those points up and move on in the top 16. But something that's going to help you with your performance is also the realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards FlipCard, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device and some more incredible rewards. But once again, back towards the conversation we're having, right? 4 barriers, they don't really need a lot of points. Vasista Esports just needs 5 points. ENG, though, they need a nuclear performance. What are your thoughts?
I refuse to talk anything about ENG from now on. That's what I'm going to do.
But then if you speak about 4 barriers, they will be eliminated.
Well, in this case, 4 barriers, they started their journey with one of the table toppers here. They had I would say a nuclear performance, as you would like to put it here, in the first 3 games in general. But I don't know what happened to 4 barriers, because it seems like everything they do, they have been just messing up as well. The splits has been very, very awkward. But I feel like 4 barriers, they have to pull a big one this time. Like, if you compare this group from the previous group, they started their journey with Erangel, Miramar, which is 2 very, very tactical maps. But for these teams here, they're feeling the pressure now, because they started they started their journey with Sanhok in general, which I'd say tactics help, but it's a lot of I would say uncertainty in certain areas in particular as well, because the map itself is so unpredictable. Even the circle just now in Sanhok in general, we saw the circle was like, oh, it's gonna be here, here, here. Where will the circle be? Oh wait, it's gonna be in Alpha. Oh no, guess what? It's gonna be in Charlie. Oh wait, yeah, everybody just gets messed up.
I mean, Sanhok is just a zone-oriented map, right?
Yep.
Straight up. If you're going to find yourself inside of the circle, you will dominate. If you're not inside of the circle, there's no way you can snatch away chicken dinner, unless somehow the gods are with you and they just support you with all the luck in the world. But now, as if we move on towards the conversation like Vasista Esports as well, they have pulled off a major comeback in today's day, man. Getting a lot of points for themselves, especially in that first game itself. And now the Vasista Esports are just a few points away. Let's just hope that they don't get eliminated instantly.
To be honest, Vasista Esports, I would say in 2 games in general, especially for Sanhok and also Miramar itself, they were pretty much zone magnet.
Yeah.
Like, they will literally zone magnet all the way through, just because of how they always find some sort of certainty. Even the Miramar map, the only reason why they kind of fell off is pretty much a 2-2 split though. But guess what, on screen, guess what? Universe 7 is going to be having a little bit of substitution here. They're going to be bringing in Demon 222, subbing out Stango 7. Or is it Stang 07?
It is Stango.
Stango 7.
Yeah, it's Stango. So U7 are bringing in Demon. Interesting. Just to give that playtime. U7 I don't think stands a chance to actually qualify. So they just want to let the man have a bit of that experience in competing in such a high-class tournament, so that in the future, U7 is ready for the upcoming official tournaments too. But now, once again, back towards the main deal, right? Once again, back towards the main conversation that we're having. There's still a few teams on the latter half of the board. If they get their hands on a 25-pointer, they can easily catapult themselves too. Airbots Esports, Autobots Esports can be in the mix as well. Raw Emperor, you guys were supporting that team since the start, but today they're choking too hard.
Well, this is potentially going to be their last journey here if they try to go even further as well. But again, like you said, they need an explosive game, and this final game is one of the perfect time to actually do that, because it's not based on factor, it's solely based on tactics, on how well your execution is. Because even if you're in H circle or you're in center circle, it all comes down to executions and timing. You have so much more space compared to Sanhok, compared to Miramar in general. And of course, unless the circle shifts into one of the weirdest spot possible, which we haven't seen too much of it in Erangel, I think it's still very, very possible to actually make a comeback.
Since the previous game was such a passive game, a lot of teams had hopes that maybe they can still qualify, but a decent amount of teams might just have already given the hopes as they move on towards the last game. And we might see a bit of that targeting happen too. We might see an aggressive game of Erangel.
Well, of course, to close things out for the final game of today, and not just the final game of the entire wildcard stages, and deciding the fates of which 16 teams is going to be qualifying here. It all comes down to this map. Right on your screen, it is going to be the map of Erangel.
As the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Norupnoy towards the opposite side, which is Stalber. And since the plane flat path is so much tilted on the right side, if the teams want to move in towards the extreme left, which is Primorsk, Georgopol, that's going to be a tough reach.
Well, it's going to be a little bit far off, but it is a very similar flight path to the first game of today itself. So I'm predicting the circle to be shifting towards the west side once more, near towards the quarry region. But I'm just going to put it there for now. We're just going to predict it for now. But as of yet, I want to see if there are any kind of potential drop clashes as well. Because like you said, the only team that is pretty much guaranteeing their spot from the semifinals from this group is currently THWX Non-X Esports. But who is going to be joining them, it solely depends on how their performance is going to happen in this map in particular. I'm sorry, Eggy. You guys did very well. But the only way you're qualifying is that you have a very, very big game and also the chicken dinner in this game in particular.
25 points, the minimum needed for a team like Eggy to qualify. And I think it's going to be military-based circle. Every single time, whenever it's like the last game of a stage, you will see an epic circle. So I think this time it will be military-based circle. Also gracing the players of Aerobots Esports and Ace Official.
Why not Spawn Island? We have never seen a Spawn Island circle ever.
All right, I see. Now maybe that might just be too much that you're asking for. But if that does happen, though, imagine the chaos.
It before, ever. Like we've seen Miramar 2 islands, the double islands of the southeast, but hold that thought for now. Guess what? We are going to be seeing a drop clash between Eggy and THW.
And this was desperately needed too. If Eggy eliminate the players of THW Non-X, that's going to be a big name out already. A major threat avoided by the players of Eggy as they eliminated THW Non-X off the rip. And that's the way to kick things off Eggy. They did not lose that confidence at all.
Did I mention Eggy that I'm supporting them? Okay, I did not expect them to actually come on top. Great job, guys. Well done. But at the same time, on screen as well, we have Fearless for also wiping out some other players from the side of Shockwave. They've lost 2. And now Shockwave himself, the IGL, going to be pushing forward to try and get a couple of spray bullets as well. The only pistols coming in a crazy and a shotty. Shockwave, 43 bullets in total. Going for a couple of quick scopes, and guess what? He's doing some chip damage, but he needs those confirmation. And here he comes, and he's going to take one more down with him, and the pan comes through for Team Shockwave.
Yeah, and he's still going to pull out the M4 once again. And he pets the second man. What's going on here? Shockwave, this man's an absolute beast. And the third player too. What was that? Shockwave, you absolute demon, panning 2 players to death and eliminating the entirety of that team.
What a sick play. The 2-pan finishes from the side of Shockwave himself, but the third party comes through. Erangel is going to be wiping the floor with Team Shockwave. A play made by Team Shockwave, but my goodness, to be panned like that, not once but twice, and now even Extrovert will fall. Erangel Esports claim the remaining points. I was not expecting that, Necro. What a pan from Shockwave. What?
One man shutting down all the 4 players, from which 2 of those eliminations came with the pan.
Oh my goodness.
Impressive.
The pan, the disrespect.
He ran out of bullets, so he did not even have an option. So he pulled out the pan, and he went for it. And luckily enough, he actually came out on top. Oh boy. That's going to be a moment for the players of Fearless 4, and I'm pretty sure they're never going to be recovering from such a mental setback.
That is so unfortunate coming from Shockwave. But all things considered, the journey ends here as the rest of the world still trying to compete for the top 16 slot. THW already out of the picture, so that means playing spoilers is going to be out of the question, and it is going to be the fight for the top. Wobble Gaming 44 points, Vasista East was 41, 4 Bears 36, Iggy 34, Roy Emperor with 32 points. Any one of these 5 teams might be able to qualify. And right now on screen is going to be a fight between Autobots. And will they be able to find them? Will they be able to win this? Because it is going to be a fight inside Novo in general. Ace Official versus Autobots.
And Autobots Esports playing things a little bit pushed back. Passive approach. Not taking the fight just yet. Ace Officials as well, they've got some 2 doubts. They don't exactly know if they want to take the fight. They don't exactly know what the outcome can be. They're doubting themselves. You can clearly just tell by positioning. But hold on to that thought. If Phantom plays like this, if he keeps on popping the opponents in such a manner, then the advantage can be big time in the hands of Ace, and they can easily convert the fight flawlessly. Phantom has done his job. He's already found his one. Now the remaining players, they need to step in the playing field and strike down the remaining players as well. Tekken has got his hands on the shotgun, but he was a little too late to react. The pump shotgun did not even shoot.
Oh boy. Not a great start for either of these teams. Ace Official pretty much out in the running to compete for that final slot, but Autobots Esports might just be able to do it. They are currently 29 points. They need to get all these confirmations, but they have to do it 3-man. Rajjot, knowing to be able to see those angles. That Uzi spray is exactly what he needs, but oh no, he's finding those perfect jiggle angles, but just doesn't seem to be able to do it. He's going to try and make a long-range rotation here. Phantom holding with the DBS, but right-hand angle still favoring Autobots for now.
His position's uncontested. No one knows. It's uncompromised. But now they know the man in the outskirts, the compound wall's compromised. Raj, with not a lot of breathing space available, he needs to pull off a miraculous play, at least find one knock against the opponents. That can give them a fighting chance. A 2-on-3 in the makings. Phantom needs to go huge once again, needs to find the second knock. One of the players from the side of Autobots Esports, which is Orwa, he's taken down pretty low. Phantom with 14 bullets in the DBS. He's just waiting for someone to showcase themselves clearly. But Autobots Esports themselves, they've got some different plans. The nade's going to blast. It takes down Phantom really low. And Sirvi closes up. And that's going to seal the deal. Autobots Esports now with a major advantage inside of the fight. Sirvi's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Uzi in the hands of Raj. He can't really do a lot. He's already taken down super low. But still, he's bobbing and weaving those shots. Now Raj is getting pounced on even from the top.
Ooh.
But he somehow strikes down Skrillex. Raj, he wanted to go for a heroic play, but he will be taken down in the end.
What a flick from Raj, but all things considered, despite the valiant attempt, they will be eliminated here as well, as Ace Official being the next team to be eliminated from the wildcard stages. Autobots Esports still hanging at a balance with 25 points in total. Sorry, 31 points in total with 3 men alive. With the chicken dinner, they just might be able to qualify to the semifinals. But there is still 12 teams left alive. And on screen, we have Aerobots now. Carry looking to try and qualify into the next phase of the zone. But the zone is still pretty much out in the open. It might be in towards shelter vicinity, might be in Pochinki, might be in school. Still very unpredictable in stage 1.
It indeed is unpredictable. Aerobots Esports, even they're on the move. They need more than 25 points. Honestly, that sounds impossible, but if Aerobots Esports somehow get it done, then that's going to be a miraculous play that everyone will be talking out for a while. And speaking of miracles, we saw one miracle happen today itself from Seoul, right?
Well, speaking of Seoul, right now, is there going to be a potential Seoul comeback? Because, you know, based on the quarterfinals, I talked about this. Phoenix Esports was one of those teams in the first half. Second half was Hyderabad Hydra. Today itself, the trend is for Seoul. And for the second one, it's going to be Vasista Esports. Because currently they are 41 points. They just might be the next, quote-unquote, your Seoul.
Vasista Esports just needs 5 points. Simple. And looking at the circle too, they found themselves in the best possible spot they can ask for in this max center. Even Eggy's doing pretty okay inside of the zone. Jaguar officials too, making the rotation in the circle. So many teams, they've already given hopes of qualification, but they're still playing to have fun, playing to gain that experience, which is respectable.
Oh, this circle onto a school as well. Those mountain terrains on top of the apartments are going to be a very crucial spot. But because of how centered it is going to be exposed by multiple angles looking to try and gatekeep them. It's one of the greatest spots to actually have as a checkpoint, but it's not a good spot to be holding as a compound because of the fact that if the circle shifts out of it, apartments is going to be able to pick out and take them out. School is going to be able to take them out as well. And I don't expect teams to actually go towards Pochinki though. Meanwhile, if you guys are looking for the all-round Slayer, please do check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. And you can search it up on Flipkart. Just search realme P3 Ultra 5G for the 90 FPS BGMI gaming. Meanwhile on screen, Royal Emperor though.
Yeah, and Royal Emperor, a team with a qualification chance, but they need a nuclear performance. It might just be too much to ask for. Hunter on the screen. And generally speaking for Hunter, he's one of those players that does have a lot of caliber, that does have a lot of potential. But today, as a team, Royal Emperor, they have been failing.
Yeah, I agree. Even Voltric as well was able to do some sort of performances during the round stages. But in the entire wildcard stages, it seems like they're just on a bummer performance right now. Clutch X as well. The whole team seems to be on the gutter right now.
Yeah.
32 points. Only a chicken dinner can save them.
15 points actually can seal the deal as well for Royal Emperors.
They need the chicken desperately, to be honest.
Yeah.
But speaking of the fight here, Wobble Gaming gonna be in a very, very wobbly spot. They're 44 points. They only need 1 to 2 points to pretty much guarantee their spots into the semifinals here.
I see. 5 teams from this group can actually move up.
Exactly. Well, if you want to count Autobots, it might be 6 in general. But
Yeah.
they all need 10 points each, except for Wobble Gaming.
Since Autobots Esports is down to just a 3-man squad, I don't think a comeback can be possible. It's just too much to ask for.
Yeah.
Autobots Esports, yeah, already down a man.
The-
Might just be too much. But at least for the remaining 5 teams, I think they can.
Yeah, the cut-off before the previous group was pretty much 39 points. And as of yet, getting 41 points pretty much puts you in that okay position. But after this game concludes, even Orangutan on 44 points might be in jeopardy. So that's why you don't really want to take the risk, because all these 12 teams may be able to completely shift the scoreboard for the top 16 and overall 64 standings.
Wobble Gaming have already done it, man. 44 points, looking decent. Vasista Esports with 41. So Wobble Gaming, they're tied up with OG in the overall board at this certain moment.
Well, we do see Jaguar losing a player. Rankar Esports was able to find a couple of pick themselves, but they need a big game, and the circle seems to be shifting onto a school and also apartments. Jaguar official going to be taking the mountains of the Rozhok. Unfortunately, won't be able to inch away. They sent Dip to actually scout ahead in school, but he got taken out instead. It seems like they will have to settle down with Rozhok for now to take a little bit of a small pit stop. Universe 7 going to be on the outskirts of Rozhok. Wobble Gaming going to be east side of Rozhok, so there is going to be a 3-way showdown in Rozhok in general.
There will be. Jaguar officials on the screen. Hercules patching himself up with the bandages. Jaguar with 3 men standing. Now, this is one of those teams that can put a spanner in the works. They have pretty much given up on the hopes, but they're here to shatter a few. And there's Wobble Gaming in the front. Wobble Gaming, they have pretty much made the cut on paper, but still, just to be safe, they need 2 more points. And I'm pretty sure for Wobble Gaming, that's not going to be tough since they've got all the 4 players on the board itself. It will be an easy piece of cake. Even on paper, for Vasista Esports to get those 5 points should be an easy piece of cake. But the real struggles begin from 4BR to Eggy.
Oh my goodness, 4 barriers. Oh no, Wobble Gaming. They're trying to actually make a little play, but as soon as they go into the apartments, they get sprayed down by multiple teams. We've got Eggy inside apartments. We've got Erangel as well. 4 barriers at the back. They dodge 4 barriers, but Wobble Gaming, they're pretty much stuck inside apartments. And fortunately for them, they are going to be able to get the reset. But Team Eggy, they are taking the highest point of school as of yet. But they are pretty split off here, Necro.
Yeah. But I still think for Eggy, it's not going to be that big of a troublesome moment yet. Eggy should be fine. They've got their own place. They've got their own space to play with. Eggy's got their comfort zone. It's okay.
If the zone shifts there, it is going to be great. But if the zone shifts out, everyone in school and apartments is going to be having, I would say, one of the worst nightmare happening in front of them.
Yeah, it would be a moment they would just want to forget instantly.
Oh boy, circle about to close in 2 seconds. This will decide the fates of all these teams right here. It is going to shift out. No! Eggy is going to be stuck, and the circle is going to be on the outskirts of that field on where school is. And Vasista Esports, 3 times in a row, they got the zone mag that, baby.
Yeah, Vasista Esports, they will swing back to life. And Vasista Esports, for them, this can't be another major game. This can't be another big game. Get your hands warmed up before you move in towards the semifinals. They're not too far away. And once again, to remind the viewers, tomorrow the group draws will happen for the semifinals week 1. So make sure to tune in towards the group draws 6 p.m. But hold on to that thought. The fight now commences between these two top dogs. Wobble Gaming up against the players of Eggy. Both the teams fighting for the qualification. Wobble Gaming, they've pretty much made the cut. But now for Eggy, the problems continue. Another nade tossed up. That's going to chip out a lot of serious damage. Wobble Gaming, they're also getting third party from somewhere else. A lot of damage was dished out on the players. And Wobble Gaming, now they've managed to successfully make sure that the players of Eggy are going to fall back from this apartment.
They have to go in for the fight as well. That's going to be Iggy down for the count, and Ragnar continues with the flush. They get those confirmation. Wobble Gaming at 45 points now. But Jin's getting knocked off. This is not looking good. They're not inside zone yet, and this is going to be a problem as well. Every single team on the inside of the zone is going to be looking at this as well. We have Aerobots as well. Going to be looking from the mountain terrain. We've got Erangel from the school region looking in this fight. Eggy, they've lost the RIGL. They may have won the fight against THW early on. Now, they need more, and they need to get out.
Eggy's going to be kicking themselves after this. Unfortunately, a casualty hits them hard, and Eggy, the man himself, gets taken down. Such a rough outing for the players. Who would have thought 4 AM Eggy is going to be struggling so much? But that one fight against Wobble Gaming did not pan out well, and now that's why Eggy's taken down to a 3-man squad. Chances of them securing the chicken dinner dwindling down even lower. Wobble Gaming making the run inside of the circle, all the 4 players in one single vehicle. I'm never a big fan of this. It's a surprise package. And for Wobble Gaming, now they're getting shot at from all the different angles, even from the front. There's going to be the players of Erangel Esports. Luckily enough, they managed to knock the player out without taking any sort of casualties.
Nicely done coming from Wobble Gaming. They are going to try and secure school. It's still inside zone, but Erangel, they were defending this point for the longest of time. Amy John was able to get a couple knocks in, stopping them from entering the pool area. And Wobble Gaming, they are going to lose too. But at the same time, Erangel, they need to go for the resets here. Circle is still not favoring them. They have to push in towards the swimming pool. They need the vehicles to get out. It's only a temporary sanctuary, but Erangel, they will get the reset. Wobble Gaming, they need the perfect day. The Molotov comes through, does it? Look at Connect. It looks like it's going to be on top of the roof. I don't think he's going to be able to get any kind of connections there from that.
Luckily enough for Wobble Gaming, they've done the cut. They've made it. They've got 45 points so far, so yes, on paper, in the overall standings, they've qualified in the top 16, unless if someone else makes a bounce back in this game itself. But Wobble Gaming with just 1 finish point, maybe just secure 1 more elimination point, that can be the sigh of relief that you're looking for. The connection was good, but not the knock they were looking for. The search is still there. They're still scavenging for a few more points. Utilities tossed against them, and Vampy's going to spot out the player, but he whiffed all those shots. That was an initial knocker that could have been found, but Vampy eventually still strikes down the man and instantly heads out the death blow.
Oh my goodness, that would have been a mistake right there, but fortunately for them, they were able to salvage it as well. The double peek from the stairs and this corridor, allowing them to get an easy frag. But fortunately for them, 27 seconds left. The circle is still kind of in the sights here. But Aerobots on top of the mountain has been poking these two teams for the longest of time. Amy John now finding the opening on Jins. And just like that, Wobble Gaming, they go down. Erangel is able to take them out.
Wobble Gaming, they've still managed to secure 46 points. So they're doing really good in the overall standings. And even the players now, they've done the cut. Erangel Esports, Herculean task still lies ahead of them. They're searching for a chicken dinner with more than 15 points, or maybe even more than 20 points. As Autobots Esports now looking to take a pounce against the man of DOD. Avnish is going to be the only player standing in this compound. DOD, all the hopes and dreams, they've already faded away, and the nade's going to seal the deal. As for DOD, they've been eliminated from the competition.
That was so unfortunate of DOD. His 3 remaining players was taken out by Iggy on the finish features now. And that is going to be 3 points in the hands of Iggy. They might be able to bounce back. But as of yet, we have our final 8 teams. The top 8 placement points are in play for all these 8 teams. And currently, Vasista Esports in the 48 ballpark, they are going to be A-okay. But in case you miss out in the action, guess what? The third party coming from Iggy, taking down both Do or Die and Halo, and just shutting them down, might have just given them so much more finish points.
Yeah, Do or Die's remaining players were in the outskirts, in the open fields, and Eggy got those confirmations. So 8 elimination points on the board. Still, the task is not yet completed. They need 5 more points, or maybe you can't say 6 more points to be on the safer side, to be in the top 16. Eggy, they've got the high ground as well to play with EMP, which is Royal Emperor. They're in the smack center of this circle, but being in the center also means being the center of attraction, so that position can actually backfire big time.
It's now or never for all these 7 teams left. It's now or never. Can they qualify? Depends on this chicken dinner. Vasista Esports 48 points. They are in semis now. But Eggy, Full Barrier, Royal Emperor, even Autobots as well, they need this chicken. They desperately so need this chicken. And as of yet, Eggy going to be pushing them all out from those potato hills. And as of yet, Aerobots looking to pounce on them as well.
Too many teams searching for a chicken dinner, and something that's going to help you claim the chicken dinner is the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G. You might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. But once again, back in the game, Aerobots Esports, they're still live and cooking. Even they stand a chance to win the game, and if they do, even they get put closer to the top 16. 4 barriers. This team is still cooking inside of the game with just 1 elimination point. 4 barriers. They're still pretty far back in the overall standings. They need to claim these eliminations. And U7, they will be the victim. Both the eliminations scooped up. 4 barriers. They've crossed that 40 points barrier.
Huge play coming from 4 barriers. What a rocky start, but it's not over yet. 6 teams remaining. 2 players left alive in the circle in favor of them from the west side. Royal Emperor in the middle of it all. This might be a game where 5 teams actually qualify to semifinals, but considering that there is limited amount of players left, this is only possible if they all take out Aerobots together. And it seems to be very tough. Vasista Esports also need to give away points in order for them to qualify. But the question here is who's going to qualify and who's going to be kicked out is going to be the question left.
Indeed.
Unanswered right now, Necro.
4 barriers. They've got such a good stance, such a good positioning too. Cover to play with, everything you can ask for. Also a decent amount of ammunition count, maybe not too good in the hands of Iconic, but he's also getting struck from the back. And this is not a good news at all. 4 barriers, Iconic was left out. Autobots Esports, this is such a surprise move, a snaky move as well. Pulled out by the players of Autobots Esports, but these 2 remaining players, for how long can they keep themselves anonymous and alive in the competition? That's the real question. All the pressure is now going to be on Zeus, and his head was exposed for too long as it now gets cut off, and Iconic is the only man surviving. 4 barriers, they can be eliminated right here, right now. He tried his best, but Iconic does not survive for too long.
Oh no, 2 teams being wiped out as well. Iggy also going down. We're down towards the final 4 team. Now Bukar going to be sprayed down by Autobots Esports. And Vasista, they're still hanging on. They're still fighting back. They're not going to give away these points for absolutely free. Skrills, last man standing from the side of Autobots Esports. Vasista on the north side. Royal Emperor hasn't made their mark. They have 4 players in the bag. They need the chicken dinner. They need those finishes. And guess what? On the finish feed, Voltrick was able to find a finish. Or in this case, a knock on towards Autobots.
Vasista with 7 finishes on the board. They're looking confident, top 4 as well. Beautiful stuff from Vasista. 3 more teams to go, and Vasista Esports can actually claim the chicken dinner and find themselves in a real good stance in the overall standings. I mean, they've already qualified, but still, just to flex a little bit in the overall, Vasista Esports, they need to claim this chicken dinner. Royal Emperor is still in the mix with all the 4 players standing, but since they don't really have a lot of points, we don't exactly know what the standings can look like overall. Vasista Esports, they're now starting to strike the players of Autobots as just 1 more man to go in the front, and Rage God, he indeed is raging too much. Picard from the back will put that nail in the coffin, and Autobots Esports, they've been eliminated.
The final fight, Vasista going up against Royal Emperor. Vasista is pretty much qualified, but the only way Royal Emperor stands a chance to qualify right now is that they wipe everyone from Vasista Esports. They need this chicken dinner. Royal Emperor, they are going to get scouted out. Pukar sees this, and the reset comes through. The biggest fight, the most important fight for Royal Emperor decides based on this matchup. Vasista Esports, the knock comes through on Voltrick. That's the opening for Royal Emperor.
And that's also going to buy a lot of time for Royal Emperor. Now they can form an off angle, but instead they're regrouping up inside of the circle. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for the players of Royal Emperor, but this could have been the move. This could have been the time where they could have made the move. Vasista Esports is also spread out pretty wide apart, so that's also a great spread.
The only way they qualify is if they get the chicken dinner. They only have 2 finishes. They need all 4 of them from the side of Royal Emperor, but seems like they're going for the bait and switch. Two guys on the card are going to be pushing up top as well. Voltric calling in for reinforcements. Fierce and Pukar hunting on Voltric. 3 versus 2 on top of this mountain. Can they go in for the spray? Levi goes in. Can they get the knock? Yes, they do. They get one.
Levi shuts down Picard. Royal Emperor, now the advantage swings back in their hands, and Levi's actually going to go for the duel, but instead Levi gets taken down by Fierce. Fierce has been the main man for Vasista Esports since the start. He's the man who possesses a lot of firepower, and he's also bringing down the players of Royal Emperor on their knees. Fierce, with the fierce approach, he's not fearing anyone against the opponents.
Oh my
Another
goodness,
nade tossed in right next to Fear. He needs to let go of that revival. The elimination point secured by Royal Emperor, but even Voltric now falls down. It's down to just ClutchX, the last man surviving from Royal Emperor, and he's right there in the lower grounds. ClutchX closes up. 3 more players to go in the front. His position spotted. ClutchX, for how long can you keep yourself alive? And the answer will be not too long.
Oh my goodness. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Vasista Esports, but Royal Emperor could not find any more out of that, but they still get themselves a top 2 finish. But is it enough points to qualify for the top 16? Only time will tell, but as of yet, all the matches in all 4 groups is pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah.
That is it for the wildcard stages, Necro.
Oh boy, Vasista Esports just securing that chicken dinner even in the last game. But honestly speaking, man, Royal Emperors could have also stood a major chance to take the game away and probably make the cut as well. But since Royal Emperor did not really have a lot of elimination points, I know they haven't qualified.
The only way they would have stand a chance to qualify is they got the chicken dinner. And with 4 points shy and also 4 finishes away, 8 points disappeared from this in front of them. I don't know. I don't think they have enough points, which is kind of unfortunate for Royal Emperor fans.
It indeed is unfortunate, right? But it's a good news for Vasista Esports. It's a good news for maybe ENG as well. How many points did ENG have? Did they make the cut? I don't think.
I don't think so, but all things considered, the cutoff might be just around somewhere around 42, 43 points based on how the performance in these 2 respective groups. So I feel like Orangutan might be just at the borderline.
Yeah, probably on the 16th spot, right? Or maybe
probably
on
14, 13 spot.
Yeah, something like that. But generally speaking, man, even 4 barriers, I think they crossed that 40 points marker too, getting 41 points. So have 4 barriers made it? Even that's a big question.
It's a complete flip compared to the quarterfinals, right?
Yeah,
There's so many teams in the 40 ballpark, and now it's somewhere in the 39, 38 stage. I think there was at least 5 to 6 teams that had 35 points in general, including Belt OMG. Unfortunately to say, was not enough to make the cut to qualify the top 16.
Now look, man, even Royal Emperor stood a chance. Autobots Esports too as well in the final few moments stood a chance. And honestly speaking, you getting eliminated from the tournament might just be discouraging, might just be unfortunate for you guys. You might not be feeling too great mentally. But keep this thing in mind, dude. Opportunities always keep on knocking on your doors. You just need to grab onto it. Yeah, 1 tournament done, you were not able to qualify. It's completely okay. A lot more tournaments will be there in the future for you to showcase your skills and for you to make the comeback once again.
I don't know what you're talking about, Necro, because when it comes to the pro circuit, this tournament is got to be the most important one. And guess what? What's most important out there is you guys checking out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the all-round slayer, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment is currently out in the market for the price of 22,999 rupees. Do check it out on Flipkart. Search Realme P3 Ultra 5G to find out and check out these specs and also maybe walk away with some amazing prizes.
Let's be honest though, Icy, we've seen a lot of incredible talent so far. Up till now, a lot of these newer names have been able to perform so well. Yes, I do understand a lot of those names have been eliminated too, but generally speaking, qualifying up till over here in the wildcards, it's not easy. Not everyone can do it. And let's not forget, hundreds of thousands of registrations come in, from which 1,016 teams move on towards the round 1, and then you're making it over here till the wildcards. That's honestly props.
I don't know about you. When you say it's that, oh, there's other tournaments, I feel like there's like 1,000 over teams. That's about 4,000 players. That is pretty much 4,000 people's dreams of making the grand finals pretty much shattered, done and dusted. And to be honest, in the pro circuit, if you lose a tournament like this, like here, it is going to be very, very hurtful because off-season means that you're not going to be playing a lot and you're going to be wasting a lot of time training, blah, 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 blah. And then before you can actually have a chance to compete again, it's a very, very long time. And you must understand, as a pro player's mentality and lifespan, that's not a lot of time. Like for some people, you know, 1 year, you know, if there's like every single week there's a tournament, sure, great. But when a pro circuit happens, before 2025, there was pretty much, what, 2 major tournaments in a single year. That actually hurts the careers of the pro players themselves.
Now look, yes, the official tournaments, as you mentioned, just do happen last year, right? But since there are so many other tournaments as well, right, that do happen, third-party tournaments, that can actually help these players to once again sustain everything, that can actually help these players to train back and wait for the officials once again next year. I do understand it's a long time, but if you're someone who's dedicated, if you're someone who really wants to make it till the LAN finals, you will always find a way.
You know, sometimes I've forgotten how young he is, because the lifespan of a pro player is somewhere... The oldest pro player that has made it so far is 31 years old by fear from a different game in general. But averagely on 26, 27, their performance really dipped down tremendously, unfortunately to say. But well, instead of me talking about the golden age, let's talk about the match highlights of this match.
Exactly. The final few moments, this is how the action really kicked off. And I feel really bad for 4 barriers because I wanted to see them secure at least 3 or 4 more points in the game itself. But since 4 barriers were not able to get those many points, we all know what the outcome was. 4 barriers got eliminated by the players of Vasista Esports as they pushed on. And Vasista Esports in the end just overwhelming the opponents with their presence.
Well, speaking of their presence here, like this performance coming from Royal Emperor, the moment they had the opening, it felt like they were just so afraid to take those fights, and because of that, Vasista was just able to run them all down. And this split coming from Royal Emperor was great and all, but the moment Clutches decided not to push those fight, it just resulted in them just getting taken out. But all things considered, let's talk about the MVP of that match. Here is going to be Eggy from the side of Wizard. Wizard from the side of Eggy definitely was one of the MVPs to clutch things out early on. And joining him is going to be from Vasista. We have Tapatap with 5 finishes, Fierce with 4 finishes, Shockwaves with 4, and also Amy Jot from Erangel with 4 finishes.
Ooh, solid names, man. Vasista Esports is Tapatap as well, doing great with 5 finishes right there. And honestly, Vasista Esports, this is a really good news. We've got 2 players in the forefront now, once again back in form. Fierce, for a long time, this man's form was lost. It felt like Fierce was not able to once again get the same impact that he did back in the day. But with this sort of a performance, it really does give us a lot of hopes for the future.
Agreed, and some of these names might be the last time we see them on screen as we move on into semifinals here. But without further ado, this is the overall standings of the top 64. Hero Extreme Godlike on top with 77 points, but Sister Esports also qualifying with 65 points. Cincinnati Kids 64. Diesel Esports qualified. Ligita Esports qualified. THW Non-X Esports qualified. Soul qualified. Reckoning Esports qualified. This top 8 is pretty much going into the semifinals.
Exactly. You needed to be in the top 16 to move on towards the semifinals week 1. And soon we're going to flip the page and find out the remaining 8 names too who are going to make it towards the semifinals week 1. Reckoning Esports as well with 56 points. Honestly, Reckoning Esports spotting them was a really good thing.
The moment of truth, Necro. Who will be joining them in the ranks here for the top 16? It is going to be Altitude, Bot Army Esports, Wobble Gaming, Hail Inferno Squad, FS Esports, Rider Esports, Orangutan, and Troy Tamerlan Esports. That means the cutoff was actually 42 points, Necro. You hate to see it, my friend.
Troy Tamerlan Esports actually made it. We all thought that Troy Tamerlan Esports are not going to make it. We probably lost hopes as well, but I'm really happy even for Wobble Gaming, Hail Inferno Squad, FS Esports, Rider Esports, OG. You've also got Altitude right there, Bot Army Esports. Incredible plays from every single team that you see over here in the overall board. But now as we're going to flip the page, this is where the real upset will strike us. This is where the real sad moments will happen.
Agreed. And as of yet, this top 16 is pretty much the unofficial spot for them, because all these points will be updated post-verification if there are any issues with those checkups that they need to provide to...
Eggy!
Oh no, I'm gonna stop right there.
Yeah, I see. Only if you wouldn't have predicted them, they would have been in the top 16. They just needed 1 more point.
They just needed 1 more point just because they didn't have the chicken dinner.
This
they
is
just
so
lost to
sad.
Troy Tamerlan.
This is so sad. Just because of 1 point, Eggy could not move up. Royal Emperor as well, 2 points shy. 4 barriers. That last game could have been it, but then they got pushed on by Vasista Esports. Everyone over here on this page is going to be kicking themselves because they got so close to the semifinals.
Exactly, even Royal Emperor, the only way they would have qualified if they gotten the chicken dinner. Unfortunately, no chicken mince. they will end their journey here as well. And joining them is going to be Rival Apex, WinGod Esports, CV Academy, Wealth OMG, Intense Esports, Dragonclaw Esports, K9 Esports, and 4 Miracle Esports. All this team will also be eliminated. It's time to say goodbye to all these teams here in their journey for realme BGIS 2025. It's just sad to see all your favorite teams getting eliminated one by one here in the wildcard stages.
I would have never imagined that K9 Esports will be eliminated from the wildcards. Never. K9 Esports was such a good team. It was such a glorified lineup too. A powerhouse. And now K9 Esports is going to be kicked outside of the realme BGIS 25. Another page pops up and you will see Aerobots Esports, Mysterious 4, Volcano Esports as well. Even SBA was in the mix. Oh man, that's going to be sad. That's going to be stinging to the players.
Exactly. Even LOCXDie coming in from the grind stages was eliminated in 42 position here as well. Halo didn't even do too well. 2 OP official not qualifying. Sora Esports as well going to be out of the equation as well. Gutra Tigers in the 52 position. Wildfang's getting eliminated. My goodness, a lot of big names getting taken out right here as well. And even Raven Esports. My goodness, I'm mentioning so many team names because that's just how the competition is. 75% out of all the teams gets eliminated right here.
I think for the first time we're seeing so many big names getting eliminated from the wildcards itself. This is for the first time in the pro circuit, and I'm loving this, man. This just means that the competition is just amping up. The levels, the bars are raising higher than ever before. And if the same thing keeps on happening in the upcoming official event, we might just see a complete different storyline once again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for one final time to see all these teams here, that's pretty much the conclusion of their journey of a lot of these teams for the realme BGIS 2025. I'm sorry, you know, I'm feeling a little bit emotional. It's sad to say goodbye to all this team. We have some sort of a relationship with all these teams, but all things considered, let's take a look at the caster's prediction of who got it right. Sparrow, unfortunately to say, that final chicken dinner was very well needed, but they do not qualify themselves. Royal Emperor will go out. Vasista Esports from Maisie, Anki, and Engineer will get it through. Necro, Aerobots not going through. KHW went through from Johnny.
Look, Aerobots Esports was way too far back in the overall standings. I knew I'm taking a gamble right here.
Yeah.
But you went with Eggy, a team that actually stood a solid shot at making it in the top 16. And they were actually just 1 point shy, by the way, I see. How do you feel? How do you feel sabotaging the game?
I'm sorry, Eggy, but it seems like, you know, I was hoping that Eggy was going to break my curse. But since before round 4 actually began, grind until round 3, my predictions were spot on. Every team, someone makes it. But the moment round 4 began, I am 100% correct on teams not qualifying. And I don't know what to feel about that right now. I was hoping someone to break that curse, and my man Iggy,
You should feel bad, dude. You're ruining a lot of dreams here.
Don't hate me, guys. That's the nature of competition. I trusted in you guys to break the curse for me, but all things considered, you know, it has been a very, very long journey for some of these teams. We've seen them for weeks now, almost a month for some of these teams. But that pretty much concludes for so many teams that gets taken out here.
Exactly. A lot of teams will be taken out, but a chance for you guys to get your hands on the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you want to get your hands on this device, there's a BGIS exchange event going on right now inside of the game. And if you complete the event, you need to fill out a Google form, and you might just be the one lucky winner to get your hands on this device.
Exactly. We've given away yesterday. We pretty much announced the winners on the stream as well. So in case you were wondering who won or did you guys win, do check out yesterday's stream in general. It was somewhere around match 3 as well as the final match itself, game 6. We pretty much announced the winners of all the players themselves. So again, if you guys want to walk away, be sure to do exactly just that. Dive into the game, check the BGIS exchange event, and then fill up the Google form. Then, maybe, just maybe, you might be walking away with a brand new phone.
And once again, to let you guys know, event number 1 was concluded yesterday. That's why we announced those winners. Event number 2 is still live inside of the game, so I would recommend you guys to move on right now and participate in that event number 2. But once again, back towards the main conversation, right? I see. Now, what remains is the semifinals, and then after that, grand finals are really close by.
Exactly. All these teams pretty much make it into the semifinals. That means even if they get eliminated from semifinals 1, they still have a second chance in semifinals 2 to try and qualify for the grand finals themselves. Because as of yet, we're slowly nearing the end. The best of the best of the best from all around India has to offer competing in the grand finals in Kolkata in general. And of course, if you guys want to find out which team is going to be seated where, guess what? Tomorrow we have the group live draw, which is happening tomorrow at 6 p.m. Am I correct? It's tomorrow, right?
Yes,
tomorrow. It's tomorrow, 6 p.m. So be sure to check that out.
Make sure to tune in towards the same channel, Crafton India Esports, on our social, and make sure to follow the socials as well. But once again, I see any last words?
Goodbye to all the teams that was eliminated. You know, it's been a long few months. You know, I've been watching some of these teams grow up and fail, and for them to be eliminated here, yeah, I'm just lost in the words. Like, you know, it's just sad. It's just sad.
It's a tough pill to swallow for IC, for me, and even for the viewers, I'm pretty sure. But with that being said, the wildcard stage has come to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro. That's going to be it from IC. And of course, we'll see you guys in the semifinals.